Hello everyone, I'm the Creeps Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was 7 years old the first time it happened. It was fall, one of those chilly, dry afternoons where your backpack feels heavier than it is, and every sound is sharper in the air. Leaves skittered along the sidewalk, and the sky was this pale, washed-out gray. I had a routine. Every day after school, I walked to my babysitter's house by myself. She lived just a block away from the school, and it was so normal I didn't think anything of it. Other kids were still around, either waiting for rides or heading home the other way. The yard was still noisy behind me. I turned onto the street like I always did, my backpack straps cutting a little into my shoulders, scuffed shoes scraping against the uneven sidewalk. My mind wasn't on anything. Maybe a cartoon I wanted to watch, or something dumb someone said at lunch. I wasn't in a rush. I never was. I was halfway down the block when I noticed the car. It wasn't there before, but now it was creeping along the street beside me. A pale blue sedan. Kinda old. The kind of car a grandparent might drive. I didn't really look at first. I didn't feel afraid, just aware of it. But it didn't keep driving. It slowed down more. Then the window rolled down. I remember the sound of it, mechanical and slow. That low hum of glass sliding into a door. I still wasn't looking. I just kept walking. But then a voice snapped into the air, loud and sharp like it had been thrown at me. Come here. I stopped cold. Just like that. My legs wouldn't move. My breath caught in my throat, like I'd forgotten how to breathe in and out. Come here. Come here. The voice got louder, more angry or desperate. I couldn't tell which. I finally looked, and the man in the driver's seat was leaning toward the open window, face twisted like he was angry, but not at me, like at something else entirely. He was older, middle-aged maybe. Dark hair but going gray at the sides, kind of messy like he'd been running his hands through it all day. His face was narrow, and I remember thinking he looked like someone who hadn't slept much. His mouth moved in tight, fast words, but I couldn't really hear what else he was saying over the sound of blood rushing in my ears. I was frozen. My hands were clamped around the straps of my backpack, so hard my knuckles turned white. I shook my head hard, over and over. Just shook it. Then, out of nowhere, he said, "Stay away from Christina." Just that. Just those 4 words. And then he hit the gas and sped off. Not squealing tires or anything, just quick, smooth gone. I stood there for maybe a full minute, not moving. My stomach hurt. My heart wouldn't slow down. I didn't know what to do, so I just walked the rest of the way to my babysitter's, kind of numb. I didn't tell anyone. Not my babysitter. Not my parents. Not my teacher. Not even Christina. I didn't even think much of it after a few days. I didn't forget it, exactly. I just filed it away like a weird dream or something that didn't matter. When you're that age, your brain is still learning what danger looks like. And sometimes it gets it really wrong. Christina and I were on again, off again friends at the time. Same with another girl, Brianna. We'd all known each other since kindergarten. It was one of those weird triangle friendships where one week you're all best friends, and the next week 2 of you are whispering about the third behind her back. You'd sit next to each other at lunch like nothing happened. But then you'd feel the tension every time someone passed a note or invited someone else over for a sleepover. Still, it was what I was used to. I didn't know better. The years went on. We moved from one grade to the next. Sometimes I liked Christina, sometimes I didn't. Same with Brianna. We'd play together at recess, then ignore each other for days. Nothing unusual. I forgot about the man. I really did. I had other things to worry about, spelling tests, gym class, whose mom packed better snacks. Christina didn't seem that different from any other kid. She liked horses. She liked Lisa Frank stickers and gel pens. Sometimes she gave me gum. Sometimes she glared at me and refused to speak for a week. Then came 5th grade. I remember that year better than most. Something about being 10 or 11 just sharpens your memories. It was the year we all started realizing who we were in the social pecking order. Who had name brand shoes. Who brought extra dessert to trade. Who got picked first for dodgeball. It was the year you either started getting invited to birthday parties or you didn't. That winter, Brianna started being nice to me again after ignoring me most of the fall. She asked if I wanted to go get a pop with her from the machine in the back hallway. It was a weird hallway, not really part of the school layout, More like an addition they didn't finish properly. Concrete floor. Cold. Kind of echoey. The pop machine was always there, though, humming and clunking out cans when you hit the right buttons. I said sure. It felt like a peace offering. I had spare change. We went and bought sodas. She chatted with me about nothing. I remember she was smiling a little too much. I thought she was just being extra nice. We came back to class. I set my drink and lunch down on my desk and went to the coat hooks to grab something. When I came back, Christina was sitting at her desk, looking at me with this half smirk. She told me someone had messed with my stuff, hid it around the room, but she had found it and brought it back. I just kind of blinked at her. Didn't really think about it. I cracked open the soda. I took one sip. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. It hit my tongue and burned. Not the fizzy kind of burn. This was chemical. Bitter. Sharp. I spit it right back into the can, gagging. My throat and mouth felt raw. I ran for the water fountain, rinsing my mouth over and over until I could hardly stand up straight. Someone told the teacher. The nurse got involved. The principal. Eventually the cops. Turned out they had poured Lysol into my drink. Not a lot. Just enough to screw with me. Enough that if I hadn't spit it out, if I'd taken a few big gulps, I might have ended up in the hospital. Or worse. And they thought it was funny. Christina and her sister. Her older sister had come into the school building that day for something. I don't even remember what excuse they gave. They did it together. The school was small. One class per grade. No extra rooms to separate kids. So even after the police got involved and a restraining order was issued, I still had to sit in the same classroom with them. They got suspended. 3 days. Maybe 4. I don't remember if it was even a full week. I remember sitting at my desk the next day, trying not to cry, trying not to throw up, trying to pretend I wasn't afraid to touch anything. I remember Brianna avoiding my eyes. I remember Christina walking in on her first day back like nothing had happened. I don't think she even looked at me. Just slid into her chair, chewing her gum, flipping open her notebook. No one really talked about it. Kids whispered, sure. Teachers looked uncomfortable. My parents tried to raise hell, but the school couldn't or wouldn't do much more. It was a small town. Everyone knew everyone. Everything felt stuck in place. Years went by. I switched schools eventually. Made new friends. Got older. Learned more about people, about trust, about how some things don't have explanations. But I never forgot about that man in the car. Stay away from Christina. That's what he said. Not she's dangerous. Not watch out. Not even she's going to hurt you. Just those 4 words. Like a warning. Or a threat. Or a plea. I don't know. I still don't know who he was. I never saw him again. I've replayed it in my head 100 times. Maybe he was someone who knew Christina's family. Maybe he saw something, knew something. Maybe he tried to help in the only way he knew how. Or maybe he was someone dangerous himself, and I was lucky not to get in that car. I'll never know. All I know is he was right. I should have stayed away from Christina. Not because I think she's evil, or because I think she was some monster in disguise, but because some people are broken in ways that don't show on the outside. Some kids grow up in homes where love gets twisted into something else. Some learn to hurt before they learn to speak kindly. And sometimes that damage spills over onto anyone nearby. I was a quiet kid. I didn't push back much. I wanted friends, even if they were the wrong ones. I didn't understand what real danger looked like. But after that, I started to. After that, I watched people differently. I kept the soda can for a while, cleaned it out and hid it in my closet like it was proof. I don't have it anymore. We moved, and I tossed it, or maybe my mom found it and didn't understand. But I remember the color of it. Bright red. Cherry Coke. The smell of chemicals when I first opened it. The sting in my mouth. The way my fingers trembled when I set it down. I never walked alone after school again. Not even a block. And even now, as an adult, if I see an old blue sedan crawling down a street slowly, something clenches in my stomach. Christina moved away before middle school. Or maybe I did. I'm not sure. I never saw her again after 5th grade. I don't know what kind of person she grew up to be. I don't know if she ever felt guilty, or if she even remembers it. But I do, and I always will. I never knew my father. That fact used to sit quietly in the background of my life like a closed door in a house I grew up in. Always there, never opened. He died when I was 4 years old, along with my stepmother and my baby brother. They were on their way to pick me up for a few months, driving down Highway 84 in West Texas, somewhere between Lubbock and Abilene. I don't remember him at all. I don't remember the man who held half my DNA, who had planned to spend the summer with me. And yet, a part of me is tied to that highway like a weed caught in the cracks of old pavement. Growing up, my mom told me what happened in bits and pieces, usually when I asked. She didn't go out of her way to bring it up, and I learned not to either. It always made her quiet. The kind of quiet where words might only make things worse. All I really knew was that there had been a crash. A semi-truck. A parked car. The baby had been crying, and they pulled over on the shoulder to check on him. The semi-driver had been driving too long. Exhausted. Probably half asleep. He drifted off the main road, going downhill at about 70 miles an hour, and slammed right into the back of their car. There was nothing left. The car caught fire. The flames took everything. No one survived but the truck driver. That's what I was told, and it settled into my mind like a blurry picture, something I could vaguely understand, but never really grasp. I didn't even cry about it growing up, not really. You can't mourn someone you don't remember. Not properly. But the story always hung in my mind like a strange fact I didn't know what to do with. It was just part of my life. A page in the book I was born into, already turned before I could read it. Years went by. I grew up, graduated high school, and ended up attending Texas Tech in Lubbock. It wasn't planned, nothing poetic about it. I got in, they gave me some money, and it was far enough from home that it felt like a fresh start. The thing was, every time I drove to and from school, especially when I was heading to DFW to see friends or go home for a holiday, I had to take Highway 84. That same road, that same stretch of highway. At first, I didn't really think about it. I mean, there's nothing especially remarkable about Highway 84. Long stretches of nothing. Flat land. Fields that look the same mile after mile. Silos, old gas stations, maybe a rusted-out pickup truck leaning into the dust beside a barbed wire fence. The land feels endless out there. The sky feels too big. You start to feel like you're shrinking the longer you drive. Most people roll up their windows, turn up the music, and just push through. But the more I made the drive, the more I started to wonder. Where exactly had it happened? That crash. That one moment that split a family apart, that stole people I never had the chance to know. Somewhere along this road, just past these fence posts, that tragedy unfolded. And no one left alive knew the exact spot. Not my mom. Not any family that was still around. It felt like something that belonged to the wind now. So one night, when I was back in Lubbock and had nothing better to do, I decided to search for it, just to see if I could find more. Maybe there had been an article written about it. Maybe someone had remembered. It was late when I started looking. I sat in my tiny college apartment with the sound of my neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall and opened up my laptop. I didn't even know what to type at first. Eventually I put in, Highway 84 accident Texas father stepmother baby truck fire 1990s. It took a while. Most of the results were newer crashes. There were more of them than I expected. So many people pulled off to the shoulder, just trying to make a call, or check a flat tire, or deal with a crying child. But one article finally stood out. It was from some old regional newspaper archive that someone had uploaded onto a personal website. It was grainy and old and barely formatted right. But the details matched. A young family, a semi-truck, the fire, the death. The article mentioned that the truck driver survived, and it mentioned that a local had seen it happen. The witness lived in a house not far from the highway. Apparently, he was the one who called emergency services. He heard the crash and ran out. By the time he got there, the car was already engulfed. There wasn't anything he could do. But what stuck with me most, what froze me there in my desk chair, was that in the article, he said something else. He said that over the years, he sometimes saw the young family walking along the side of the highway. Not once or twice. Repeatedly. He didn't use poetic language. He didn't call them ghosts or spirits or anything like that. He said it like someone describing deer crossing the road. He said he saw a man, a woman, and a child walking along the shoulder, always moving east, always continuing their journey, but never getting any closer to where they were headed. I must have read that line 10 times. My throat tightened up, my jaw clenched. My hand hovered over the mouse, but didn't click away. They were on their way to pick me up. They were coming to get me. They never made it. But somehow they were still walking. still trying to get there. I can't explain the way that hit me. I didn't know them. I didn't remember my father. I had never even seen my baby brother alive. But the idea that they were still out there, walking that road, going east toward a destination they'd never reach, that broke something open inside me. I sat in that chair and cried like I hadn't cried in years. Not loud, just slow and steady. It was like mourning something I didn't know I'd lost until that moment. I printed the article, folded it carefully. I kept it in my glove box for months, taking it out sometimes and reading it again when I made that drive. Eventually, I decided I needed to find the spot. The exact spot, or at least as close to it as I could. I started by asking people. At gas stations, small stores, roadside diners. I didn't expect much, but to my surprise, a few people actually remembered. It was a big crash. Fires are rare out there. People don't forget when they see black smoke rising for miles over flat land. One old guy at a gas station near Sweetwater remembered hearing about it on the local radio back then. He told me to drive about 15 miles past a certain ranch fence with a sign that read 3 Oaks and look for a break in the shoulder rail. He said it was patched up now, but for a while you could still see black scorch marks on the pavement. So that's what I did. I drove out there alone one weekend. No music, no distractions, just the hum of the engine and the wind through the cracked window. I passed the 3 Oaks sign and started counting the miles. The sky was overcast, pale. It looked like the kind of day when the sun was trying to push through but gave up. I found the place. I didn't even need to check the odometer. I just felt it. There was a slight dip in the shoulder. The grass beyond it was a little thinner. The soil looked darker. A newer guardrail had been put in, and a small drainage ditch ran beside it. There were no signs. Nothing to say what had happened. Nothing to tell the story of what was lost there. But I knew. Somehow I just knew. I parked my car and stepped out. The wind hit me hard, dry and gritty. I stood there for a long time, just breathing, just listening to the wind rush through the grass. It was quiet out there. No cars passed for a while, just me and the land. I didn't say anything. I just stood there and thought about them, about what that day must have been like, about how scared they might have been, about what they had planned. A road trip, picking me up, spending time together. Maybe they had a bag packed for me in the trunk, a car seat, maybe snacks. I'll never know. I closed my eyes and pictured them. Not how they died, but how they might have looked. A father focused on the road. A young woman turned around in her seat, calming the baby. A baby crying because something didn't feel right. And then nothing. Just silence and flame. I stayed for about an hour. Didn't take any pictures. Didn't need to. It was burned into my mind now. I said a quiet goodbye, though I wasn't even sure who I was saying it to. Them? That version of my life that never happened? Myself? I don't know. When I got back in my car and started driving, I didn't look in the rearview mirror for a long time. I just kept my eyes forward, kept driving east, toward a place they were never able to reach, toward a life that had kept going even after theirs stopped. And here's the strangest part of all. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in spirits or haunted highways or signs from the beyond. But every time I drive past that spot now, I slow down. I glance to the shoulder. And sometimes, just for a second, I think I see movement. The shape of a man, a woman, a small child. Not clear, not sharp, just the suggestion of something still walking, still trying. It could be my imagination. It probably is. But whether or not they're out there doesn't change the truth. They never made it. I did. And part of me will always carry that weight. Not guilt, just a hollow kind of understanding. An empty space where people should have been. I don't go searching for answers anymore. I've read the article. I've stood on the roadside. I've felt the wind. There's nothing else to find. But I still think about them when I drive. I think about how quickly life can change. How a single moment can split a road into 2 paths. One where you go on, and one where everything stops. So I tell the people I care about that I love them. I try not to leave things unsaid. I never drive tired. And every once in a while, when I'm out on that highway, and the sun is setting just right, I look to the shoulder. Just in case they're still out there. Still walking. Still trying to get home. I was in my mid-20s, working a boring office job at a company I didn't really care about, but it paid the bills and gave me evenings free, so I couldn't complain too much. I lived in a small flat about a 30-minute walk from the office, and every day, unless it was pouring rain, I walked home through the local park. It wasn't anything fancy, some patches of grass, a few trees here and there, a duck pond, and a couple of well-worn pathways running across it. But during the day, especially in summer, it was full of life. Families picnicking, old people feeding the ducks, teenagers smoking under the trees, joggers pounding the gravel paths, and people walking their dogs or just cutting through like I usually did. The park had a bit of a reputation at night. You'd hear stories, muggings, fights, sketchy people hanging around the benches long after sunset. I always avoided it after dark. But during the day, it felt like a completely different place. Bright, open, filled with noise and activity. There were always enough people around to make it feel safe. I never thought twice about taking my usual shortcut through it. There was this small gate in the middle of the park. It wasn't the main entrance, just a little side gate that led out to a side street, which then connected to my neighborhood. It cut maybe 5 or 6 minutes off the walk, and I'd taken it almost every day for years. The path to the gate was lined with tall bushes and some overgrown shrubs. You couldn't see the gate from far off unless you were right on that path, but I knew it well enough not to worry. It felt like a routine, something I could do half asleep. This day was warm, sunny, one of those summer afternoons where everything seems slower. People were lying out on the grass, shirts off, soaking in the sun. There was a group of teenagers playing music off a speaker near the path. A woman threw a ball for her dog, who barked and chased it like his life depended on it. Everything looked normal, relaxed, harmless. As I walked, I had my headphones in, listening to a podcast. Some true crime episode, funny enough, about a girl who went missing on her way home from work. I remember the host describing how she was last seen walking alone down a road just a few blocks from her apartment. The details blurred a bit, but something about the tone of it made me pause the episode. I remember thinking, maybe I should switch to music, but I didn't. I just took the earbuds out and left them dangling around my neck, letting the quiet fill the space. I kept walking, turning onto the narrower path toward the gate. That's when I saw them. 2 guys, maybe late teens or early 20s, standing right by the gate. They were both wearing black hoodies, one with the hood up despite the heat, and the other with short cropped hair. They weren't doing anything, just standing there, sort of leaning against the gate. From far off, they didn't look threatening, just 2 young guys hanging out. But something in my gut shifted. I felt it right away. A tightness in my stomach. That strange little alarm bell that you try to ignore. I slowed down just slightly, not enough to be obvious. My brain started making excuses. Maybe they were just waiting for someone. Maybe they were having a smoke. Maybe I was just being paranoid. You always hear about people assuming the worst, and I didn't want to be one of those people. So I kept going, telling myself to stop being ridiculous. It was daylight, after all. People were nearby. I wasn't alone. I just walked past, say excuse me if they didn't move, and be on my way. But as I got closer, maybe 20 feet away, one of the guys stepped away from the gate and drifted over toward the bushes on the left side of the path. It was subtle, like he was just moving to stretch his legs or something. But he didn't come out the other side. He crouched down, disappearing from my view completely. That's when the tightness in my stomach turned to something else, fear. Cold and real. The second guy suddenly turned and looked straight at me. He was smiling, but not in a friendly way. It was that forced, fake smile that doesn't reach the eyes. He raised his hand slightly, as if to get my attention, and then he shouted, "Hey, you got the time." I didn't answer. I didn't stop walking. My feet kept moving, but something inside me started screaming. That voice that had been whispering all along was now yelling. I looked past him for the first time and noticed the car. It was parked right next to the gate, just barely off the path, nose pointed toward the street. A gray sedan, kind of dirty, with tinted windows. I hadn't even seen it until then. It had blended into the background. But now that I was looking, I saw the door on the far side was open, just a crack, and crouched beside the car, behind the doors, were more people. I counted 2, maybe more, just low enough to not be visible unless you were really close. My feet faltered. I felt my throat tighten. It was a trap. In an instant, I turned around and started walking in the opposite direction. Not running, just walking fast, like I was late for something. I didn't want to panic or draw attention to myself. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The blood rushed to my head. I didn't look back. Then came the second shout. "Oi, "You, what's the time?" This one was louder, sharper. I didn't turn around. I just walked faster. My arms were stiff at my sides, and I could feel my legs wanting to break into a sprint. But I forced myself to stay calm, to keep walking. The path curved a little, and the bushes began to block my view of the gate. I passed by a couple with a stroller, and then a guy jogging with earbuds in. I wanted to stop and stand next to them, pretend like I was waiting for someone, or say something, but the words wouldn't come. My mouth was dry. I kept walking. I took the long way out of the park, all the way to the main road on the opposite end. It probably added 10 minutes to my walk. I didn't look behind me. I didn't want to know if they were following. But every sound, every footstep behind me, every car slowing down, made me jump. I walked fast, then faster, then finally broke into a jog once I was out of sight of the park, down a quiet side street. I must have looked crazy, sweating and panting, constantly glancing behind me. I kept telling myself that they hadn't followed, that I was safe now, that nothing happened. But my body didn't believe it. By the time I got to my street, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key into the lock. I remember standing at the door, heart thudding, fumbling with the keys like I'd forgotten how to use them. When I finally got the door open, I slammed it shut and locked every bolt, double-checked every latch, then stood in the hallway trying to catch my breath. I didn't sit down right away. I just stood there, listening, half expecting someone to knock or try the door handle. But nothing happened. The street was quiet, nothing out of place. Eventually I went to the kitchen, got a glass of water, and sat on the couch, staring at the wall. My hands still trembled. My legs felt weak. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe an hour, maybe more. I replayed everything in my head over and over. Every step, every face, that voice, the crouched shapes behind the car, the look in the guy's eyes when he shouted the second time. I knew what that was. They weren't just hanging out. They weren't lost. That wasn't curiosity or friendliness. That was a setup. I don't know exactly what they had planned, but I know it wasn't good. Maybe they thought I'd come up to them, stop and check my phone, and they'd grab me. Maybe they'd pull me into the car. Maybe they'd follow me, wait until I was alone. I don't know, but I know it wasn't nothing. I never told the police. I thought about it, but what could I say? That a few guys were standing near a gate and asked me the time? That I felt something was wrong. No one had touched me. No one chased me. I didn't even have names or license plates or descriptions beyond young guys in hoodies. So I said nothing, but I never walked through that park again, not even during the day. I started taking the long route, even though it added time to my commute. It wasn't worth the shortcut anymore. That gate, once just a harmless detail in my day, now felt like a place I barely escaped from. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares. I'd see the gate in my dreams, hear that voice shouting behind me. I'd wake up covered in sweat, the sound of footsteps echoing in my ears. Every time I left work, I looked over my shoulder. I changed my routines, left at different times, took different routes. Eventually, the fear faded, slowly, like bruises under the skin. I stopped jumping at every sound. I stopped scanning crowds for familiar faces. But I never forgot the feeling in my stomach when I saw that guy crouch into the bushes. That cold certainty that something was wrong. People always think the worst dangers happen at night. That if it's sunny and crowded, you're safe. But that day taught me something different. You can be targeted in broad daylight, in a busy park, with people all around. And you don't need a weapon in your face to feel terror. Sometimes just the wrong glance, the wrong movement, the wrong voice at the wrong time is enough to tell you, you need to get out now. I didn't run that day, but I should have. Still, I got away. That's what matters. Nothing happened. But I know, deep down, I was one bad decision away from something that could have changed my life forever. When I was a kid, we lived in an apartment building that wasn't really bad, but it wasn't great either. It was one of those places where the walls were thin, the carpet in the hallway always smelled like dust and old soup, and the elevator never worked right. We were on the 3rd floor, and our apartment faced the back alley. So every night I'd fall asleep hearing stray cats fighting or people dragging out trash late at night. It wasn't scary to me at the time, it was just normal. That was life. My mom was the kind of person who always tried to be kind to people, even when she didn't have much to give. She worked 2 jobs and still found time to bake banana bread or brew tea for neighbors. She was tired most of the time, but she never let it stop her from smiling. One of the people she connected with in those early days of living there was the woman who lived directly below us on the second floor. Her name was Denise. Denise was quiet. I hardly ever heard her voice through the floors, which was rare in that building. Most nights you could hear people fighting, watching TV too loud, or dragging furniture. But Denise, she was like a shadow. She lived alone, and I never saw anyone come or go from her place except for her. I didn't know much about her at first, only that she had short, messy hair and usually wore big sweaters, even in the summer. She had tired eyes, like she'd cried too many times and just didn't have any tears left. I remember the first time I actually noticed her was when she helped my mom carry groceries up the stairs. The elevator had broken again, surprise, surprise, and my mom had 2 bags in each hand, with one starting to rip at the bottom. Denise came out of nowhere and scooped up one of the bags without a word. She didn't smile, just nodded at my mom and walked up beside her. After that, my mom started inviting her up, just for coffee or tea, or sometimes just to sit in silence. I'd be doing homework or watching TV while they sat at the kitchen table talking about grown-up things. Most of it was boring to me, work, bills, family problems, but sometimes I'd hear things that stuck with me, like how Denise talked about someone named Carla. She didn't say a lot about her, but the way she said her name, soft and slow, told me everything. Carla had been important. Carla had been loved. But Carla wasn't around anymore. A few times I saw Denise crying, quietly, wiping her face with a napkin and turning her head so my mom wouldn't see, even though she probably did. I didn't ask questions, because kids just kind of pick up on when not to. I'd sneak away to my room or turn the volume up on the TV just enough so they could keep talking in peace. I didn't know what heartbreak looked like back then, but now when I think about Denise, I know that's what I was seeing. Weeks went by, maybe 3. We didn't see Denise. My mom knocked on her door a couple of times, left a note once. Nothing. No answer. At first, I didn't think much of it. Grown-ups had their own lives. People get busy. But one day, I remember this heavy silence, this weird stillness that sat in the apartment like a blanket. Even my mom seemed off. She stood by the kitchen window looking down at the back alley, like she was trying to see something that wasn't there. Then one morning, after breakfast, she told me we were going to check on Denise together. I asked her why now, and she said she had a bad feeling. Just that, a bad feeling. I didn't argue. We both got dressed and walked down the stairs. When we got to Denise's door, my mom knocked once, twice, then tried the knob. It was one of those slow, creaking turns you only see in movies. The door wasn't locked. It opened an inch, then 2, then fully swung open, like someone had left it like that for days. The hallway inside was dark, no lights on. There was a smell, heavy, wet, sour. Something like rotting food, but sharper. It hit me like a wall. I gagged without meaning to, and my mom held her arm out to stop me from going further. But we did go in. Her apartment was almost identical to ours in layout, but it felt colder. The furniture looked untouched. The coffee table had a ring from a cup that had long dried out. A plant near the window had withered to nothing. Everything was still. No sound of a fridge humming. No TV. No fan. Just this strange, awful silence. We walked slowly, step by step, the smell getting worse the deeper we went in. I kept looking over my shoulder, even though there was no one behind us. The bathroom door was slightly open, a sliver of shadow breaking through. My mom pushed it the rest of the way. That moment is burned into my brain. The bathtub was half full with what looked like muddy water, but it wasn't mud. It was blood, dark and clotted in places, smeared up the sides like someone had struggled. Denise was in there, slumped over, arms hanging loose, head tilted to one side. Her skin had gone this pale bluish gray. Her eyes were open, staring at nothing. There was blood on her legs, her arms, her stomach. A razor blade was sitting on the floor next to the tub, half sunken in a pool of brown-red water. The smell was coming from her. I remember the way my body froze. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. My brain just shut down. My mom grabbed me by the shoulders and turned me away, but it was too late. I'd already seen everything, every detail. I couldn't unsee it. We backed out slowly, my mom holding her hand over her mouth. I think she was trying not to throw up. Once we were in the hallway, she ran up the stairs with me and called the police from our apartment. They came quickly. First the regular cops, then detectives, then people in rubber gloves with cameras and bags. They asked us questions. Mostly my mom answered. I sat on the couch with a blanket over my shoulders, even though it wasn't cold. Everything felt unreal, like a bad dream you can't wake up from. Later, we found out what happened. Carla, her girlfriend, had left her. Just packed up and walked out one day, no warning. Denise had called in sick to work several times, stopped answering her phone, stopped paying bills. She'd been dead for at least a week before we found her. I had trouble sleeping after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face again. Not just the way she looked in the bathtub, but her face from before, alive, quiet, soft. I couldn't understand how someone who had sat at our table drinking tea could end up like that. How a person could hurt so quietly that nobody knew it was happening until it was too late. My mom tried to comfort me in her own way. She told me not to worry. She said Denise was our friend, and friends don't haunt friends. That was supposed to help, I guess. But it didn't. Not really. I knew there wouldn't be any ghosts or anything, but that wasn't what I was afraid of. I was afraid of how close everything had come to being missed forever. If we hadn't gone down there that day, how much longer would she have stayed there, rotting in silence? After the police cleared the apartment, they had someone come clean the place out. I saw them carry boxes out one afternoon, clothes, books, photos. I watched from our kitchen window, looking down at the men loading her life into the back of a truck. It all seemed so small, like everything that mattered had fit into 4 boxes. The apartment stayed empty for months. Nobody wanted to move in. Word spread fast in places like that, and no one wanted to live in the dead lady's apartment. Eventually, they painted over everything and replaced the carpet. Some guy moved in later that year. He played guitar and smoked on the balcony. I never spoke to him. Years went by. We moved out eventually, to a better place across town. But I never forgot Denise. Her face still pops up in my head sometimes, especially when I see someone sitting alone in a cafe or standing by themselves at the bus stop. People carry a lot of pain under the surface, and most of the time we never notice. We never ask. Now that I'm older, I think about how many people are out there like her. Quiet, lonely, sad in ways that don't show on the outside. It makes you wonder how many Denises are out there, walking around with heavy hearts, waiting for someone to care enough to knock on the door. I still don't believe in ghosts, not really. But there's something else that stays with you. A weight, a presence. Not in a haunted way, but in a real human way. The kind that lingers in your chest long after the memory fades from your mind. The kind that makes you look twice at people, wonder how close they are to the edge. Denise died alone, but at least someone found her. At least she wasn't forgotten in that place forever. That thought is the only thing that makes it all feel a little less cruel. And I guess, in a way, my mom was right. Denise hasn't haunted me in the way people think of ghosts. But the memory of her, the weight of it, that's something I still carry. I always will. I was outside playing with my friends one afternoon. It was warm out, and the sun was starting to drop lower in the sky, casting that kind of orange light that makes everything look softer. We were about 9 or 10 years old, all of us. We lived in a quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where people left their front doors unlocked, and kids played until the streetlights came on. It was just a bunch of small houses spaced out along a long stretch of road, and behind most of them were fields or woods. The kind of place that felt safe just because it was small. That day, we were at my friend's house. His yard was wide and open, and we were running around with a ball, taking turns kicking it across the grass, making up rules as we went. There was a calm breeze blowing, and the trees lining the road rustled gently. You could hear birds in the distance, and the occasional bark of a dog. It felt like any other lazy day we'd had a dozen times before. We were sweaty, laughing, not really paying attention to anything beyond our game. That was when we noticed the truck. It wasn't the sound that caught our attention first. Cars went up and down that road from time to time, mostly neighbors or someone heading into town. But the way it moved, slow, way slower than it should have been for someone just passing through. It was an older truck, blue maybe, or dark green. It had those wide mirrors sticking out from the sides, and a little rust near the bottom edges of the doors. We watched it go by the first time without thinking much of it. Maybe someone lost or looking for a house. But then it came back. A few minutes passed and we saw it again, rolling past even slower this time. It didn't stop, just crawled by, the engine low and steady, like it was trying not to draw attention. But we were already watching. It passed the house again and kept going. This time we noticed the driver. He was alone. A man, probably in his 40s or 50s, with a short beard and wearing a cap. He didn't look at us directly. Not that time anyway. But there was something about the way his head stayed level, pointed toward the yard, that made us all stop playing. We stood still for a minute after he passed. One of my friends said it was weird. Another shrugged it off. Maybe he was just lost, looking for a turn. We went back to kicking the ball around, but something had shifted. I was glancing up at the road every few seconds, even when it wasn't my turn. The third time he came by, we all saw it clearly. He had something in his hand. One of those old camcorder-style recorders, the kind you held up on your shoulder or supported with both hands. It was definitely pointed at us. He wasn't even pretending to hide it now. He had slowed down even more, and his window was open. The camera was resting on the door, angled right at the yard. Right at us. That time, he did look. Right at us. Not just a glance, he stared. That's when everything in me turned cold. It's a hard thing to describe, that feeling. It wasn't panic, not yet. But it was like a knot tightening in your stomach, something in your body, knowing something was wrong before your brain had fully caught up. It was a warning. Every hair on my arm stood up. The moment he passed the house and disappeared down the road again, we ran. We dropped the ball and sprinted to the front door, not even talking to each other. We didn't have to. We all knew. Inside, we found my friend's mom and told her everything. She got serious real quick and told my friends they had to stay inside. Then she looked at me and said I should go home. I remember blinking at her, confused. I tried to explain that my mom wasn't home, that she had gone into town, and I didn't know when she'd be back. But she just said it was best if I headed home now. Maybe she thought I was exaggerating. Maybe she didn't want to deal with someone else's kid. Or maybe she thought it wasn't that serious and I'd be fine. Either way, she opened the door, told me to head out, and closed it behind me. I stood on the porch for a second, stunned. The sky was still orange, but now it looked harsh. The same breeze that felt nice earlier now made me feel exposed. I turned toward the road and started walking. It was about 1.5 miles to my house. Not that far if you're in a car, but on foot, especially at 10 years old, it felt like forever. The road wasn't completely empty, but it was quiet. Most houses were set far back from the street with long driveways and tall fences, or trees blocking the view. There were no sidewalks, just a narrow strip of grass on each side, and then ditches. There were no kids out, no people watering lawns, no one walking their dogs. It was just me. I started walking fast, looking over my shoulder every few steps. I kept hearing sounds I wasn't sure were real, the crunch of tires on gravel, the hum of an engine, something rustling in the trees. I kept turning around, expecting to see that truck rolling slowly behind me, creeping up without a sound. But it wasn't there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. I knew he could be nearby. Maybe he had parked somewhere. Maybe he had turned around and was watching from the woods. Maybe he was waiting for me to be out in the open, alone. Every driveway I passed felt like a threat. Every tree line looked like a hiding spot. I started running. I ran hard. My backpack bounced against me, and my breath came fast and shallow. I didn't pace myself. I didn't look back anymore. I just ran. The wind in my ears, the pounding of my shoes on the pavement, the way my chest started to hurt, I didn't care. I just needed to get home. Every part of the road looked the same after a while. Just the long stretch of cracked pavement, the dull sound of my steps, the pounding in my head. I passed a field on one side and a tall wooden fence on the other, and for a second, I thought I saw a movement in the corner of my eye. A shape, maybe. Something darker than the shadows. I didn't stop to check. I was wheezing by the time my house came into view. My legs felt rubbery, and I was drenched in sweat, but I didn't stop. I ran straight up the driveway, yanked open the front door, and slammed it behind me. The house was quiet. The kind of quiet that didn't feel peaceful. Just still. I locked the door, then locked it again. I ran to the windows and pulled the curtains shut. Then I stood there for a while, just listening. Nothing. No truck, no tires, no sounds at all. I finally moved to the kitchen and poured a glass of water, spilling half of it because my hands were shaking so bad. I sat at the kitchen table, trying to catch my breath. My heart was still racing. My mouth was dry. I kept glancing at the window, waiting to see that man's face there, or the camera lens peeking through the blinds. but it didn't happen. Eventually, my mom came home. When she saw me, sweaty and pale, and I told her what had happened, she got furious. Not at me, at my friend's mom for making me walk home alone. She kept repeating that I should have been allowed to stay until she got back, that it was irresponsible. She made some calls, talked to neighbors, and reported what happened. Later, other people in the neighborhood said they saw the same truck. Some said it had been parked near the park earlier in the week. Someone else mentioned seeing it at the school playground on a Sunday. No one ever got a plate number. The truck never came back, at least not that anyone noticed. The man was never caught, and we never found out who he was or what he wanted. Maybe he was just filming random kids. Maybe it was worse. After that, things changed. My mom didn't let me walk home alone anymore, no matter how short the distance. My friend's parents started paying more attention, asking more questions, and watching the street when we were outside. We didn't play in the front yard anymore, just the back, with the gate closed. If a car slowed down even a little, everyone froze and stared until it was gone. I never really stopped looking over my shoulder. That one day did something to me. It made me aware of how quickly things can go from normal to dangerous. How fast your heart can go from calm to pounding in your throat. How even in a quiet, peaceful place, someone can be watching, waiting. I never saw that truck again, but sometimes, even now, I catch myself glancing at parked cars when I walk by. I listen for engines idling. I notice when someone's eyes linger too long. I can still feel the heat of that afternoon, the roughness of the pavement under my shoes as I ran, the dread that filled my chest with every step I took alone down that road. And I still think about how close that man was. How easy it would have been for him to stop the truck, open the door, and pull up beside me. No one would have seen. No one would have heard. Just a mile and a half of road with nothing but trees and empty driveways. And I still can't believe she made me walk home. When I was around 8 years old, I had a habit of wandering a little too far from the group during recess. Not in a troublemaking way, just curious. I liked to look at things a bit closer than others did. A tree stump could hold my attention for 10 minutes. A crack in the sidewalk could be a treasure map in my head. I was always the last one to line up when the bell rang, always the one who hadn't noticed it was time to go back inside. I liked quiet things. I liked moments where no one else was looking. But that day was different. That day there was noise, panic, a cluster of kids near the edge of the blacktop, close to a part of the building we weren't supposed to mess around with. It was the storage room. Teachers always said to stay away from it. Not in a dramatic way, just that it was off limits. I never had any reason to go near it before. It was just a gray metal door near the side of the gym, with a rusted handle and one of those old circular keyholes you don't see much anymore. No windows, no signs, just a dead-end space that didn't concern us. But that morning, something was going on. A bunch of kids had gathered in a half circle a few feet from the door. Some were whispering, some yelling. One of the boys was waving his arms, warning others not to get too close. I couldn't hear everything from where I was, but the words eyeball and staring caught my attention like a hook. I walked up, weaving through the crowd slowly, curious more than anything else. The kids weren't faking it. Their faces were pale. A couple looked like they wanted to cry. One of the older girls was pulling on her friend's sleeve, urging her to stay away. I remember the look on her face. She wasn't pretending. You could tell. Her eyes were locked on the keyhole like it had teeth. I asked what was going on, but no one answered me. Maybe they didn't hear me. Maybe they didn't want to talk. Or maybe they were just too freaked out. I heard someone say it again. There's an eyeball in the keyhole. At first I thought they meant someone was inside. Maybe a teacher or someone playing a prank. But their reactions didn't match that kind of joke. These were kids who were genuinely afraid. They weren't laughing. They weren't daring each other to look. They were warning, telling each other to stay back, like something might reach through the door and pull them in. I kept moving forward until I was just a few steps away from the door. There was a half circle of kids behind me, leaving a gap around the front like an invisible fence. No one wanted to be the one closest to it, except me. I was too young to fully understand the fear, I guess. Or maybe I just didn't believe it. I stood there for a second, looking at the keyhole. It was small, round, with little bits of chipped paint around the edge. The metal was scratched and slightly rusted, probably from years of keys turning inside it. There was nothing strange about the door itself. No sounds, no movement. Just an ordinary storage room. I bent down slowly, pressing one hand against the door for balance. I remember the coldness of it, how the metal felt against my fingers. My head tilted slightly to get the right angle on the keyhole, and I closed one eye to focus with the other. And that's when I saw it. An eye, wide open, unmoving, staring right back at me. Dead center in the hole. It wasn't blurry or shadowed. It was sharp, detailed. I could see the whites of it, the faint red lines of blood vessels. The iris was brown, just like mine. The pupil was large, almost too large. There was no blinking, no twitch, just this steady, cold gaze staring directly back into my eye. I froze. My entire body turned rigid, like I had been snapped into place. I couldn't even gasp. I couldn't scream. My body reacted before my mind did. My stomach twisted. My legs trembled. And then it happened. I lost control. I peed right there, standing in front of everyone. Warmth spread down my legs, pooling in my socks and shoes. It didn't even register right away. I was still locked into that stare. And then I screamed. Finally. Loud. Sharp. Like an alarm going off in a room full of silence. I backed away, almost tripping over myself, falling into the kids behind me. That was when the panic spread. The group broke apart. Some kids ran. Others stood frozen. I was crying. Loud, ugly sobs. The fear had completely taken over. It wasn't just embarrassment. It was pure terror. My body had shut down from the inside. A few teachers came running over after that. They didn't understand what was going on, just that a bunch of kids were screaming, and one of them had clearly had an accident. They tried calming us down, but most of us couldn't speak. I remember sitting on a bench near the edge of the blacktop, wrapped in a spare sweater one of the staff gave me. I was still shaking. I kept looking at the door like it was alive. Eventually, I was sent to the nurse's office. She cleaned me up, gave me a spare pair of pants that didn't fit right, and told me to rest on the cot for a while. I didn't talk much. I was still trying to make sense of what I had seen. I kept replaying it in my mind. How close the eye had been, how still it was. I kept thinking, what if it was still there, watching? Later in the day, once things had calmed down, the janitor was called in to investigate the storage room. I wasn't there to see it, but I overheard a teacher talking about it when I was waiting in the office. Apparently, he unlocked the door, stepped inside, and stood there for a minute before laughing. Not a mean laugh, just one of surprise. He found a mirror. A tall, full-length mirror leaning against the inside of the door, angled perfectly toward the keyhole. What we had all seen, the terrifying, unmoving eye, was our own reflection. Our own eye staring back at us. That was it. That was the answer. Simple. Logical. A trick of light and reflection. But it didn't matter. Not really. Because the fear we felt had been real. The panic, the shock, the raw sense that something was wrong. That didn't go away just because there was an explanation. Our bodies reacted before our minds could make sense of anything. I sat in that nurse's office for another hour after I heard what the janitor found. I didn't feel better. In some ways, I felt worse. How could something so simple scare us that much? How could our own reflection feel like a monster? I remember lying on the cot, staring at the ceiling tiles, wondering how many other things in life would turn out like that. How many things would terrify me, only to turn out to be nothing at all. It stuck with me, that whole experience. Not just the fear, but the way it spread. How quickly one kid's panic infected all the others. How none of us questioned it, we just believed. Because fear doesn't wait for facts. It doesn't need proof. It just needs a seed. A tiny suggestion that something is wrong, and our minds do the rest. For days after, I avoided that part of the building. Even knowing it was a mirror, I couldn't bring myself to go near it. Every time I thought about that eye, I felt my chest tighten, like it was happening all over again. My mom washed the clothes I had peed in and never said a word. I think she understood, or at least sensed it wasn't something to tease about. But I heard other kids whispering. Not right away, but in the weeks after. Some laughed about it, turned it into a story to tell during lunch. Remember the eyeball, they'd say. Remember how he peed his pants? I hated hearing it, but I never argued, because they had seen it too. Maybe they hadn't reacted like I did, but they had felt that same fear, even if just for a second. We all did. That's the part one remember most clearly. Not the embarrassment, not the cleanup, not even the mirror, but the instant silence when I saw that eye. The weight of it, the way time stopped. Looking back, I know how silly it sounds. An eye in a keyhole, a bunch of scared kids, a janitor finding a mirror. But it didn't feel silly at the time. It felt real. It was real. That's what fear does. It makes everything feel heavier, bigger, closer. I learned something that day, even if I didn't fully understand it until much later. I learned how powerful the mind is, how it can take a reflection and turn it into a monster, how it can take a quiet moment and turn it into chaos. I learned that fear doesn't always come from the things we can see. It often comes from the things we think we see. And even now, all these years later, I still hesitate a little when I see a keyhole. Not because I expect to see something staring back at me, but because I remember that moment. That frozen second where I was sure something was watching. And I remember how helpless I felt, how small. Because even when the fear is gone, the memory of it lingers. Quiet, like a shadow, waiting. Back when I was in 3rd grade, I didn't really understand what it meant when adults said something felt off. I didn't have that instinct developed yet, or maybe I did, but didn't know how to listen to it. Kids are like that. They notice things, they feel things, but they don't always know how to explain them. They go by what feels good or bad in the moment, and I guess that's what made me such an easy target. Mrs. Todd was short. That's one of the first things I remember about her. Not just a little short, noticeably short. Like, even as a kid, I remember thinking how tiny she seemed. She had this wiry frame, thin arms that seemed too long for her body, like she should have been taller, but then her shoulders sloped down, and it made her look like she was always leaning forward. Her voice, though, was soft, high-pitched but smooth, kind of sing-songy. The first week of school, she immediately singled me out in the best way possible. At least, that's how I saw it. Every time there was something fun to do, like passing out supplies or reading a story aloud, she picked me. She always gave me the best markers, the clean scissors, the job of feeding the class fish. And when I did even the smallest thing right, like putting my books away neatly or finishing a worksheet, she would make a big show of complimenting me in front of everyone. And I ate it up. I didn't get that kind of attention at home. My parents weren't cruel or anything, just busy. My mom worked nights as a nurse, and my dad was a mechanic who often stayed late at the shop. I had 2 older brothers who were always off with their own friends, and no one really had time to make a 3rd grade kid feel like they were the center of the universe. But Mrs. Todd did. She called me her little star. She said it so often that other kids started teasing me for it. But I didn't care. I liked it. I felt seen, special. I remember coming home and telling my mom all about her. How great she was. How I wanted to be in her class forever. I even drew a picture of her once, with me standing next to her, both of us smiling, and gave it to her one morning before class started. She put it up on the board and said it made her heart melt. Looking back now, that moment sits in my memory like a bruise. The weird part started maybe a month into the school year. I sat at one of those old metal and wood desks with the lift-up lid, but ours had the pull-out drawer too. That morning, I came in like normal, sat down, pulled out the drawer to put in a pencil or something, and there it was, a Victoria's Secret catalog. At the time, I didn't really know what it was, just that it was full of pictures of women in underwear. That was enough to make me panic. I thought it was something dirty, something bad, and I instantly looked around like I'd been caught stealing. I was so scared I'd get in trouble. The kid sitting next to me, Evan, leaned over and saw what I was staring at. He let out this quiet laugh and said something like, "Whoa," and that made it worse. It wasn't even mine. I hadn't put it there, but I felt guilty anyway. Then Mrs. Todd came up. She must have seen us looking at something, because her voice came sharp. I remember how fast my heart started beating. She asked what I had, and I told her it was just sitting in my desk when I got there. I expected her to believe me. She always believed me. But she didn't. Instead, she turned to Evan and started saying things like, "You must have put it there. That's what happened, right?" She said it again and again, not yelling but repeating it in that same tone over and over. Evan looked confused too, but eventually I got so uncomfortable that I said, "I guess maybe he did," just to end it. I still remember Evan glancing at me after that, like I'd betrayed him. Maybe I had. I don't know. I was scared. Mrs. Todd never brought it up again, and neither did Evan. We just moved on. A few days later, she pulled me aside after class. Everyone else had already left. She knelt down to my level and told me I was doing so well in class, better than anyone else. and that she had something special in mind for me. She said if I kept it up, she'd take me on a field trip. Not a regular class field trip, but something just for me and her. She said it would be a weekend trip to the Gulf of Mexico. We'd see dolphins, collect seashells, go out on a boat. I was thrilled. To a third grader, that sounded magical. My family didn't take vacations. The idea of going to the beach, just me and my favorite teacher, seemed like the best thing that could ever happen. I didn't even question it. She told me not to tell anyone else, said it was a surprise, and she didn't want the other kids getting jealous. I didn't say a word. Then one day, maybe a week after that, she was just gone. No warning, no announcement. I walked into class, and there was a substitute. The next day, we had a new teacher entirely, Ms. Dawson. She was older, strict, and didn't like me much. At least, not the way Mrs. Todd had. I was crushed. I kept waiting for Mrs. Todd to come back. I even asked my mom about it, and she just said that sometimes teachers leave, and the school doesn't explain why. The field trip never happened. At the time, I didn't think too hard about it. I was just sad. I didn't know what disappointment like that meant, not in the bigger picture. I just missed my teacher. It wasn't until years later that I realized how strange, how wrong, all of it was. I was maybe 17 when the memory came back hard. I don't know what triggered it. I think I was watching some documentary about child abuse in schools, and they were talking about grooming. That word stuck with me. The signs they described, the favoritism, the secret gifts, the isolating of the child, the encouragement to keep things private, it hit me like a truck. I sat there in silence for a long time. I remembered that catalog. I remembered how she kept insisting Evan put it there, even when it didn't make sense. I remembered her offering to take me on a weekend trip, out of state, just the two of us, and how she made it sound so fun, so innocent. And I remembered how she vanished overnight. Back then, no one talked to us kids about that kind of danger. We had those weird assemblies where they told us not to talk to strangers or accept candy from people in vans. But they never told us that sometimes the danger didn't come from the people outside. Sometimes it was from the ones smiling at us every day, the ones we trusted. I thought about what would have happened if she hadn't left, if someone hadn't intervened. Maybe another teacher noticed something. Maybe a parent complained. Maybe Evan said something to his mom. Maybe someone saved me, and I'll never know who. And I think about that a lot, because for a long time, I thought of her as the kindest, most wonderful adult in my life. Someone I loved, someone I wanted to make proud. But the truth is, I think she was trying to hurt me. Not in a way I would have recognized then, but now it's so clear. She was planning something. That trip was real in her mind. She was setting something in motion, and I was the one she picked. I can't explain how sick that realization makes me feel, how close I came to something terrible, without even knowing I was in danger. Now that I'm older, I understand how many stories like mine are out there. How many kids never get that lucky break, that sudden removal, that unexplained replacement. How many kids end up going on that field trip. And I hate that it still makes me feel guilty, like I should have known better, like I did something wrong. But I was a kid. She was the adult. And no matter how small she was, no matter how sweet she acted, she had all the power. That's what makes it so scary. Not that she did something, but how close she came, how well she hit it, how easy it was, and how much I loved her for it. I was 11 years old. Just a normal night, or at least it started that way. I went to bed like I always did, curled up under my blanket with the little fan humming on the nightstand beside me. The room was dark, except for a faint bit of light coming in through the hallway. My door was always cracked a little, so I wouldn't feel completely shut in. I liked having that tiny glow from the hallway nightlight. It made the house feel alive, like my mom wasn't too far off. Safe. I remember lying there, half awake, listening to the creaks of the house settle. I could hear the refrigerator humming faintly, a car passing by every so often out on the road beyond our driveway. It was quiet otherwise. Nothing strange. Nothing that told me anything was going to happen. I closed my eyes and eventually drifted off, thinking about whatever random things kids think about before they sleep. It was late. Must have been past midnight when it happened. I woke up all of a sudden. I didn't know why at first. It wasn't a noise, not something outside. It was more like my body sensed something. That heavy, suffocating feeling of someone watching you. My eyes opened, confused at first, blinking slowly. It was dark. Too dark. The hallway light wasn't glowing anymore. That faint comfort I always had, gone. Just pitch black. Before I could even move or really understand what was going on, I felt it. Weight. A heavy pressure on my chest and stomach. Something, or someone, was on top of me. At first I thought I was dreaming. Sleep paralysis, maybe. I'd heard of that. But no, this wasn't that. This was real. I could feel the pressure, the heat of breath. Then I felt his hand. A big hand. It was rough and dry and strong. It clamped down hard over my mouth and my nose all at once, pushing down so tight I couldn't breathe. It was like suddenly being thrown underwater without warning. My chest jerked up, and I couldn't get any air in. The panic hit me all at once. Sharp and cold. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. My hands shot up and grabbed his wrist, but he was too strong. I started thrashing under him, kicking my legs, trying to twist my body. He didn't say anything at first, just pressed harder. Then, in a low, shaking voice, he told me to roll over. Don't scream. That's all he said. Roll over. Don't scream. He didn't yell it. He didn't sound angry or even loud. It was almost calm, but something in the way he said it made my stomach turn. I was frozen. My head was spinning, and my lungs were burning from the lack of air. My body wasn't listening to me. It was like every nerve had shut down. But I rolled. I did what he said. I rolled hard to my side, and my body hit the floor with a thud. That small moment, falling off the bed, was enough to jolt me back. Like it snapped me out of that frozen, terrified state. I gasped, pulling in a sharp breath, and that's when I tried to scream. Nothing came out. At first, my throat just opened and nothing happened. My mouth was wide, but it was like my brain hadn't caught up with the rest of me. Just air. Silent, panicked air. Then it hit me all at once. My voice came crashing out, loud and raw and broken. I screamed over and over. I screamed like I never had before in my life. Screamed so loud I thought my throat would tear open. My mom heard me. I don't even remember the exact moment she came into the room. Everything happened so fast. The man, whoever he was, had gotten off the bed and was moving toward the window. That's when she charged in. My mom is 5'3", maybe 120 pounds soaking wet, but I swear in that moment she looked like a giant. She didn't hesitate. No questions, no fear. She came in swinging. There was a blur of movement. I remember the sound of something hitting the wall, the scuffling of feet on the hardwood floor. She grabbed at him, tried to pull him back. He shoved her. She stumbled, but didn't go down. She grabbed him again, screaming, fighting. Her voice was sharp, fierce, filled with pure adrenaline. She clawed and pulled at his clothes, anything to stop him. But he was big, at least 6 feet tall, broad shoulders, strong. I remember his shape more than his face. He was wearing dark clothes, something like a hoodie and gloves. That's what still sticks with me. He was wearing gloves. Not like a burglar with tools, more like he didn't want to leave fingerprints. He didn't hit her. I don't know why. Maybe he didn't expect her to fight. Maybe he thought the noise would bring more people. Maybe he realized this wasn't going to be easy. But eventually he pulled away from her grip and dove out the window. Just like that, he was gone. Into the night. The window had been closed before I went to bed. Locked. We always locked everything. We had a single-story house, and we lived in a quiet neighborhood, so break-ins weren't really a fear. But that night, he had gotten in. We never did figure out how. The screen was removed, set neatly against the outside wall. The window latch had been pried open, not broken, just jimmied carefully so it looked untouched. Police came. They searched the house, the yard, the neighborhood. Nothing. No one had seen anything. No fingerprints. No shoe prints. No clues. Just a child's bedroom turned upside down, the curtains fluttering in the breeze, and my mom's trembling hands trying to clean up the shattered feeling in her own home. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Neither did she. We sat together in the living room, the lights all on, the door locked and double-locked. I sat on the couch, curled up, knees to my chest, just shaking. I wasn't cold, but I couldn't stop shivering. I felt like my skin wasn't mine anymore, like I was floating somewhere outside of my own head. My mom tried to stay calm, tried to keep it together, but I could tell she was just as scared as me. Maybe more. She didn't cry, though. Not once. She just stayed right beside me, one arm wrapped around me, eyes fixed on the door like she could fight off the whole world if she had to. The cops took a statement. I told them everything I remembered. The weight, the hand, the voice. Rolling off the bed. The window. I even tried to describe his clothes, his size, his smell. He smelled like sweat and something sour, like old shoes or trash left in the sun. That detail stuck with me for weeks. They asked around the neighborhood, put out alerts. We never heard anything back. No one else had been broken into. No other kids reported anything. For all we knew, it was a one-time thing. Someone passing through. Someone who had seen an opportunity. But the damage was done. After that night, I couldn't sleep in my room. Not for months. I slept on the couch, then in my mom's room, then eventually in the hallway just outside her door. Anywhere I could still see her. Anywhere I felt like I could scream, and she'd be there before anything happened again. We got an alarm system. New locks. Motion lights. Bars on the windows. Everything you could think of. But no matter how many things we installed, nothing made me feel the way I used to. Safe. Normal. Untouched. The nightmares came. Every night at first. Then every few days. Then just when I least expected them. Always the same, waking up, unable to breathe, someone heavy on my chest, darkness so thick it swallowed me whole. Sometimes in the dream, I couldn't scream at all. Sometimes I screamed, but no one came. And I'd wake up, heart racing, drenched in sweat, staring at the ceiling wondering if he was still out there. We moved a year later. It wasn't just because of that, but I know it played a part. My mom said it would help. A new house. A new start. I think she needed it just as much as I did. She never said it, but I could see the way she looked at the windows at night. She never left them cracked open again. Not even in summer. I never saw the man again. Never heard a name. Never got closure. But sometimes I still think about him. What he was doing there. Why he picked our house. Why he didn't do worse. Why he ran. I think he thought I was alone. Maybe he didn't think anyone would hear. Maybe he thought I'd be too scared to scream. And he was almost right. Almost. But my mom was there. And she fought. And I found my voice. We weren't broken, even if we were changed. And that night, whatever he came for, he didn't get it. He left with nothing. Not even his silence. Because we took that from him, too. We screamed. And the whole world heard. Probably just my entire life would count as a disturbing, scary story. It didn't start with anything big, nothing people would point to and say, "That's abuse." It was quieter than that, slower, like a fog that crept in over the years and smothered everything. When I was little, my mom and grandma kept a close eye on me. At first, it seemed normal, overprotective, maybe, but a lot of people have moms like that. I wasn't allowed to walk to school or ride my bike to the corner store like the other kids. I couldn't go play outside by myself, even though I saw other kids running around and getting dirty. I couldn't have friends over either, and I was never allowed to go to their houses. It always had to be just us. Just family. That was the line. They told me the world was dangerous, that people were evil, that accidents happen when you think you're safe. My mom said it with a kind of desperation that made me feel like she believed it. And my grandma backed her up, always. I remember once, I asked if I could go to a sleepover at a girl's house from school. I didn't even finish the question. My mom looked at me like I had betrayed her. Her voice dropped low, and she said I should be ashamed of myself, that I didn't appreciate how much she was doing to keep me safe. That was the first time I realized I wasn't just being protected. I was being owned. When you grow up like that, you don't always know it's wrong. You think maybe other kids have it too easy. You start to believe that you really are safer inside, that you really don't need friends, that everything you need is right there in that house, with those two women. They repeat it enough times, and it sinks into your bones. It got worse as I got older. Way worse. I wasn't allowed to cook on the stove. Not even something simple like ramen or eggs. My mom said I could burn the house down. I wasn't allowed to drive, even after I got my permit. She said it was too dangerous. I didn't have a job. She wouldn't let me work. She said I didn't need money because I had her, that everything I needed was there. But it wasn't. I didn't have freedom. I didn't have a future. I didn't even have privacy. She would go through my things when I left the room. I know because once I came back and the books on my shelf were rearranged, not how I left them. She checked my drawers. She read my notebooks. She even checked the trash. If she found a scrap of paper with anything personal, she would bring it to me and demand an explanation. I started hiding money. Coins at first, from doing laundry. A few bucks here and there from pockets or under the couch cushions. I kept it hidden in a sock stuffed into a shoe box that I buried under my bed. I would wait until everyone was asleep and go check it sometimes, just to make sure it was still there. It became a kind of obsession, my only way out. I felt like I was robbing a bank, like I was stealing my own future back, $1 at a time. When I was 19, I finally decided I couldn't do it anymore. I had saved about $75. It wasn't much, but it was enough to get a cheap bus ticket and maybe a few snacks. I packed a backpack, just the basics. I figured I'd figure the rest out once I was gone. I didn't make it past the front yard. She tackled me. I heard the door swing open behind me, and then she was on me like a wild animal, screaming, nails digging into my arms, her knee in my back, my face pressed into the dirt. Then I saw my grandma's slippers. She came outside and helped drag me back in. They locked the doors and took my backpack. My mom ripped it open and threw everything across the floor. She found the money and took it. She said it belonged to her, that everything in that house was hers. She said I had betrayed her. That night, she slept beside my bed, not on the floor either. She pulled a chair right next to the bed and sat there, watching me. The lights were off, but I could see her shadow. Every time I moved, I heard her shift too. I didn't sleep at all. She took my phone, reported it stolen so I couldn't reactivate it. I couldn't make calls, couldn't contact anyone. She made sure of that. She started going through my room even more, checking everything. I think she was afraid I had another stash of money somewhere. Then she took me to church. It wasn't the regular church we used to go to. This one was different. Holiness, she called it. They had loud music and people shouting. They made a big deal about demons and sin. That day, she told the pastor I was possessed, that I was rebellious, that I had tried to run away. They held me in the middle of the floor and prayed over me for 3 hours straight. My mom cried and shouted, telling them to get the darkness out of me. The pastor kept his hand on my head the whole time, pressing so hard it hurt. I don't even remember what they said most of the time, just noise and heat and humiliation. I was shaking by the end of it. They said I was free now, healed, that I would see the truth. But I didn't. I saw a cage. Weeks later, I got another chance. I found a few dollars in Grandma's sewing kit and sold an old bracelet I had managed to hide. I bought a cheap bus ticket again. I didn't tell anyone. I waited for the right time. My cousin showed up at the house that day. She said she wanted to take me for ice cream. Said she missed me. Said she wanted to talk. I believed her. I got in the car, and as soon as the door shut, I heard the locks click. Child safety. I couldn't open it. She didn't even look at me. Just drove. I realized where we were going when we turned onto our street. My mom was standing on the porch when we pulled up, smiling like nothing had happened. They took me inside and locked the door again. That time, they didn't let me go anywhere. Not even in the yard. They took my shoes, my bags, anything that might help me escape. They turned the TV up loud, so I couldn't hear what was going on outside. For an entire year, I was a ghost in that house. I stopped talking much. I didn't eat unless they gave me food. I just sat, waited, watched the days go by. Some of my relatives started parking in the driveway randomly. I think they thought I might run again, so they blocked me in. They made it impossible for me to even try. I had no phone, no ID, no cash, no shoes. I had no proof I even existed outside of that house. But I watched. I waited. I listened. I knew I had to find a real way out, not just a desperate run. I started memorizing the phone numbers of local shelters when they came on commercials. I watched where they put the keys. I listened to their schedules when they went to sleep, when they went to church, when they took naps. I played the part. I smiled when they wanted me to. I said thank you. I told them I was sorry. I said I saw the truth now. I made them think I had given up. One night, my grandma fell asleep on the couch while watching her shows. My mom was upstairs taking a bath. I walked into the kitchen, took the spare house key from under the sink, and walked right out the front door. I didn't run. I walked. I walked 5 miles to a gas station that I remembered seeing once years ago. It took almost 2 hours. I didn't have shoes, so my feet were bleeding by the time I got there. I asked to use the phone. The clerk hesitated, but let me. I called the number I had memorized, a women's shelter hotline, told them my name, told them what happened, told them I didn't have ID or shoes or anything. They came and got me. That was 2 years ago. It took almost a year to get my documents back. Birth certificate, social security card. I had to file reports and statements. I had to talk to police and counselors and lawyers. My mom told them I was mentally unstable, that I had always been that way, that she was only protecting me. She even said I was a danger to myself. But they didn't believe her. They saw through it. They talked to doctors. They saw the patterns. They recognized the signs. Now I have a job. I have an apartment. I have shoes. Sometimes, I still wake up at night thinking she's sitting beside my bed, watching me. I check the closet. I check the door. I turn on the lights just to be sure. But I'm okay. I'm here. I'm alive. And I'm free. For a long time, I thought my life wasn't mine, that I belonged to her, that I would never leave. But I did. It took everything I had, and more than I thought I could give, but I made it out. No ghosts. No monsters. Just people. People who think they own you. And the long, slow fight to prove them wrong. It still scares me to think how close I was to disappearing in that house forever. But now, when I walk down the street with the sun on my face, and no one telling me what to do, I know I made it. I know I won. I was sitting in front of my computer, eyes half glued to the screen, clicking through tabs, trying to focus on the last bit of work I needed to finish. It was late, really late. I didn't even want to look at the clock, because I already knew it had slipped past midnight, maybe even 2 or 3 a.m. I'd been doing this for a few nights now, staying up way too late, grinding through documents and emails. The glow of the monitor was the only light in the room, casting a pale bluish hue across the desk and my hands. The house around me was silent. That heavy kind of silence you only really notice when everyone else is asleep and the world seems to shrink down to the size of your own breathing. I was staying with family for a few weeks, just visiting. I came every year around this time, same house, same room, same everything. It was one of those places where the walls haven't changed in decades. The same pictures hang in the hallway, the same rug in the living room, the same slightly warped bathroom door that creaks no matter how gently you try to open it. I knew the layout of the place like the back of my hand, especially the route from my room to the bathroom. I'd done it half asleep, eyes closed, even once during a blackout when I was a teenager. The path was simple. Out the bedroom door, take a few steps forward, then a left, a few more steps, another left, then straight down the hall to the bathroom. I didn't need lights. I could feel my way by instinct. I reached a point where my eyes started to blur from the screen, and my stomach was making subtle warnings that I'd drunk too much water earlier. I needed to pee. I pulled my headphones off, placed them on the desk, stood up slowly, and cracked my back. The room was dim except for the computer light, and as soon as I opened the door, I was swallowed in almost complete darkness. No night lights, no street lights sneaking through the windows, just a thick blanket of black. I stepped out into the hallway, careful to close the door quietly behind me. The sound of the latch clicking felt loud in the silence, so I took my time, easing it shut with the tips of my fingers. Then I started walking. I didn't reach for a light. I never do. I didn't want to risk waking anyone. Plus, I didn't need it. I walked forward a few steps, then turned left. The air in the hallway was cool and still, and the carpet under my bare feet felt just familiar enough to reassure me that I was on track. I made the second left without thinking, my shoulder grazing the wall just a little. The light in the bathroom spilled out as I clicked it on, the sudden brightness making me squint. I did what I needed to do, turned the light back off, and stepped back out into the dark. There was that moment where my eyes were completely shot. After being in the light for a few minutes, I was blind again in the hallway. It was like trying to walk through ink. I raised one hand out in front of me, fingers extended, and started feeling my way back. Straight down the hall. I knew the path. I'd done this 100 times. 1,000 probably. I walked slow, heel to toe, keeping one hand trailing lightly along the wall. I reached the end of the hall and turned what I thought was a right. A few more steps, then another right. That's when I saw something move. It wasn't just a flicker in the corner of my eye. It was a full shift, like a figure. A shadow. Something darker than the dark around it. It didn't move fast, either. It kind of floated, like it was stepping out toward me. My breath hitched in my throat. I stopped moving, standing dead still in the hallway, heart thumping. Everything went quiet again. I stood there for a long second. Then I told myself I was just tired, that it was probably nothing, that it could have been the light from my computer reflecting off the doorframe, or something stupid like that. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was there, right there, something between me and my room. I took another step forward, this time more carefully. My hand found the edge of what I thought was the door frame, and I reached for the doorknob. That's when it happened again. The shadow moved. It came toward me, bigger this time. Closer. More distinct. I still couldn't focus on it exactly. My eyes weren't adjusting fast enough, but it was right there, inches away from me. It wasn't just something I saw. I felt it. I felt pressure in the air, this weird static-like sensation that made the hairs on my arms stand up. My stomach turned. My hand froze halfway toward the doorknob. I stood still again, barely breathing, listening for anything at all. A creak, a breath, a whisper of clothes moving. But there was nothing. The silence was just as complete as before. I started to question myself. Maybe it was a trick of the dark, or maybe my mind playing games because I was exhausted and alone in a quiet house. But it didn't feel like that. It felt real, tangible, like it had weight to it. I didn't want to call out. I didn't want to make noise and wake anyone up, especially not over something I couldn't even see clearly. So I took another slow step forward, this time fully reaching out to grab the doorknob. And that shadow moved again, right up to my face. I flinched back, stumbling slightly, reaching out with both hands like I was about to be grabbed or hit. I couldn't breathe. My chest locked up with fear. Every childhood nightmare I'd ever had flooding back all at once. I thought about how I used to dream that my dad was coming after me with a knife. How those dreams felt just like this, silent, dark, slow, and terrifying. I hadn't had those dreams in years, but suddenly the memory of them felt fresh and too close. I stood there shaking. My hands were sweaty. My knees felt weak. It didn't make sense. I had just walked this path. I knew this hallway. Still, the shadow didn't move again. It just hovered there, in the dark. I leaned forward slightly, squinting, trying to make out details, trying to understand what the hell I was looking at. That's when my nose bumped into something cold and flat. Glass. It startled me more than it should have. I jerked back instinctively, completely confused for a second. Then I reached out with my hand and felt the surface. Smooth. Vertical. I moved my hand to the side and felt the edge of a frame. It hit me all at once. I wasn't at my bedroom door. I never made the second right turn. Instead, I had walked straight past it, like an idiot, disoriented in the dark, and ended up standing directly in front of the mirror that hangs next to my door on the adjacent wall. It was at a 90-degree angle, so when I turned and thought I was seeing something move toward me out of the door, I was actually just seeing my own reflection in the glass. The faint shape, the movement, the size, everything was just me, cast faintly in the hallway's ambient light. My own body, half illuminated by the glow of the computer screen leaking through the crack in my door, had been mistaken for something else. Something terrifying. Something other. I leaned my forehead against the mirror and exhaled. I didn't realize how hard I'd been holding my breath. My heart was still racing, and I felt this weird mixture of embarrassment and relief sweep over me. I wanted to laugh, but I didn't. I just stood there for a second, letting my nerves settle, wiping the sweat off my hands on the front of my shirt. Eventually, I took the real right turn, found my actual bedroom door, opened it, and slipped back inside. The monitor light welcomed me, familiar and comforting. I sat back down in my chair and stared at the screen for a long moment, trying to collect myself. I didn't even feel tired anymore. I didn't feel like working either. I ended up just sitting there for a while, eyes drifting across the screen, brain still halfway in that dark hallway, still replaying the moment when the shadow came at me. It had felt so real. It reminded me how much your mind can turn nothing into something when you're alone in the dark. It reminded me how being in a familiar place doesn't always mean you're safe from fear. Sometimes, even in your comfort zone, even in a house you've known your whole life, your brain can betray you. I didn't leave the room again until the sun came up. It was early spring when my wife and I decided to take a short break from everything. We'd both been under a lot of pressure, me with work, her with some family stuff, and we figured a few days away in a quiet place might help. We chose a small rental property on the edge of Bath, England. It was one of those listings that didn't stand out at first, but something about it seemed peaceful. A single-level cottage with a stone front, gravel walkway, and a little black iron gate that led up to the entrance. Nothing fancy, just private and quiet, which is all we really wanted. The place was cozy, smaller than the photos made it look, but that's to be expected. There was a living room with 2 old but clean couches, a small kitchen with a round wooden table tucked against the wall, and a single hallway that led to the bedroom and bath. It had a cold feel, the kind you get in old stone buildings, but the radiators worked well enough, and we spent the first day relaxing. We walked around Bath during the day, visited the Roman baths, stopped for coffee at a little shop tucked behind a church, and came back just before sundown. We had groceries and wine. We ate pasta and played cards until we were too tired to keep going. By 11 p.m., we were in bed, lights off, the place silent. The bedroom window looked out directly onto the small front garden and the gravel path. Just beyond that was the gate. The road past the gate wasn't busy, just a narrow country lane with hedges on either side. No traffic, no pedestrians after dark. It was perfect in theory. I wasn't fully asleep when I heard the gate. It was a soft metal click. Not loud, not dramatic, just the sound of it unlatching. I heard the gentle creak as it swung open and then shut again. That single moment, between the opening and closing, snapped every bit of sleep from my body. I was suddenly wide awake, my skin prickling, my body locked in stillness. The kind of stillness that only happens when your brain starts to shout that something isn't right. I didn't want to move too fast and wake my wife if it was nothing, but I knew deep down that it wasn't nothing. The sound was real, and someone had just come through the gate. I turned my head slowly and looked toward the window, not moving my body yet. The curtains were mostly closed, just a thin gap in the middle where the fabric didn't quite meet. I couldn't see anything through it, but I listened, and that's when I heard it, the unmistakable crunch of gravel. Whoever it was, they were trying to be quiet, but gravel doesn't allow that. Every step gave them away in a soft, uneven rhythm. It was slow, deliberate, not someone just passing through by accident. They were walking toward the front door. I sat up slowly, careful not to creak the bed, and put my feet on the floor. I kept still, listening as the steps moved closer. Then, suddenly, the motion sensor light outside flicked on. The whole side of the cottage lit up in a pale yellow glow, flooding through the gap in the curtains. My eyes shot toward the wall where the light from outside cast shadows, and that's when I saw it. A figure. Just a brief flash of their shadow against the wall outside, darting quickly, like they were trying to avoid being seen. The movement wasn't natural. It was jerky, nervous. They were caught off guard by the light. My heart was slamming in my chest now. My hands were shaking, but I stood up and moved carefully out of the bedroom. I didn't even glance back at my wife. She stirred slightly, but didn't say anything. I moved quickly and quietly through the small hallway and into the kitchen. The entire front of the cottage was still lit from the outside. I grabbed the largest knife from the wooden block on the counter. It felt ridiculous at first, holding a kitchen knife like I was in some kind of thriller movie. But the fear was real, and the adrenaline was stronger than the self-consciousness. I moved toward the front door, careful not to let the floorboards creak too loud under my weight. I pressed my back against the wall beside the doorframe, knife gripped in my right hand, and listened. Nothing, just silence. No footsteps, no gravel crunching, no sound of movement. The motion light was still on. It usually stayed on for about 20 or 30 seconds. I remembered reading that in the guest booklet. Then it shut off, and in that exact second, the moment the light went out, I heard it. Running. Fast, uneven steps sprinting back down the gravel walkway. The sound was heavy, not soft like before. Full-on panic mode. A few seconds later, the gate slammed hard. Not the soft, careful push from before. This time it was fast and loud, like they were in a rush to get away. I stayed frozen, knife raised, still listening. Then I stepped closer to the door and pulled the curtain on the small window to the side. Nothing. No one. A few seconds later, I heard my wife behind me. She was whispering, her voice low and unsure. She'd seen the same thing I did, the shadow, the light, the sudden burst of running. Neither of us slept the rest of the night. We sat in the living room, lights on, wrapped in blankets, the knife still close by. The police weren't worth calling. Nothing actually happened. No break-in, no damage, no clear crime. And it wasn't like we could describe anyone. We didn't see a face, just a shadow, a shape, something that didn't belong. By morning, the yard looked normal. The gate was shut. The gravel was undisturbed except for a few slightly deeper footprints that I noticed near the path. They could have been ours from earlier in the day, but they seemed fresher. I couldn't be sure. We stayed one more night, mostly because we were too tired to pack up and move. But neither of us slept. We kept the lights on. I kept the knife on the bedside table. And the motion light, every time it flicked on during the night, I was up, standing, heart racing, checking the window. But nothing else happened. The next morning we left, exhausted. My nerves were shot. Every noise on the way to the car made me jump. Every person walking their dog or trimming a hedge seemed suspicious. I was looking at everyone like they might be the one from the night before. I still think about it. A lot. It's not the fear of what happened that sticks with me. It's the unknown. Why were they there? What were they planning to do? Why so quiet? Why retreat the moment the light turned off? It felt calculated, like they were waiting to see if we were awake, or testing something. And I keep going back to that moment, knife in hand, standing by the front door. If they had come through it, if they had pushed their luck just a little further, I would have used that knife. No doubt in my mind. My body wasn't just ready to defend. It was on edge, set to strike at the first sign of a threat. It was too close, too real, too deliberate. I've stayed in dozens of rentals before. Never thought twice about safety. Never even locked some of them. But after that night in Bath, everything changed. Now I check every lock twice. I put something heavy against the door. I scope out exits. I look at every motion light, every gate, every gravel path. My brain won't stop running the possibilities. My gut won't let it go. That shadow on the wall, it's etched in my memory. Not because of what it was, but because of what it almost became. It started with a road trip I hadn't planned to take. My cousin had called me 3 days earlier and asked if I could help him move some things from an old cabin his family owned in the mountains. He said he couldn't get any of his friends to help, and it'd only take a day or two max. I didn't want to go. I had work, stuff to do at home, errands piling up. But he was the kind of guy who'd help me without question if I asked, so I gave in. I packed a duffel bag, filled up my gas tank, and headed out at dawn on a Thursday. The drive was long. The first few hours were nothing special, highways, gas stations, the usual. But after I turned off the main road and started climbing into the mountains, the scenery changed. The trees thickened and the road narrowed. I didn't pass another car for nearly an hour. The air started to feel cooler, the sky a little darker, even though it was only early afternoon. The GPS signal flickered in and out. I wasn't nervous, just annoyed. Eventually I reached the cabin. It was a squat wooden building with a metal roof, surrounded by trees so thick they looked like they were leaning in. There was a small clearing out front with an old gravel driveway, and a tiny side shed half covered in vines. I didn't see my cousin's car. I checked my phone, no signal. That was weird, but I figured maybe he hadn't arrived yet. Maybe he was delayed. I parked and got out. The air was dead silent. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just the sound of my own boots crunching the gravel. I walked up to the front door. It wasn't locked, so I pushed it open and called out his name. Nothing. The inside looked like it hadn't been used in a while. Dust on everything. A few old chairs, a rolled-up rug, a wood stove. Boxes stacked near the back wall. Some of them were labeled, others weren't. I figured I'd wait for him, so I dropped my bag by the door and sat in one of the chairs. Hours passed. I read a book I brought. Ate a snack. Still no sign of him. By evening, I started feeling uneasy. Not scared exactly, just not right. I walked outside to get some air. The sun was already sinking behind the trees, painting everything in this weird gold light. I kept thinking I was hearing something move behind the trees, little cracks and rustles. But every time I turned my head, nothing was there. Probably deer or squirrels. I told myself that, but it didn't help. I waited until full dark before finally deciding to call it a night. There was a mattress on the floor in the back room. I laid out my sleeping bag and tried to sleep, but I kept waking up. Every time I dozed off, some small noise outside the cabin would snap me awake again. A branch snapping, something brushing the side of the building, the creak of wood shifting. I kept telling myself it was normal. Old building, forest animals. But still, I couldn't shake this crawling feeling in my stomach, like something wasn't right. Around 2 a.m., I heard something different. It wasn't an animal sound. It was more deliberate. Heavy, slow crunches on the gravel outside. Someone walking. My heart started pounding. I held my breath, straining to hear. The steps stopped near the side of the cabin. Then silence. I waited, every muscle in my body tensed. Then I heard it, 3 knocks. Not on the front door. On the wall. Like someone knocking just to see if anyone was inside. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I didn't even blink. I just stared at the wall, barely lit by the moonlight coming through the window. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. Then more knocks, closer this time. A little lower on the wall. I wanted to move, to get up, to grab my flashlight or the pocket knife in my bag, but I was frozen. Then the sound stopped again. I stayed like that until dawn. When it was finally light enough, I got up and walked the perimeter of the cabin. I didn't see anything. No footprints. No damage. Nothing. It had rained a bit in the night, so if someone had been walking, there should have been some sign, but the gravel looked undisturbed. I tried telling myself it was a dream. Maybe I'd been half asleep. Maybe it was a raccoon. But I didn't believe that. I was about to leave. I didn't care if my cousin showed up or not. I was done. But when I got to my car, it wouldn't start. The engine clicked but wouldn't turn over. I tried again and again, but nothing. I popped the hood, thinking maybe I could fix it, but I don't know enough about cars. I stood there, looking around, trying to decide what to do. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. A small pile of rocks stacked on the edge of the driveway. They hadn't been there the day before. 4 rocks, balanced carefully on top of each other. Not random. Not natural. Someone had made that. I didn't know what it meant, but I didn't like it. I went back inside and started packing my stuff. I figured I'd grab my gear and walk down the road until I found a signal or another car. I stuffed everything into my duffel, grabbed my water bottle, and stepped outside. The rocks were gone. I swear they were there 10 minutes earlier. I'd seen them. I'd stared at them. But now the spot was bare gravel. I didn't hear anything. Didn't see anyone. Just empty woods. I didn't wait. I started walking. The road was long and winding. I walked for an hour, then 2. Still no signal. Still no sign of a car or house or anything. Just trees, endless trees. The sun was getting higher. The heat picked up. My water started to run low. After nearly 4 hours of walking, I heard something behind me. Just a soft scuff, like a foot dragging against dirt. I turned around fast, but the road was empty. I stood still for a moment, then kept going. Every once in a while, I'd hear another step. Then silence. Then another. Like someone was matching my pace, just out of sight. I started walking faster. Eventually I came to a fork in the road. One path went downhill, the other curved uphill into more forest. No signs. No markers. I didn't remember this from the drive-in, but I hadn't been paying close attention. I chose the downhill path, thinking it might lead to a town or a main road. I walked for another hour. Then I realized something that made my blood run cold. I passed the same spot I'd seen earlier. The same fallen log on the left side of the road. The same tree with a hollow knot in its trunk. I remembered stepping over a puddle that had a strange shape like a footprint. I was walking in a circle. That wasn't possible. I hadn't turned around. I'd walked in a straight line. There were no turns, no loops. I stood there, breathing hard, trying not to panic. I pulled out my phone again. Still no signal. I turned around and started walking back the way I came. Another hour passed. The sun was starting to dip again. My legs ached. My mouth was dry. I felt like something was watching me. I kept hearing things, a cough, a breath, a soft whistle, but never saw anything. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone just standing there, half hidden by the trees. But there was never anyone. Eventually, I saw a structure up ahead. Not the cabin, something different. A small shack, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, made of old weathered wood. No windows, just a door. It looked abandoned. I didn't want to go near it, but I was desperate. Maybe there was something useful inside. A phone, a radio, anything. I approached slowly. The door wasn't locked, so I pushed it open. It was empty. No furniture, no supplies, nothing. Just a dirt floor and walls covered in scratches. Not marks from animals. These were deliberate. Dozens of lines carved deep into the wood. Some were short. Some were long. Some had names next to them. Others were just dates. Years and years of marks. I stood there, staring at them, not understanding. Then I noticed something in the corner. A small pile of clothing. Torn. Dirty. Like someone had left in a hurry, or hadn't made it out. I felt sick. I backed out of the shack and started walking again. Fast this time. My heart was pounding, and my mouth was dry. By nightfall, I still hadn't found the cabin again. I was just lost in the trees. Everything looked the same. I didn't even have the road anymore. Somehow I'd wandered off it, and now I was just crashing through brush, tripping over roots, pushing branches out of my face. Then I saw light, a single flickering glow through the trees. I moved toward it, even though every part of me said not to. I stepped into another clearing, and there was the cabin. The same one, my cousin's family cabin. I'd walked in a full circle again. The front door was open. I didn't leave it open. I was sure of that. I should have turned and run, but I was so exhausted and scared and confused that I went inside. My bag was still there. My water bottle was empty. I sat down and tried to collect myself. That night was the worst. I heard movement all around the cabin, footsteps circling, scraping against the walls. I didn't sleep. I sat there with my back to the wall, eyes fixed on the door, knife in my hand. At one point, I thought I saw a shadow pass by the window, but when I checked, nothing was there. I stayed like that until morning. When the sun finally came up, I made a decision. I wasn't going to walk. I wasn't going to wait. I was going to try the car one more time, and if it didn't start, I was going to break a window, hotwire it, whatever it took. I got in, turned the key, and it started. I didn't ask why or how. I just drove. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I got off that mountain, back to the highway, back to a gas station with people and lights and noise. When I finally got home, I tried calling my cousin. He said he'd never called me. Said he hadn't been up to that cabin in over a year. I didn't believe him. I still don't, but I won't go back there. Not ever again. The dirt road to the cabin was barely wide enough for my car. Dry leaves crunched under the tires, and the branches overhead blocked most of the sunlight. I'd taken the day off to get away from the noise of the city, hoping the silence of the woods would help clear my head. Work had been a nightmare for weeks, and I hadn't really slept in days. I borrowed the cabin from a friend. He told me it was bare bones, no Wi-Fi, no TV, and spotty cell reception at best. That was exactly what I wanted. Just me, a few books, and some peace. I had enough canned food, bottled water, and batteries to last a week. The plan was to hike during the day, maybe fish a little, and sleep early every night. When I got there, the place was even more isolated than I expected. No other houses in sight. Just trees, hills, and the narrow path that led me there. The cabin was small and wooden, with a tin roof and a front porch that creaked when I stepped on it. Inside, it was one room with a small bathroom, a twin bed, a kitchen counter, and a wood stove. Simple but clean. I dropped my bag, opened a window to let the air in, and sat on the edge of the bed for a while. That first night was quiet. Too quiet, almost. No car horns, no sirens, no hum of traffic through a window. Just the occasional chirp of crickets or the distant hoot of an owl. I read until my eyes felt heavy, then turned off my flashlight and lay in the dark. The mattress was thin, but I didn't care. I finally felt alone, in a good way. But I didn't sleep well. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up in a sweat. Not from a nightmare. I didn't remember dreaming at all, but just this weird feeling like something wasn't right. The air in the room felt thick. Not hot, just heavy, like the pressure had dropped. I turned on my flashlight and scanned the room. Everything was as I left it. The door was still locked. The window was open, but the screen was intact. Nothing moved. I stayed awake for maybe an hour, then fell back asleep. The next morning, I went for a hike. I followed a marked trail for a while, but then got curious and started exploring some unmarked paths. Nothing too far. I was careful to keep track of where I was, but I liked the feeling of wandering where no one else had walked in a while. I saw deer tracks in the mud, some squirrels, a fox. No people, no voices, just me and the trees. I was out for about 5 hours before heading back to the cabin. My legs were sore and my shirt was damp with sweat. I made some ramen on the portable stove, ate on the porch, then spent the evening reading again. When the sun went down, the air cooled fast. I closed the window and crawled into bed early. That night, I heard something. It started with soft crunching outside the cabin, like footsteps but slow. I froze under the blanket, listening. There were no other cabins nearby. No cars. No reason anyone else would be out here. I told myself it was an animal. A deer. A raccoon. Maybe even a bear. But it didn't sound like a 4-legged animal. It sounded like a person, walking around slowly, careful not to make too much noise. I sat up and reached for the flashlight. I didn't turn it on right away, just held it in my hand, staring at the door. The cabin had no curtains, just wooden shutters on the windows. They were closed. I waited. The footsteps stopped. I stayed like that for almost an hour. Still nothing. No sounds. No movement. Eventually, I laid back down, but I didn't fall asleep for a long time. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing unusual. No footprints, though the ground was mostly dry and covered in leaves, so it'd be hard to tell anyway. I shrugged it off. I hadn't seen a single person since I got here. Probably just an animal. I went about my day, another hike, some journaling, and more reading. That night, it happened again. More footsteps. But this time, they didn't stop. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I heard them again. Slow, deliberate steps circling the cabin. They'd stop for a minute, then pick back up. It was like whoever, or whatever, it was knew I was listening. It was trying to mess with me. This time, I got up. I turned on the flashlight, grabbed the small hatchet I'd brought for chopping firewood, and stood by the door. I didn't open it. I just waited. Eventually, the sound stopped again. But now I was wide awake. Every sound outside felt louder. The wind through the trees, the creaking of the porch, even the rustle of leaves, it all felt intentional. Like someone was trying to scare me. I didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning, I decided to hike a bit less. I stayed near the cabin, checking the area more carefully. Still nothing. No broken branches, no fresh prints, no trash left behind. I started to feel like I was losing it. Maybe the isolation was messing with me. Maybe I'd just imagined it. But I didn't want to leave. Not yet. I'd told myself I'd stay for a week, and it had only been 3 days. I was stubborn like that. That evening, I sat on the porch until it got dark. I kept the hatchet by my side and watched the woods. I wanted to see something, to prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. Around midnight, I heard it again. This time, it was louder, closer. It started on the side of the cabin, near the bathroom window. Slow steps, then a pause. Then more steps, toward the front. I stood up, holding the flashlight and the hatchet tight. My heart was beating so hard I felt it in my neck. Then came the sound of something brushing against the wall, like a hand dragging along the wooden siding. I snapped. I ran to the door, yanked it open, and shined the flashlight outside. The beam cut through the dark like a blade. Nothing, just trees and shadows. But then I saw it, just for a second, at the edge of the woods, maybe 30 feet out. A figure, not clear, just the outline of someone, standing still, watching. I stepped out onto the porch, aiming the flashlight at them. But as soon as the light touched where they'd been, they were gone. I didn't sleep that night either. I locked the door, shut the shutters, and stayed sitting up with my back to the wall, watching the door. The next morning, I made up my mind. I was going to leave. I packed up everything, threw it into the car, and got ready to go. I didn't care if I had to eat the remaining cost of the trip. I needed out. But as I backed down the dirt path, I realized something that made my blood run cold. There were tire tracks in the dirt. Not mine. A different set. Slightly wider. Deeper tread. Coming in from the main road and stopping not far from the cabin. Then turning around and heading back out. Someone else had driven up here. Recently. I looked around but saw nothing. The woods were still. Too still. I told myself it was just someone exploring. Maybe another cabin owner checking the area. But I hadn't seen another structure for miles. I drove out fast, heart racing the whole way. Once I hit the highway, I stopped at a gas station and tried to calm down. I bought a coffee, sat in the car with the engine running, and just tried to make sense of it. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe it was all just wildlife and coincidence. But then I checked the back of the car. There were scratches on the trunk. Long, thin lines that hadn't been there before. Like someone had dragged a key, or a knife, along the metal. 3 deep grooves. That night, I stayed at a motel near the edge of town. Cheap place, but it had lights, locks, and other people. I double-checked all the locks, pulled the curtains tight, and tried to get some sleep. But I couldn't. Not because of noise. Not because of fear. Because at some point during the night, my phone buzzed. I picked it up from the nightstand and saw an airdrop request. From an unknown device. The name was just nearby. No picture, just the prompt to accept or decline. I clicked decline and turned off Bluetooth. I didn't think much of it. Probably someone nearby trying to send something by accident. But then I opened my camera roll the next morning. There were 3 photos I didn't take. All of them were of me. One was through the window of the cabin. I was sitting on the porch with the hatchet, looking into the trees. One was through the window of the motel room. I was lying on the bed, eyes closed, light still on. And the last one was from inside the cabin. It showed me sleeping. Blanket pulled up to my chest, flashlight next to my head. I stared at the photos for a long time. Then I threw the phone in the motel sink and smashed it with the heel of my boot until the screen cracked and the back popped off. I left the motel within 10 minutes. I didn't go home. Not right away. I drove to my brother's place 3 states away. I didn't explain everything, just told him I needed a break. That was 6 months ago. I never went back to the cabin. I never talked to my friend about it. Never asked if anyone else had stayed there before. Never checked the news or the police reports. I didn't want to know. Sometimes, I still feel like I'm being watched. Like when I'm walking back to my apartment at night. Or when I'm at the grocery store and someone's standing a little too close behind me. Or when I'm in bed and hear the floor creak, even though I live alone. I changed my phone, changed my number. I keep the curtains closed. I lock the door 5 times before bed. But I still can't sleep right. Because somewhere out there, someone knows what I look like when I sleep. They stood close enough to hear me breathe. Close enough to take a photo. And I don't know why. Or if they're finished. I remember that whole stretch of time too clearly, even though I try not to. The images still come back on quiet nights, dull, colorless flashes, like watching a CCTV recording in my own mind. It wasn't supposed to be anything out of the ordinary. Just a quick favor, that's all. A simple drive, for hours south to help my cousin pick up a busted 4-wheeler he bought off some guy online. Nothing more. It was late November. The air had that dry bite to it that made your lips crack and your fingers stiff. I had just gotten back from a work trip the night before and hadn't even unpacked, but I owed my cousin. He had helped me with so many things over the years, especially after my dad passed. So when he called asking if I could tag along for the drive and help load the 4-wheeler into his trailer, I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed a jacket, filled my thermos, and we hit the road just after sunrise. We headed down south into the edge of the mountains, a more rural and wooded part of the state, dotted with small towns that didn't even show up right on GPS. The 4-wheeler was sitting in a barn behind a guy's property way off one of those thin roads that turns to gravel after a few miles. It wasn't in great shape, but it had good bones, my cousin said, and the guy was practically giving it away. We strapped it down to the trailer by mid-afternoon. The guy seemed normal enough, older, quiet. Told us to be careful driving back, because the road twisted up through the woods and got narrow in places. It wasn't until we were already on the way back that the trouble started. About an hour into the drive, the trailer started wobbling a bit. Nothing major at first, just enough for us to feel it in the truck. My cousin pulled off to the side to check it. One of the trailer tires was looking soft. Real soft. He swore he had checked the pressure before we left. There was no cell signal, not even a bar. We tried driving a little further, but the tire went flat completely within a few miles. We were lucky we found a spot wide enough on the side of the road to pull over. We got out and started trying to figure out if we could change the tire there. My cousin had a spare, but it wasn't great. Still better than nothing. The sun was dropping fast, and the temperature came down with it. I could see my breath while holding the flashlight. We took turns cranking the jack and getting the bolts loose. The whole process took longer than it should have, mostly because the bolts were rusted and frozen stiff. By the time we finished and lowered the trailer, it was nearly dark. There were no houses anywhere in sight, just trees. Trees so thick and tall they leaned in on both sides of the road, making everything feel narrower. I could tell by the way my cousin was breathing that he didn't like it either, though he never said it out loud. The air was totally still. No birds, no wind. Just that kind of dead quiet that makes your ears ring a little. We got back into the truck and started driving again, slower this time. The spare on the trailer was small and wobbly, and the road felt rougher somehow, like it had changed under us while we were working. The pavement was cracked and uneven, and in the dark, it felt like we were bouncing along a dirt path. We didn't see any other cars. No headlights behind us. No oncoming traffic. Just blackness on both sides and the weak beam of our headlights in front. After about 30 minutes, the GPS went completely blank. Screen frozen. Then it just reset. It showed we were off-road, even though we hadn't turned once. My cousin tapped the screen and muttered under his breath. I kept my eyes on the trees. Something about them felt wrong. They were too close, too uniform, like they weren't real trees, just copies pasted in from a bad memory. Then we hit something. It wasn't big, maybe a bump or a rock, but it made the trailer jump hard and nearly sent us into the ditch. We stopped, checked it again. Nothing seemed broken, but the axle looked a little twisted now, like the trailer was tilting ever so slightly to one side. There was a pull to the right while driving, subtle but constant. We decided to keep going anyway. What choice did we have? That's when we passed the cabin. It came out of nowhere. Just a faint shape off to the left, behind a clearing. We wouldn't have even noticed it if the high beams hadn't caught a sliver of reflective glass. It was set back a bit, probably 30 or 40 yards off the road, surrounded by tall brush and more trees. The structure looked old, roof sagging, chimney crumbling. One window was boarded up. Another had a curtain, torn and limp, barely hanging. My cousin slowed down without saying anything. I could feel him thinking. Maybe someone in there had a phone. Maybe they could give us directions or tell us how far we were from the nearest town. But something about it, it just didn't feel right. He pulled into the clearing anyway. We parked, headlights pointing toward the cabin. The brush was thick around it, but there was a path of dead grass leading to the front steps. No lights inside. No movement. Just that same stillness from before. I told my cousin I didn't like it. He said it'd be quick. Just knock, ask, and leave. He went up while I stayed by the truck. I kept my hand on the door handle, ready to bolt if anything felt off. He knocked once. Waited. Knocked again. No answer. He turned to look at me, shrugged, then reached for the door. It opened. Not all the way. Just a crack. But enough. He stepped in without looking back. I waited. 1 minute. 2. Nothing. I honked the horn once. Still nothing. I got out and walked up the path slow. My feet sank into the soft ground with every step. The wood of the porch groaned under me. I pushed the door open wider. Inside, it was darker than it should have been. The little light from outside barely reached the walls. I called out for my cousin. No response. I moved further in, stepping slow, careful not to trip. The floor was uneven. There was furniture inside, but barely, just a broken table, a chair, and a couch that looked like it had been eaten alive by moths. Dust in the air. Smelled like mildew and rot. Then I saw his flashlight lying on the ground. Still on. Just sitting there, casting a dim white circle across the wooden floor. No sign of him. I picked it up, heart hammering. Called his name again. Nothing. I moved through the cabin, past the small kitchen area, toward the back. There was a hallway. Narrow. One door on the left, one at the end. I checked the left first. Empty room. Just old mattresses on the floor, bare walls, a cracked mirror leaning against one corner. I turned back to the hallway and opened the last door. It led to a basement. Narrow stairs going down into total darkness. The smell was stronger here. Damp. Old. Like wet concrete and rotting wood. I stood there, frozen, staring down. My mind was split. Part of me yelling to leave, the other part screaming that I couldn't go without him. I started down, step by step. The stairs groaned under my weight. The air got colder the lower I went. The flashlight beam shook in my hand. At the bottom was a concrete floor and one single room. Bare walls. A workbench. Some tools scattered around. And in the far corner, movement. I swung the beam that way and saw him. My cousin. He was sitting on the ground, back against the wall, staring forward. His eyes were wide, unfocused. I rushed over, dropped to my knees, grabbed his shoulders. He was breathing, but barely. I pulled him up, got him on his feet. He didn't speak, didn't even blink. We climbed the stairs together, one step at a time. He stumbled, almost fell twice. I dragged him out of the cabin, across the clearing, back to the truck. Got him in, slammed the door, started the engine and drove. I didn't stop. Not once. Not when the road narrowed more. Not when we hit a fallen branch. Not even when I saw headlights behind us, just for a second, then gone. We drove until the trees thinned and the road widened. A gas station appeared on the horizon like a lighthouse. I pulled in shaking, heart still pounding. Inside, the light was harsh and sterile. A radio played quietly. My cousin sat in the truck, unmoving. I called for help. EMTs came. They took him inside, checked him out. His vitals were okay. Just shocked. That's what they said. But he didn't speak. Not that night. Not the next day. Not for a full week. Eventually, he talked again. Said he didn't remember anything after stepping into the cabin. Just flashes, cold, darkness, footsteps behind him. That's all. We never went back. Never told anyone the full story, either. People wouldn't believe it. They'd think we were making it up or exaggerating. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt in that place. The thing that sticks with me the most isn't what was in the basement. It's what wasn't. There were no chains, no blood, no signs of a struggle. Nothing. Just him, sitting there in silence, like he had been waiting, like something had been watching. And the door, when I went back for a second to grab his flashlight from the porch, I swear it was shut tight, like it had never been open at all. The sky was still a deep blue when I pulled my old truck into the parking lot at the base of Miller's Ridge. It wasn't a real trailhead, just a dirt pull-off about 20 minutes off the main road. I'd been here a few times over the years, but not recently. I remembered it being quiet, remote, the kind of place people forget exists. That's exactly what I wanted. I had taken a week off work after quitting my job at the garage. I didn't even tell anyone I was going. I just packed my gear, tossed it in the bed of the truck, and drove. I had my tent, some food, 2 big jugs of water, and a few other essentials. It wasn't anything special, just a solo trip to clear my head. I locked up the truck, threw my pack over my shoulders, and started walking. The first part of the trail was easy, a wide dirt path with trees flanking both sides. Crickets buzzed somewhere in the underbrush, and a warm breeze rustled the leaves. It was peaceful. I didn't see another car, didn't hear another voice, not even in the distance. That was the whole point. Get away. No phone. No internet. Just me and the woods. After about 2 hours, the trail narrowed into something more rugged. Branches scraped at my arms, and my boots kicked up dry dust. I passed a rusted old fence post sticking out of the ground at an odd angle. It wasn't connected to anything anymore, and I figured it had once marked the edge of someone's land. A long time ago. I paused just long enough to sip from my water bottle, then moved on. By late afternoon, I reached the clearing I'd remembered. It sat in a little hollow surrounded by trees. There was a fire ring of stones someone had built years ago, and a large flat area with soft moss where I could pitch the tent. I dropped my pack and stood for a minute listening. Just wind. Just birds. Nothing else. I set up camp quickly, slipping the tent poles into place, hammering the stakes into the soft dirt, unrolling my sleeping bag inside. I gathered some dry sticks and built a small fire, just enough to heat a can of soup. I ate while watching the last light disappear behind the trees. The woods got real dark after sunset, the kind of dark that city people forget exists. I liked it. I stayed up for a while, poking at the fire, staring into the flames. Then I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and lay back. My sleeping bag was warm, and I could still hear the fire crackling softly outside. I slept better that night than I had in weeks. The second day was uneventful. I woke up, made coffee over the fire, and wandered around the woods near my camp. I didn't have a map, but I knew I wasn't going far. Just exploring. I found a few deer tracks near a dry creek bed, and an old metal can wedged under a rock. I pulled it out, brushed the dirt off. It looked like one of those big soup cans from the 80s, faded and dented. The forest here felt untouched. There were no signs, no fences, no trash. Every few minutes, I'd stop and listen. Nothing but wind and birds. That evening, I was sitting by the fire again when I noticed something strange. A few rocks near the edge of the clearing had been moved, just slightly, like they'd been pushed aside. I stared at them for a long minute, trying to remember if I'd walked over there. Maybe I kicked one and didn't notice, but the moss looked undisturbed. It was just odd. I chalked it up to animals. Maybe a raccoon or something had been nosing around. I went to bed that night with the fire still smoldering, zipped up the tent, and tried not to think too much. The next morning, I woke up earlier than usual. The sun wasn't quite up yet, but the sky had turned that cold gray color that means dawn isn't far. I sat up, stretched, and unzipped the tent. That's when I noticed the boot prints. Not mine. These were larger, wider. Deep, like someone heavy had stepped into the soft dirt not 20 feet from my tent. I got up slowly, scanning the area. The prints led from the edge of the clearing to the fire ring, then back into the trees. My heart started beating faster. I looked at my boots, then at the prints again. They didn't match. Mine were smaller, with a different tread. I crouched down and stared at the ground, trying to convince myself I was wrong. Maybe they were old. Maybe I'd just missed them yesterday. But they looked fresh. The edges were sharp. No leaves had fallen in them yet. I didn't hear anything during the night. I didn't wake up once. If someone had been near my tent, I should have heard it. Should have felt it. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell signal out here, no one around for miles. I didn't want to panic, but I also didn't want to ignore it. I packed up my food and gear and sat by the cold fire pit, just watching the woods. I didn't move for over an hour. Just listened. Waited. Nothing. Eventually, I forced myself to eat something. I considered packing up and leaving, but I hated the idea of running scared. It could have been a hunter. Maybe someone else had come out here and didn't realize I was camping. Maybe they saw my tent and left. That was the most logical explanation. Still, I kept my knife on me the rest of the day. I didn't hike, didn't wander. I stayed near the tent, kept my ears open. Every sound in the forest felt louder. Every bird call made me jump. When night came, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I just lay in the tent, knife in my hand, eyes wide open. I listened to the wind, the creaking branches, the soft rustle of something moving through leaves every so often. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, the prints were gone. Not like they were erased, just no new ones. Nothing near the tent, nothing near the trees. But I found something else. A torn piece of black fabric stuck to a branch near the clearing. It was maybe 4 inches long, caught on a jagged twig. I pulled it down and turned it over in my hands. Looked like part of a jacket. The kind of material you find on work coats. It was damp, a little muddy. I didn't recognize it. Something about that fabric unsettled me more than the footprints. It meant someone had been close enough to brush against a branch, close enough to tear something. I told myself it still didn't mean danger. Maybe someone got lost. Maybe they came through after dark and didn't see me. Still, I made the decision to leave the next morning. I just needed to make it one more night. That evening, I didn't cook anything. I didn't want any smells giving away my location. I stayed in the tent as soon as the sun dipped behind the trees. The woods got colder, quieter. The wind had died completely, which made the smallest sounds feel loud. I lay still for hours, barely blinking, ears straining. Then I heard it. A crunch, like a footstep on dry leaves. Not a squirrel, not a deer. Something heavier, slower. It came from the north side of the clearing. Close. I held my breath. My heart thudded so loud I was afraid it would drown out the sounds. I waited. Another step. Then silence. I didn't move. Didn't dare even shift in the sleeping bag. The tent walls were thin. Just nylon. I felt like if I moved, it would give me away. Minutes passed. Another step. Then another. Closer. Then nothing. I lay there for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have drifted off out of pure exhaustion. When I woke up, it was light outside. The tent was damp with dew, and everything was quiet again. Too quiet. I unzipped the tent and stepped outside, scanning the clearing. That's when I saw it. A small pile of stones near the edge of my camp. 5 of them, stacked in a neat little tower. Not natural. Not random. Someone had placed them like that. I stared at it for a long time. It wasn't threatening. Not really. But it felt deliberate. Like a message. I couldn't explain why, but my gut twisted into knots. That was it. I wasn't waiting around another night. I tore down the tent, stuffed everything into my pack, and started hiking back. I moved fast, barely stopping to drink water. The trail felt longer than I remembered. Every tree looked the same. Every sound made me whip my head around. After 2 hours, I stopped to rest. Sat on a fallen log, took a drink. That's when I noticed something in the dirt a few feet away. Another boot print. Same size as before. Facing the direction I came from. I got up and started walking faster. Almost jogging. My pack bounced on my shoulders. Sweat dripped down my back. I didn't stop again. When I finally reached the parking lot, my truck was there. Untouched. No other cars. I unlocked it, tossed my gear in, and drove. I didn't look back. I didn't sleep well for weeks after that. Kept thinking about the prints, the fabric, the stacked stones. It wasn't a ghost story. There was no monster in the woods. but someone had been there, watching, walking around my tent at night, close enough to touch it. I still don't know who they were or what they wanted, but I haven't been back to Miller's Ridge since. The night I truly understood fear didn't happen in some far-off place or haunted location. It happened during a solo drive through a part of the country I thought I knew. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and no one expected me back for a couple of days. That was probably the biggest mistake. I had taken a few days off work. I was burned out, tired of sitting at a desk, tired of emails, tired of people. I didn't want to go to some resort or a tourist-heavy place where I'd just be swapping one kind of noise for another. I just wanted quiet, open roads, peace, and isolation. I picked a route that cut through the rural parts of the state, long stretches of nothing but hills, old barns, and trees. The kind of areas where you don't pass another car for miles. That's what I wanted. I left early that morning. My car was packed with a sleeping bag, a small cooler, some snacks, a flashlight, and a battery pack. I didn't plan to camp, but I wanted to be ready for anything. I had no reservations, no fixed stops. I just drove. The first few hours were great. I rolled the windows down, let the wind come in, let the music play loud, and didn't check my phone even once. The towns got smaller, the road signs fewer, and eventually I hit one of those stretches of two-lane highway where the trees press in close, and the only thing you hear is the engine and your own thoughts. It was around 6 p.m. when I pulled off for gas. It was an old station, 2 pumps, no lights, and what looked like a closed shop beside it. There was no one around. I debated just skipping it, but my tank was under a quarter, and I didn't know how far the next town would be. Against my better judgment, I stopped. The pump worked, though it was slow. I filled up, paid with a card at the old machine, and got back in the car. The sun was getting low. I thought about finding a motel soon, but I didn't see anything on the map. I decided I'd keep going another hour or so and see what popped up. I had passed a dirt road a few miles back that I was curious about. It led into some wooded hills and looked peaceful, so I turned around and headed toward it. The road was narrow and uneven. Trees leaned over it from both sides, and after just a few minutes, I lost cell signal completely. The dirt path wound through forested terrain, getting bumpier the deeper I went. At one point, I had to slow to a crawl because a tree had partially fallen across the road. I debated turning around, but something about the quiet kept pulling me in. I felt like I was moving away from everything stressful, everything fake. I drove for another 15 minutes before I came to a clearing. It was small, just a patch of flattened grass surrounded by trees. There were no tire tracks, no signs of other people. It felt untouched. I turned the engine off and sat for a moment listening. Nothing. No birds, no wind, no insects. Just silence. That should have been a red flag, but I was too caught up in the peace of it. I got out, stretched my legs, and walked a small loop around the clearing. The woods were dense. Old trees, thick trunks, and underbrush that looked like it hadn't been disturbed in years. I decided I'd rest here for a while. I wasn't tired enough to sleep, but I laid the sleeping bag out in the back of my car, cracked the windows, and leaned the seat back. Maybe an hour passed. The sun was completely down by then. I sat in the car, eating chips and listening to the crickets. Finally, some sound again. I turned the interior light off and just sat there in the dim blue light from the dashboard. Then I heard something. It wasn't loud, just a light snap, like a branch being stepped on. I sat up straight and looked out the windshield. Nothing. I leaned forward and peered through the side windows. Still nothing. I told myself it was probably a deer or some animal passing through. I didn't move. I just kept listening. Another snap. Closer this time. Not right beside the car, but within maybe 20 feet. I looked again. Still couldn't see anything through the trees. My heart rate had picked up, and I felt a chill run across my skin, even though the air was warm. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and turned it on, quickly pointing it out the driver's side window. The beam lit up the trees, but nothing moved. The underbrush was still. No glowing eyes, no rustling. I stayed like that for a while, light sweeping across the woods in slow arcs, looking for movement. Then I heard breathing. It was faint, but definitely there. Not animal-like. It wasn't sniffing or panting. It sounded like someone breathing through their nose, deep, steady inhales and exhales. The sound was coming from behind the car. I turned the flashlight quickly toward the back window, but it was too fogged up to see clearly. I rolled the window down an inch and shone the light out into the dark. Nothing, just trees, but the breathing had stopped. I didn't move. My hands were tight around the flashlight. I turned the car on and flicked the headlights on. Nothing. I waited. 5 minutes. 10. No movement. Eventually, I convinced myself it must have been my imagination or an animal. I still wasn't ready to sleep, but I didn't want to stay out in the open anymore. I backed out of the clearing slowly, driving back the way I came. That's when I realized the dirt road looked different. I had followed it straight in earlier, but now it curved, twisted in a way I didn't remember. Trees looked closer together. The way forward was rougher, rockier. I stopped and checked the map again. Still no signal. I tried to retrace my steps the best I could. I must have missed a turn, because after another 10 minutes, I ended up at a completely different clearing. This one was smaller, and the grass looked flattened like something had been dragged across it recently. My stomach sank. I didn't recognize anything. I turned the car around and started driving faster, trying to find the main road again. Then I saw something. Just ahead, on the left side of the road, there was a shape. At first, I thought it was a fallen tree limb. But as I got closer, I saw it was fabric. A coat or a blanket, crumpled at the base of a tree. I slowed down, headlights illuminating it. There were shoes next to it. Upright, placed neatly side by side. I stopped the car. I didn't get out. I sat there, staring at the shoes, the coat, the way they looked like someone had undressed right there and vanished. No footprints. No sign of struggle. Just placed there. My hands were sweating now. I put the car in reverse and backed away fast. About 15 minutes later, the road finally began to smooth out again. I saw a metal fence post, then a broken-down wooden gate. I was near the main road. Relief hit me like a wave. I drove until I found a wide shoulder, pulled over, and just sat there breathing hard, trying to make sense of it. That's when I noticed the back window. Smears. Not fingerprints, just long smears like someone had run their hand across the glass. My windows had been clean when I parked. I stared at the marks. I hadn't heard the car being touched. I hadn't seen anything. But someone or something had been right up against the car. Maybe while I was inside. Maybe while I was outside checking the road. I didn't sleep that night. I kept driving until I found a 24-hour diner near a small highway town. I sat inside, drank coffee until the sun came up. The staff gave me weird looks, but they didn't ask anything. I didn't tell them. Who would believe me? The next day, I drove straight home. I didn't take back roads. I stuck to the highway, past dozens of cars, stopped only in busy areas. When I finally walked through the front door, it felt like returning from a different planet. I showered twice, slept for 12 hours. A week later, I decided to check the car one last time. I had avoided it since I got back. It felt stupid, but I needed to make sure everything was normal again. I went to the garage, opened the door, and stood in front of the back window. There was something stuck to the wiper blade. I opened the hatch slowly. It was a piece of paper, folded in half. No markings on the outside. I opened it. It was blank, except for a single word, written in shaky, uneven letters. Soon, I stood there, paper in hand, the smell of dust and oil in the air, heart thudding so hard I could barely breathe. I moved. I sold the car a few days later. I haven't been back to that part of the state. I don't even take long drives anymore. I told people it was engine problems, that I just didn't trust the car after the trip. No one questioned it. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I know what was out there. And I know it wasn't done. I never found out who or what left that paper. I changed all my locks. Got a security system. Moved apartments again 6 months later. Nothing ever happened after that. But I still can't sleep with the windows open. I still flinch when I hear footsteps behind me, even if they're just mine. And sometimes late at night, I get the feeling that someone's standing just outside the window, watching, waiting, just like they did before. The day started out normal. I remember that clearly. It was the kind of day where everything feels so plain, you don't expect anything unusual to happen. I had the whole weekend free and decided to drive out to this old piece of land my grandfather used to own. It was about 2.5 hours from where I lived now, tucked into the edge of a wide forest that hadn't changed much in the last 50 years. He passed away almost 10 years ago, and the property sat there untouched, still in the family, but no one visited anymore. There wasn't much to see, just a rusted gate, an overgrown gravel path, and what was left of a shed and the old barn foundation. I don't know what made me want to go there. Maybe it was boredom, maybe it was nostalgia. I hadn't been out that way since I was a teenager. My plan was simple: drive out there, walk around a bit, maybe take some pictures, eat a sandwich in the truck, and come home. I didn't even tell anyone I was going. It felt that casual. By the time I pulled off the main road and rattled through the gate, it was late morning. I parked under the same old oak tree where we used to string up a hammock when I was a kid. The path ahead was mostly covered in tall weeds and some fallen branches, but I could still see the outline of it stretching into the trees. I grabbed my water bottle and phone and started walking down it, brushing aside tall grass with my forearm. It felt peaceful. The wind moved through the trees gently, and the heat wasn't too bad yet. The air changed once I got about a half-mile in. I don't know how to explain it, but it felt heavier, thicker somehow. There wasn't as much wind anymore, and the birds had gone quiet. I stopped and looked around for a second, trying to figure out if it was just my imagination, but everything looked normal. I kept going. I passed the old barn foundation, just a few concrete blocks and moss-covered beams now. The shed was still mostly standing, though its roof had caved in. I didn't go inside. I remembered stories of copperheads nesting in the woodpile behind it, and I didn't feel like testing my luck. I wandered past it into the trees, not really following a path anymore, just walking in the general direction of the small stream that used to run behind the property. That's where I planned to sit and have lunch, maybe skip a rock or two. I hadn't done that in years. It took me longer to find the stream than I remembered. The woods had grown thicker, and some areas had changed shape completely. I crossed a few dry creeks, climbed over some fallen logs, and finally came to the stream, or what was left of it. It was smaller than I remembered, just a trickle now, with patches of stagnant water trapped between muddy rocks. I stood there for a moment, hands on my hips, disappointed. But I sat anyway, ate my sandwich, dronk half my water. I took some photos of the mossy trees and the cracked stones by the stream. For a while, it was just quiet. I started back a little after noon. I decided to take a slightly different route back, following what looked like a deer trail through the woods. The ground was soft from the recent rain, but not soaked. I could see boot prints, probably my own from earlier, but also deeper marks, cloven, wide like a deer or maybe a wild hog. I figured it was normal. About 10 minutes in, I came across something strange. There was a fresh pile of dirt off to the side of the trail, maybe 6 feet wide and 2 feet high. At first, I thought it was just an animal digging for grubs or roots, but it was too neat. The edges were clean, almost squared off, like someone had used a shovel, but there were no shovel marks. No tools. I looked around for signs of anyone, other boot prints, maybe a bag or trash, but there was nothing. I stood there for a few minutes, staring at that mound. It wasn't shaped like a grave or anything, just a low hump of damp, freshly turned earth. The kind of thing you wouldn't notice unless you stepped right on it. But something about it felt off. I didn't dig into it or touch it. I just kept walking. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. It wasn't paranoia exactly, just a slow, creeping awareness. You know that feeling when someone stares at you too long in a store? It was like that, but stretched out. I stopped walking a couple times and turned around slowly, but nothing was there. The woods were quiet again. Too quiet. I moved faster after that. I stopped taking pictures. I didn't even finish my water. I just wanted to be back at the truck. I was less than a mile out when I started hearing the noise. It was a slow, crunching sound. Leaves and twigs breaking behind me, maybe 100 feet back. It was steady, not like an animal darting through the brush. More like a person walking, but deliberately not trying to hide. I stopped again and turned. Nothing. I crouched low, staring into the trees, trying to catch any sign of movement. Nothing moved. I waited. 10 seconds. 20. Then I heard it again, this time off to the left, maybe 50 feet away. Still slow. Still steady. I don't know why I didn't call out. Maybe I didn't want to break the silence. Maybe I didn't want a response. I started walking again, faster now, barely keeping to the trail. My boots slipped a few times in the mud, but I didn't stop to check. I just kept going. The sound followed. Always behind, always just far enough that I couldn't see the source. I started running. Branches slapped my arms and face. I tripped once, skinned my hand, kept running. My heart was pounding. My lungs burned. I burst out of the trees into the clearing near the shed and didn't stop until I reached the truck. The truck was untouched. Everything inside was the way I left it. I locked the doors the second I climbed in and started the engine. I backed out so fast, I almost hit the gate post. I didn't even bother closing the gate behind me. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main road. My hands were shaking. My shirt was soaked through with sweat. I looked in the rearview mirror over and over, half expecting to see someone step out of the trees. But there was nothing. I told myself it was just an animal. Maybe a hog. Maybe a stray dog. But the footsteps, they were too even. Too slow. No rustling, no darting, no growls. Just crunch, crunch, crunch. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw trees. I saw the dirt mound. I heard footsteps. The next day, I called the county office. Asked if anyone else had reported trespassers out near that part of the woods. The woman on the phone was polite, but said no. No recent calls. No hikers. No squatters. I didn't go back. I tried to forget about it. I pushed it out of my head for months. But it didn't leave me. About 6 months later, I got a call from my cousin. She had gone out there with her boyfriend to camp. I hadn't told her what happened. I never told anyone. She asked if I remembered where the old shed was, and I said yes. Why? She said they found something strange. Fresh dirt, soft and piled. No tools. No tire marks. No prints. Just a mound. She said they left early. 2 days after that, I drove out there again. I don't know why. I told myself it was to get closure, to prove to myself there was nothing to be afraid of. I brought a shovel this time. I found the same mound. A little flatter now, like time had started to level it out, but still distinct. I walked a wide circle around it for 30 minutes. No footprints. No trail cameras. No gear. No signs of recent activity. Just the mound. I stood over it and hesitated. My grip on the shovel was tight. My palms were sweating. I didn't want to dig, but I did. The top layer was soft, like it had been turned not long ago. The smell was heavy, earthy, not rotten. I dug slowly, shallow at first. The first foot revealed nothing but dirt and stones. I kept going. Around the 2-foot mark, the smell changed. It wasn't strong, but it was there. Sour. Metallic. I stopped when I hit something that wasn't dirt. It was cloth. I froze. My stomach turned. I pushed the dirt aside gently. More cloth. A jacket, maybe canvas, maybe denim. Faded. Dirty. I kept digging until I uncovered what was unmistakably a shoulder. I couldn't breathe. I backed away and dropped the shovel. My legs went numb. I didn't know what to do. Eventually, I called the sheriff. They came out, taped it off, asked me questions, took my statement. 3 days later, they confirmed what I already knew. It was a man, maybe in his 40s. No ID, no wallet, no phone, no missing person report that matched. They said he'd been dead for a while. Maybe 6 months, maybe more, buried by hand. No signs of trauma, no weapons. They called it suspicious, but didn't have much to go on. I asked them if they'd found any other graves out there. They said no. I never went back. I sold my part of the land to a timber company. They cleared the whole area 6 months later. Shed, trees, everything. But I still think about it. I think about the footsteps, the silence in the woods, the way that mound looked so fresh, so precise. Like it had just been made. I wonder if the person who buried that man was still out there when I walked past. I wonder if I'd stayed 5 minutes longer, what would have happened. And most of all, I wonder how many other mounds are out there, just waiting, hidden beneath leaves and time. I never used to think much about long-distance driving. I didn't love it, but it was just one of those things I had to do. My job sometimes required it. Checking on remote work sites, delivering equipment, inspecting projects, stuff like that. It was part of the deal, and I was used to spending hours alone in the cab of my pickup truck, listening to statusy radio or just the rumble of tires on the road. This story happened about 2 years ago, August, middle of summer. I had a job to do in a rural part of the state, out near the edge of the national forest, miles away from any real town. The kind of area where you could drive for an hour and not see another car. Just fields, trees, and the occasional rundown barn or sagging fence. The job wasn't complicated. One of our subcontractors had delivered some material to the wrong location, a whole load of steel beams, and I needed to confirm their condition and help coordinate moving them to the right site. I figured it'd be a simple check-in, take a few pictures, make a few calls, and head back home the same day. I left a little after noon, expecting to arrive by around 4:30 p.m. That gave me enough time to look things over and hit the road before dark. That was the plan. The first part of the drive was fine, typical highways, light traffic. But the farther I got from the city, the thinner everything got. The roads narrowed, the gas stations disappeared, and then came the back roads, those cracked two-lane things that go twisting through empty fields and piney woods, the ones with faded signs and no shoulder, just a hard drop into dirt. About 20 minutes from my destination, I lost cell signal completely. No bars, not even a flicker. It didn't worry me much at first. Plenty of places out here had no service. I downloaded the area maps ahead of time. I figured I was fine. I reached the site around 5. It was basically a wide clearing off a dirt access road, surrounded by scrub brush and tall trees. The steel beams were there, half sunk in weeds, right where the delivery crew had left them. No one else was around, just me and the quiet. I stepped out of the truck, and the sound hit me nothing. Just hot, still air. No wind, no bugs, no birds. It felt like the world was holding its breath. I got to work, took some photos, walked around the beams, checking for damage. Took notes in my little notebook, since there was no point trying to send emails or anything. I climbed back into the truck around 5:45, sweat sticking my shirt to my back. I turned the key. Nothing. The dash lights flickered, then went black. No click. No engine turn. Dead. I tried again. Still nothing. I swore under my breath, popped the hood, and got out. I'm not a mechanic, but I can check a battery connection, jiggle some cables. Everything looked fine. No corrosion. Wires looked tight. But it was dead. That was when the real problem sank in. No phone signal. I was stranded. I told myself not to panic. I had water in the truck. Snacks. A flashlight. Tools. Even a blanket. Worst case, I'd sleep in the cab and figure it out in the morning. But that thought, spending the night out here, made my stomach twist. I checked the map on my phone. Even though there was no signal, the GPS still worked. It showed a road about 3 miles south that looked a bit more traveled. If I could make it there, maybe someone would drive by. Maybe I could catch a signal. It wasn't dark yet, and I didn't want to waste daylight sitting around. I locked up the truck, stuffed my essentials into a small backpack, and started walking. The dirt road was rough and overgrown. I kept having to dodge branches and push through waist-high grass. After a while, the trees thickened. The light started to dim, even though the sun wasn't down yet. Everything started to feel closer, like the forest was pressing in. I kept walking. After maybe 40 minutes, I came to an old barbed wire fence, mostly collapsed. I climbed over it, tearing a hole in my sleeve. The land beyond looked like a clearing, wide open flat. I figured it was some kind of old pasture or field. I crossed it, hoping it would take me closer to the road. That's when I saw the house. It wasn't on the map, wasn't mentioned in any of the property reports. But there it was, half hidden in the trees on the far side of the field. Small, plain, one story. Looked abandoned. The windows were dark, and the porch sagged like it hadn't been walked on in years. I don't know why, but I felt pulled toward it. Maybe I was hoping someone lived there. Maybe it was instinct, or maybe it was just the idea that shelter, even an old shack, was better than being alone in the woods. I walked up slowly. No signs of life. No car, no path, no mailbox. The yard was wild, the grass up to my knees. I stepped onto the porch and knocked. Nothing. I tried the door. It creaked open. Inside, the air was stale. Dust floated in the light from the doorway. The floorboards creaked under my boots. There was furniture, a table, a chair, an old couch. But everything was coated in dust and grime. The kitchen looked like no one had touched it in years. But it didn't feel destroyed, just left behind. I looked around for a landline phone. Nothing. Then I found something strange. On the table in the living room, there was a single piece of paper. Clean. No dust on it. It was lined notebook paper, like from a school notebook. And in the center, written in big blocky letters, was one word. Leave. That was it. No signature. No explanation. My stomach dropped. I backed away from the table. Suddenly the silence of the house felt louder, heavier. I turned around and walked out fast, down the porch steps, across the field. I didn't run, but I wanted to. The trees seemed thicker on the way back. I didn't take the exact same path. I was walking faster, almost jogging, scanning for that road. The sky had started turning orange. I was getting tired. The backpack felt heavier. My shirt clung to me with sweat. I wiped my face, but my hands were dirty, and now my face was too. I kept moving. Then I heard something behind me. It was faint, but it was there. A rustle. A snap. I stopped walking and held my breath. Nothing. I turned slowly. The trees behind me were still. Empty. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was there watching. I kept walking. Faster. The sound came again. Closer. A definite step. I stopped again. Looked back. Still nothing. I told myself it was a deer. A raccoon. Anything. But I couldn't ignore how it seemed to match my pace. When I stopped, it stopped. I kept walking. This time I didn't stop. The sun was almost gone now. The woods were filling with shadows. I pulled out my flashlight and flicked it on. The beam was weak, but enough to see the trail ahead. That's when I heard the whistle. Short, sharp, like someone calling a dog. I froze. Another whistle. Closer. My breath caught in my throat. I turned in a slow circle, flashlight scanning the woods. Nothing. But then I saw it. Far off, behind the trees, something moved. A shape. Human, maybe. Standing still. Watching. I didn't wait. I started running. The trail curved and dipped. Roots tried to trip me. Branches slapped my arms. I didn't care. I just ran. I heard footsteps behind me now. Not quiet ones. Fast. Heavy. Running. I didn't look back. I ran until my legs screamed. Until I thought I'd puke. Until I stumbled out onto gravel. It was the road. The one from the map. I staggered to a stop, chest heaving. I looked behind me. Nothing. No one came out of the woods. But I could still hear something. Breathing. Just past the tree line. I backed away from the edge of the forest, down the road. Kept backing up, never turning around, until the trees started to thin. Then, in the distance, I saw headlights. I ran toward them, waving my arms. It was a dusty old pickup. The driver, a man in his 60s, slammed on the brakes and rolled down his window, staring at me like I was crazy. I didn't explain. I just asked if he could give me a ride to the nearest town. He hesitated, then nodded. I climbed in. We drove in silence for a while. I kept looking back, half expecting to see someone chasing us. When we got to town, just a gas station and a diner, I thanked him and went inside. My phone still had no signal, but they had a landline. I called a tow service. While I waited, I told the guy behind the counter about the house. He frowned, said there wasn't any house out there. I described it, small, one-story, near the edge of a field. He just shook his head, said there used to be a place like that, decades ago. Belonged to some old man who lived alone, but it burned down in the 80s. Nothing left now but the foundation. I didn't argue. The tow truck came. We drove back to my pickup. The driver hooked it up without talking. I kept glancing at the woods. The next day, my truck started on the first try. No explanation. No dead battery. Nothing wrong. I've thought about that day a lot since then. The old house. The paper on the table. The shape in the trees. The footsteps. I don't know who or what was out there, but I believe the note. Next time, I'll leave. It started with something as normal as needing a break. I'd been working from home for months, stuck behind a screen, barely moving, always tired. My body felt weak, my mind felt foggy, and no matter how much I slept, I never felt rested. One Thursday morning, I shut my laptop mid-task and stared at the wall. Something clicked in me. I needed out. Not just for a few hours. I needed space, silence, nature. I needed to be far from people, from work, from everything. By Friday morning, I had my bag packed and my car filled with enough supplies for a weekend. My plan was simple: drive up into the foothills outside town, past the paved roads and the fenced properties, find a quiet place in the forest where there's no cell signal, set up my tent, hike a bit, maybe read a book or just sleep. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just texted a friend that I'd be out of range for the weekend and left it at that. The drive up was peaceful. The road wound through dry farmland before climbing into dense pines. The farther I went, the fewer houses I saw. After about 2 hours, I turned off onto an unmarked dirt path I had found once before while exploring with a friend. It led through a narrow cut in the trees and opened up into a flat patch surrounded by hills and thick forest. I hadn't seen a single other car in nearly an hour. I parked the car, grabbed my gear, and hiked a bit further off the road just to be sure I wouldn't be seen from anywhere. The spot I chose was perfect. A clearing surrounded by trees on 3 sides, with a steep drop-off on the 4th that overlooked a gully. It was quiet, no road noise, no people, just the wind and the trees. I set up my small tent, unrolled my sleeping bag, and made a small fire pit with some rocks nearby. I sat for a while after that, just listening. For the first time in months, I didn't feel the constant buzz in my head. That night, I didn't even bother with dinner. I ate a granola bar, drank some water, and climbed into my sleeping bag early. It was still warm out, so I left the rain fly off the tent and just stared up at the sky through the mesh. The stars were unreal. I must have drifted off sometime around 9 or 10. I woke up around 1:30 a.m. My bladder was screaming at me. I climbed out of the tent half asleep and walked a few yards away to relieve myself. The air was colder now, and the forest felt different. I couldn't explain it, but it felt heavier. The way the wind moved through the trees sounded more like breathing than rustling. When I turned to head back to the tent, I noticed something weird. There was a light, just a faint, barely there glow, off in the woods, maybe 200 feet away. It was low to the ground, like someone had dropped a flashlight and left it on. It didn't flicker, didn't move. At first, I thought it might be a reflection or some kind of weird moonlight, but the moon wasn't even out. My stomach tightened. I stood still, staring at it, waiting for something to happen, but it just stayed there. I backed into my tent and zipped it up, heart pounding. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe a reflection off some trash. Maybe a glow stick someone dropped long ago. But then the questions started piling up. Who would have been out here? This wasn't a campsite. There were no trails nearby. I hadn't seen a car or person for hours. Eventually, I fell asleep again. When I woke up at sunrise, I unzipped the tent slowly and peeked out. The forest looked normal. Bright, green, peaceful. No sign of the light. I made some coffee on my little camp stove and ate a protein bar. I debated walking over to where the light had been, but I didn't want to mess with it. I didn't come out here to play detective. I just wanted space. That morning, I hiked a few miles out along a dry creek bed, following deer trails. I found a rocky outcrop that overlooked the valley and sat there for hours. I didn't see a single person or animal the entire time. When I got back to camp around mid-afternoon, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. The rocks around my fire pit had been moved. Not all of them, just enough that it was obvious. A few had been pulled outward like someone was trying to dismantle it. My first thought was an animal, but there was no sign of digging or paw prints. No scattered trash. Just the rocks, moved by hand. I stood there, staring, not moving, feeling the heat drain from my body. My ears were ringing. Something about it felt off. Way off. It wasn't damage. It wasn't chaos. It was methodical. I checked my tent. Nothing looked disturbed. My bag was still zipped. Food was still in the bare canister. No sign of anything stolen or messed with. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. I walked a slow circle around my campsite, looking for tracks. The ground was dry and packed, not ideal for footprints, but in a softer patch behind the tent, I found something. A single heel print. Human. Facing the tent. I stared at it for a long time, not knowing what to do. It was old enough that it could have been mine, but I didn't remember walking there. I usually came from the other side. That evening, I didn't cook dinner. I just sat in my camp chair, my eyes scanning the trees, the brush, the shadows. Every sound made me jump. I tried to act normal, but my body was on high alert. I debated packing up and leaving, but the sun was already dropping. Driving those back roads in the dark wasn't a great option. I told myself I'd leave first thing in the morning. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something. A stick breaking, a shuffle in the dirt, breathing. I kept unzipping the tent, shining my flashlight out into the trees, but saw nothing. Around 3 a.m., I heard something that froze me. A whistle. Not a bird call. Not wind. A long, slow, high-pitched whistle. From the direction of the gully behind the tent. Maybe 100 feet away. It didn't repeat. It was just once. I laid there, barely breathing, my heart hammering so loud I thought it would shake the tent. I didn't move until daylight. When the sun rose, I got out fast. I packed up everything. not even caring how sloppily I shoved it into my bag. I just wanted out. As I hoisted my pack and turned toward the direction of the car, I noticed something new. Something that hadn't been there before. Tied to a small branch near the edge of the clearing was a piece of string, about 2 feet long. It looked fresh, bright white, no dirt or weathering. It was tied in a loop. Not just a knot. A loop. Like a snare. A trap. It wasn't there the day before. I stared at it for a long time, then kept walking. The hike back to the car felt longer than before. Every rustle made me jump. I kept spinning around, sure I'd see someone behind me. But there was nothing. When I finally reached the car, I threw my gear in the back, locked the doors, and drove. I didn't even stop to eat. I didn't look back. I made it home that afternoon. I took the longest shower of my life, turned on all the lights in my apartment, and sat on the couch shaking. I told myself it was nothing, that I had spooked myself, that it was all explainable. But that night, as I emptied my bag to air out my gear, I found something I couldn't explain. Inside the side pocket of my backpack, one I never used, was a small rock. Smooth, flat, black. It wasn't mine. I hadn't picked it up. It wasn't there when I packed. There was something scratched into the surface. Faint but clear. A straight vertical line with 2 diagonal slashes crossing it. Almost like a tally mark. That was the last time I ever went camping alone. I didn't report anything. I didn't tell my friend who I had texted. I didn't post about it online. I didn't want to think about who or what might have been out there. Maybe someone lives off-grid out there and doesn't like visitors. Maybe it was some twisted prank. Or maybe someone was waiting for something, or someone else. Maybe I left just in time. Since then, I always check my car twice before I drive. I make sure no one follows me home. I leave lights on even during the day. I haven't felt safe since, and I don't think I ever will again. I never thought a quick solo hike to clear my head would turn into something I'd carry with me for the rest of my life. But here I am, years later, and I still can't go near the edge of a tree line without my chest tightening up. It started out as a normal day. I had been feeling burnout from work and wanted some quiet time. I drove out early to a spot I found online, about 2 hours from home, called the Little Bear Loop. It wasn't too popular, but not completely unknown either. I figured it would give me a few hours alone without being too remote or dangerous. The full loop was about 8 miles, not too tough, mostly flat, just a few slopes. I packed light, a small day pack with 2 bottles of water, a sandwich, my wallet, a cheap first aid kit, and my phone. I wore my usual hiking clothes, moisture-wicking shirt, light jacket, trail pants, and boots I had broken in months ago. I parked in the small gravel lot around 9:30 a.m. There were only 2 other cars there, which comforted me. I wasn't going to be entirely alone, but it wasn't crowded either. The air was cool, crisp. No clouds in the sky. It felt good to stretch my legs and breathe clean air for once. The first few miles were peaceful. Birds chirped from the canopy above, and small lizards darted across the trail as I walked. I passed a small creek around mile 2, and the sound of water was calming. I took my time, stopping occasionally to take pictures or sip water. Every so often I'd hear a branch snap in the distance, probably from deer or maybe even a raccoon. I didn't pay much attention to it. By the time I hit mile 4, the halfway point of the loop, the trail narrowed and dipped into a shaded patch of thicker forest. I noticed it got colder there, and the sound seemed different, not silent, just duller. The way the trees crowded and made the light feel odd, even though the sun was still out. I felt a little uneasy, but I chalked it up to the isolation and pressed on. Around this point, I realized I hadn't seen another person all day. No hikers coming the opposite direction, no one passing me. I started glancing over my shoulder more than usual, just checking. I told myself not to be paranoid, but still, I listened more carefully to the woods. A little after that, I came to a fork I didn't remember seeing on the trail map. There was no sign, no marker. Just 2 trails splitting off like AY. The left looked more worn in, like the main path. The right was narrower, overgrown, but it curved slightly uphill and looked like it might reconnect. I took out my phone to check the map app, but of course, no signal. I tried to load the offline map I downloaded, but it wouldn't open. I stood there for a while trying to make sense of it. Eventually, I decided to stick with the left path. It seemed more traveled. I figured even if I was off the loop, it would eventually lead somewhere. But after about 20 minutes of walking, the trail got worse, less maintained, full of fallen branches, even old trash like a rusted can and half-buried beer bottle. It didn't feel right. My gut told me I'd made the wrong choice. I turned around, but when I got back to where the fork had been, I couldn't find it. I walked in circles, scanning the woods for that split. The trail just looked like one long stretch now, no fork in sight, no sign I'd ever turned. I felt this hollow sinking feeling in my stomach. I tried to calm down and told myself I'd retrace my steps. I looked for landmarks, the weird tree with the split trunk, the flat rock near the muddy patch, but everything started blending together. I walked for nearly an hour, trying to get back to the creek I had crossed earlier. I never found it. Panic was creeping in, even though I kept telling myself I wasn't truly lost. The sun was still high, I had water, and even if I had to backtrack the whole trail, I'd be fine. But I was sweating harder now, even though the air was still cool. My ears started ringing a little, and every crack or snap in the woods sounded louder. Then, I started to notice something that made my skin crawl. Footprints. Not mine. Someone else's. A pair of boot prints ahead of me, going the same direction I was now walking. I squatted down to look at them closer. They were fresh. The ground wasn't muddy, but soft enough to hold the shape. I hadn't noticed them earlier. They weren't from a deer or animal. Definitely human. At first, I felt a wave of relief. Maybe someone else was nearby. Maybe I wasn't alone after all. I followed them. They stayed ahead of me, just enough that I couldn't see whoever made them. But I heard no voices, no footsteps, nothing. Just the occasional rustle in the trees that could have been wind. I called out once, just a hey, but my voice sounded strange in the thick woods, and I regretted it immediately. No response. The tracks eventually led into an area where the trees thinned out, and the ground sloped down into a shallow ravine. I stopped at the edge, scanning the area. That's when I noticed something that made the hairs on my neck stand up. There were more prints now. At least 2 other sets, maybe 3. They crisscrossed and circled, like people had been pacing or turning around in this one spot. I couldn't explain why, but the pattern looked off. Not like a normal group of hikers. It felt wrong. Disorganized, frantic maybe. I slowly backed away and decided I didn't want to follow that path anymore. As I turned to leave, I heard a branch snap, very clearly, up the ridge behind me. I froze. I didn't look back right away. I just stood there, every muscle tight, heart pounding. The snap was followed by the sound of leaves shifting, slow, deliberate. Something or someone was moving, not rushing, but not hiding either. I finally turned around, scanning the trees. I didn't see anything at first. Then I caught the faintest glimpse of movement behind a thick tree trunk, just a quick shift, like someone pulling back. I stared for a long time. My eyes played tricks on me in the shadows, but I swear I saw something standing there. Not charging at me, just watching. I backed up, carefully, keeping my eyes on that spot. Then I turned and walked fast, not running, but close to it. I didn't look back again. The trail felt different now. Narrower. The trees leaned in. I kept glancing behind me, certain I was being followed, but I never saw anything. Still, the footsteps in the undergrowth never completely stopped. They were faint, slow, but there. I tried to stay quiet, even controlled my breathing, but the rhythm of those steps never matched mine. They were always just a second behind or off to the side. Eventually, I saw a small clearing and rushed toward it, thinking it might help me get oriented. But what I found was worse than anything so far. In the center of the clearing was a tarp, old, dirty, sun-faded. Next to it, a small fire pit, long cold. Scattered around were crushed food wrappers, a rusted camp chair, and what looked like bones, animal, I think. But they were too clean, bleached almost. I stepped forward carefully, the air around it eerily still. Then I noticed the smell. Not strong, not like rot. More like mildew, wet dog, and something sour. It hit me suddenly, and I had to cover my mouth. That's when I saw it, nailed to a nearby tree, almost at eye level. A boot. Just one. Tied by its laces, hanging like some kind of warning. The tread was worn out. I don't know why, but I knew it belonged to someone who didn't leave here willingly. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I just ran in a straight line, dodging trees, branches whipping my arms and legs. I ran until my lungs burned, until I tripped over a root and hit the ground hard. My knee screamed, but I forced myself up. I didn't know where I was anymore, just deeper in the woods, no idea which way was north. I started walking again, limping. Every few steps, I thought I heard movement behind me. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it started again. The worst part, there was never a clear sighting. Never a figure stepping out from the trees. Just that constant feeling, being watched, being followed. I started talking to myself, quietly, just to hear a voice. I wanted to feel like I wasn't going insane. Hours passed. The sun dipped low. The air turned colder. I still hadn't found the trail, and my water was gone. My lips were dry, and I was starting to feel dizzy. That's when I saw the fence. A chain-link fence, bent and rusted in places. Not tall, maybe 6 feet. I had no idea what it was doing out here. No buildings, no signs. Just a long fence cutting through the woods. But beyond it, I saw a narrow dirt road. My heart jumped. A road meant people. Safety. I climbed the fence, ripped my jacket, cut my palm, but I didn't care. I stumbled onto the road and started limping down it, hoping it would lead somewhere. After maybe 20 minutes, I saw lights. Not headlights, actual lights on a building. A small ranger station, closed for the season, but there was a phone box mounted to the wall. I picked it up, and it connected me to dispatch. My voice cracked as I tried to explain where I was. They tracked the call and sent someone. When the ranger arrived, he looked confused when I told him where I thought I'd been. He said the loop trail doesn't fork at any point, that there's no offshoot trail like I described. I insisted. He agreed to go check it with me the next day. I went home, slept for 12 hours straight. The next morning, I met him at the station. We walked the loop together. No fork, no ravine, no clearing, none of it. I knew what I saw, what I felt, but it was like that part of the forest had swallowed everything back up. He humored me, but clearly thought I was just dehydrated or panicked. I stopped trying to explain, but I know what happened. Something or someone was out there, watching, following, waiting, and sometimes when I can't sleep, I think about the other boot, the missing one, and wonder where it ended up. The land looked flat from the road, but once I stepped off the gravel and started hiking toward the property line, I realized it wasn't. It dipped and curved in strange ways, and none of it made sense on paper. I had bought 20 acres of land in northern Minnesota, mostly pine, some clearings. The satellite photos showed a couple of overgrown trails and what looked like the remains of an old cabin tucked in the farthest corner near the creek. That part had caught my eye. I wasn't interested in building a home out there or turning it into anything fancy. I just wanted to get away from people and maybe build a little off-grid place, just for myself. No running water, no power, nothing. Just quiet. The first time I walked the property, it was in early October. Cool air, yellow leaves falling, the whole cliché. I parked my truck off the gravel road near the rusted-out barbed wire fence that marked the west edge. I left it running for a bit, while I laced up my boots in the driver's seat. I remember watching the exhaust curl up in the rearview mirror and feeling this strange calm settle over me. It was the kind of place where you could just vanish into the trees and not see another person for weeks. That was what I wanted. That's why I paid cash. I brought my pack, some water, a paper map I'd marked up from the county survey, and a machete to cut through anything overgrown. The first few hundred feet were easy enough, an old ATV trail, probably used by hunters or whoever owned the place before me. The deeper I went, the more the land changed. It didn't slope up or down, really, it just shifted. Like the kind of unevenness you don't notice with your eyes, but you feel in your knees and ankles. The ground felt soft, even dry as it was. Pine needles built up thick on the forest floor, and in some places, the trail vanished under them completely. I kept heading east, following the line I'd drawn on the map, using the angle of the sun to guide me. I'd been hiking through woods my whole life, scouting, hunting, camping. I knew how to move without getting turned around. But after maybe 2 hours, I stopped walking and realized I had no idea where I was. That was the first time I noticed it. The quiet. Not the normal kind of quiet you get in the woods. This was different. No wind, no birds, no bugs. Just silence. Like a padded room. I thought it might just be the way the trees were packed in. Maybe the sound was being muffled somehow. But it got to me. I tried shaking it off, kept moving forward. I figured I was just overthinking it. I'd get to the old cabin site near the creek and circle back. Only I never found the creek. I walked and walked, and the trees stayed the same. Pines, some birch. No slope, no opening. and I started seeing the same tree formations again. A broken branch in a Y shape hanging from a low limb, a pile of rocks by a stump, a half-buried tire near a patch of thick moss. I'd already passed all of them. I stopped, pulled the map out, checked my compass. The needle was jittering, not spinning, but shaking side to side, like it couldn't decide where north was. I stood still for a long time, longer than I should have. I listened for something, anything, but it was still completely quiet. I looked at the trees around me and realized I couldn't tell which direction I'd come from. I tried to calm myself, sat down on a fallen log, drank some water, ate a protein bar. I told myself it was just nerves. I wasn't lost. I was just disoriented. All I had to do was backtrack, use the sun again. Even if I didn't make it to the cabin site, I could still make it back to the truck. I gave myself 15 minutes to rest, then stood up and started moving west, where the sun had been behind me earlier. I told myself if I just kept walking that way, I'd hit the fence again. I walked for hours. The trees didn't change. The quiet didn't lift. I checked my watch over and over, but the sun barely moved in the sky. It didn't make sense. I should have at least heard something, wind, birds, anything, but it stayed dead quiet. I started to panic a little. My breaths got short. I had to force myself to stop again, sit down, and breathe slow. I marked the spot I stopped in by sticking my machete in a tree, just to make sure I wasn't looping around. Then I walked straight in one direction for 20 minutes, watching the compass the whole time. I turned around to check if the machete was gone from view. It wasn't. I could still see it sticking out of the tree behind me. I hadn't gone anywhere. That was when I started walking faster. Not running, just faster. My legs ached, but I didn't care. I needed to get back to the truck before it got dark. I didn't want to be out here overnight. I didn't even care about the land anymore. I just wanted out. The sun started to drop, finally. The sky turned pink through the treetops, but it felt fake, like I was inside a snow globe and someone painted a sunset on the top. I couldn't explain it, but it felt wrong. Then I saw something. Up ahead, maybe 50 yards, I saw a shape through the trees. It wasn't a person, not an animal either. It was something man-made, tall, rusty. I pushed through the brush, my heart beating fast. As I got closer, I saw it clearly, a watchtower, or what was left of one. The kind forest rangers used back in the day. The bottom supports were rotted out, and it leaned badly to one side, but it was real. It was something. I climbed the base carefully. The steps groaned and swayed under my weight. At the top, there was a half-collapsed platform with just enough space to sit. From up there, I could see above the trees. That should have made me feel better. But all I saw were trees. Trees in every direction. No road, no fence, no creek, no clearings. Just endless pine forest in every direction. That was the first night. I slept in short bursts, waking up cold, stiff, and terrified every time I heard a creak or sway. I saw no lights, no stars, just thick clouds. In the morning, I climbed down, ate the last of my food, drank the rest of my water. Then I started walking again. The second day felt longer. The silence pressed harder. My mouth dried up fast. I tried to chew pine needles for moisture, but it only made my tongue raw. Around mid-afternoon, I saw a rabbit, first sign of life since I'd gotten out there. I tried to follow it, thinking maybe it would lead to water, but it vanished quick. My legs started to shake from exhaustion. My boots felt like lead. I knew I couldn't make it through another night. Then I saw smoke, just a thin column, rising straight up from behind a small hill. I didn't even think, I just moved. I didn't care what it was. I just wanted people. Anything. When I got close, I found a small clearing with a half-collapsed cabin in the center. The smoke was coming from a metal chimney, crooked and blackened. Someone had made a fire inside. I moved up slowly, heart pounding. The front door was gone, just a dark opening. The roof was half missing. Inside, there was a fire burning low in a stone hearth, but no one around. No chairs, no supplies, no gear. Just smoke and ashes and the smell of burnt wood. I stepped inside, called out, but there was no answer. I looked around, found an old bucket in the corner and a tin cup on the floor. I scooped ash out of the hearth, hoping to find a log still burning. I broke off part of it and carried it out, thinking I could use it to light a signal fire. That's when I saw the footprints. Fresh ones, leading away from the cabin. Bare feet. No shoes, no socks. Deep impressions in the soft dirt, like someone heavy had walked straight into the woods. I froze. It didn't make sense. The fire was burning. Someone had to be here. But they left barefoot, and I never saw them. I didn't want to follow the prints. Everything in my gut told me not to. I turned and walked the other way, away from the cabin. I figured I'd build a signal fire in a clearing, stay there until someone found me. I walked until I found a patch of open grass and dry wood. I built the fire as big as I could, using the ember I'd carried from the cabin. The smoke rose fast, black and thick. I sat by it and waited. And waited. No planes. No people. No change in the trees. Just the fire, and the smell of pine, and the terrible silence. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up, back to a tree, gripping a broken branch like a club. I thought I heard footsteps, but they were faint, too faint to be sure. At one point, I saw something move in the trees. Just for a second. A flash of pale skin. Then it was gone. By morning, the fire had died, and my throat was dry enough to make me dizzy. I knew I had to find water. I followed the low spots in the land, hoping they'd lead to a creek or pond. My map was useless. The compass needle still twitched like it was nervous. Then I found a deer carcass. Half-eaten. Fresh. Steam still rising from the torn open belly. No buzzards, no flies. Just meat and blood and torn fur. Something was close. I backed away slowly. Moved off at an angle. I didn't run. I didn't want to make noise. My legs ached with every step. My mouth felt like sand. I started chewing leaves, sucking dew off them. I didn't care anymore. I just needed to survive. At some point that afternoon, I stumbled across an old fence line. Posts mostly rotten, barbed wire twisted and sagging. But it was something man-made. I followed it. 2 hours later, I saw the road. It was the gravel road I'd come in on. My truck was gone. I didn't know how many days had passed. I staggered out of the woods, fell onto the gravel, and laid there for what felt like forever. A passing car finally stopped. I couldn't even speak. Just pointed, gasped, and collapsed again. They took me to a hospital in Duluth. I'd been gone for 5 days. I went back with search and rescue 2 weeks later. They couldn't find the tower, or the cat. The old dirt road stretched out in front of me, long and empty, swallowed up by trees on both sides. It wasn't even supposed to be a road, more like a logging path that hadn't seen traffic in years. The ruts were deep, and every few feet there were tree roots pushing through the cracked earth. I was following it because Google Maps had lost its signal about half an hour ago, and the blue dot had stopped moving. I'd already turned around twice, and ended up in the same place both times. I was supposed to be at the cabin by 5. It was now past 7. Sunlight was thinning fast, and I was nowhere close to anything that looked like a cabin or even a house. I had rented this cabin for a weekend alone, just a chance to unplug, write, and get some peace. It was in the middle of nowhere, tucked deep in the woods of northern Michigan. The listing said it was peaceful and remote, perfect for those seeking solitude. I should have thought about that a little more. I wasn't expecting the GPS to stop working or to lose signal this fast. I hadn't seen another car for over an hour, and the further I drove, the more the trees seemed to close in around the road. The silence in these woods was different. It wasn't peaceful. It was thick, heavy, like the trees were holding their breath. The rental car, a beat-up gray SUV, bounced as I went over another deep rut. My hands were gripping the steering wheel tighter than they needed to. I kept glancing at the fuel gauge. A little under a quarter tank. I figured if I didn't find the cabin soon, I'd have to turn back and sleep in the car. I didn't want to, but I didn't want to get lost out here in the dark either. Then the road narrowed. It hadn't been wide to begin with, but now branches were scratching the sides of the car, and the wheels were sliding in the soft dirt. I slowed down, rolling at maybe 5 miles per hour, trying to spot anything through the trees. Just more woods. Thick trees with trunks like pillars. No signs, no lights, nothing. I spotted a clearing up ahead, and figured I'd stop there. Maybe get out and walk a bit, see if I could spot a trail or anything that looked like a cabin. The road curved slightly and opened up into a rough patch of grass and stumps. I pulled the car in and turned off the engine. The sudden silence was jarring. No birds, no bugs, just nothing. I got out and immediately noticed how quiet it really was. My boots crunched on the gravel and dry twigs. I walked around the car, trying to get a better look through the trees. Still nothing but woods. I thought maybe I could climb one of the small hills to get a better look. but everything around was too dense. The trees were so close together, it was like a wall of bark and branches. I grabbed my phone again. No signal, not even a bar. I tried walking a bit up the road. Holding the phone up like that would help. It didn't. I considered honking the horn a few times. Maybe someone would hear it, but who? I hadn't passed a single house in miles. No driveways, no mailboxes, nothing. I went back to the car and pulled out my backpack. If I was going to try and find this cabin on foot, I needed water and a flashlight. I grabbed both from the passenger seat, zipped the bag, and slung it over my shoulders. I looked at the slant of the road and guessed that downhill would eventually lead to something. Maybe a river or a road that actually went somewhere. I locked the car, not because I thought anyone would steal it out here, but because it felt right. Then I started walking. The road curved again and dipped into a low, swampy area. The air got thicker there. The smell changed too, wet moss, old leaves, and mud. I had to pick my steps carefully. There were spots where water had gathered in shallow pools. Bugs buzzed around my face and neck. I waved them off, trying to stay on the dry parts. That's when I heard the first sound. It wasn't loud, just a quick crunch of leaves off to my left, deeper in the woods. I froze and looked in that direction. I didn't see anything, but I stood still for a long minute listening. Nothing, just silence again. I kept walking. Another 5 minutes down the road, I heard it again, this time behind me. Same kind of sound, crunching leaves, like someone had stepped on a branch and tried not to. I turned around fast, scanning the trees. Again, nothing. I stood there for a bit longer, my heart beating faster now. I told myself it was probably a deer, maybe a raccoon, but it didn't feel like that. The sound had weight, like something big. I started walking again, quicker now. My boots moved faster, kicking up dirt. I wanted to find something, anything, that looked like a cabin, a fence, a trail marker, but it was just trees everywhere. Then I heard it again, off to the right, closer this time. I didn't stop walking, but I pulled the flashlight from the side pocket of my bag and clicked it on. The beam cut through the dark between the trees, but it didn't reach far. The woods were thick, way too thick. I was sweating now, even though the air was cool. I kept walking, faster now. I didn't want to run, not yet. But I was close. The sun was almost gone. The sky above the trees had faded to a dark gray blue. The road was nearly invisible now, just a faint line of dirt between the trees. Then the road ended. It didn't gradually fade. It just stopped, like someone had built this path halfway and then walked away. Trees had started growing where the road should have gone. No signs, no trail, just an abrupt wall of forest. I stopped, breathing hard, trying to make sense of it. That's when I heard it again. Behind me, clear this time. Not just a crunch. It was a footstep. And then another one. Not fast. Just one, then a pause. Then another. Steady. Measured. Human. I turned and shined the flashlight into the trees. Nothing moved, but I kept hearing it. Slow steps, just far enough back that I couldn't see what was making them. I backed up, almost stumbling. I was being followed. I didn't think. I just ran. I turned and pushed into the woods, away from the road, dodging trees, snapping branches with my legs and arms. The beam from the flashlight swung wildly with each step. I kept running until I couldn't hear the steps anymore. Then I stopped, breathing hard, my legs shaking. I turned off the flashlight and crouched low behind a fallen log. The woods around me were pitch dark now. I could barely make out the shapes of the trees against the sky. My heart was pounding. I waited, listening. Then I heard it again. Closer. Footsteps. Careful. Like someone was trying not to make noise, but the ground gave them away. The sound moved slowly through the woods, passing maybe 20 feet from where I crouched. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Whoever it was didn't use a light. That scared me more than anything. Because who walks through the woods at night without a flashlight? Unless they know the woods. Unless they've done this before. The footsteps faded again. I stayed crouched for a long time. I didn't know how long. My legs started to cramp, and the cold started sinking into my clothes. I finally turned the flashlight on again, holding my hand over the beam to dim it, just enough to see. I had no idea where I was. No trail. No road. Just woods. I stood slowly and started walking in the opposite direction of the footsteps. My body was sore from running, and my boots were wet. I moved slowly, stopping every few minutes to listen. At some point, I reached a slight rise. I climbed it and looked around. Through the trees far off, I saw a faint light. A single orange-yellow glow. I headed toward it, moving fast again. I didn't care what it was. Light meant something human. A porch, a lantern, anything. The trees started to thin slightly, and I saw it, an old wooden structure, maybe a shed or a small cabin. The light was coming from inside. I stopped at the edge of the trees and looked closer. The building looked old, leaning slightly. No car, no signs of life except that light. I didn't know what to do. Then I saw movement, a shape moving past the window. Not quickly, just walking, back and forth. I crouched again and waited, watching. The shape passed by the window again. Then the light inside turned off. Darkness swallowed the woods again. I backed away slowly, every instinct in me screaming to leave. Then I heard a new sound. A voice. Not words, just a sound. Low, almost a hum, coming from the trees behind me. I ran again. I didn't care about being quiet. I just ran. I didn't even know where. My legs were on fire, my chest tight. I tripped twice, once slamming my shoulder against a tree, once hitting the ground hard and scraping my hands. But I kept running. Eventually, I saw the reflection of metal in the dark. My car. I had somehow looped back around. I fumbled for the keys in my bag, hands shaking. Found them. Hit the unlock button. The headlights flashed once. That was a mistake. I heard the sound again. Closer. Branches snapping. Not just footsteps now. Running. I jumped in the car, slammed the door, and locked it. Threw the bag in the back and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine took a second to turn over. Then it roared to life. I slammed it into reverse, backed up fast, nearly hit a stump, then shifted into drive and tore down the dirt road. My tires slid in the mud, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I drove until I found pavement. I didn't stop until I hit the main highway. I pulled into a gas station lit up like a football field and sat there in the car for almost an hour, engine running, trying to stop shaking. I never found that cabin. I don't know who or what was in those woods, but I know this. Someone was following me, on foot, without a light, and they knew those woods better than I ever could. I canceled the reservation and never looked back. The listing. Hello everyone, I'm the Creep's Cabin. I know you use these videos to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. When I was around 13, one evening stands out to me more clearly than most of that year. It wasn't a special night or a holiday or anything you'd expect to remember a decade later. My mom and dad had invited over our old neighbors from the block of flats we used to live in until I was about 5 years old. At that point, I barely remembered anything from back then. We'd moved when I was still really young, and apart from a few hazy memories of gray concrete stairwells, the smell of old carpet in the corridors, and a noisy playground surrounded by metal fencing, most of it had faded into the background. They were all sitting in the living room that night, drinking tea and catching up, while I was told to head to bed. I didn't argue. I wasn't particularly close to those neighbors. They were just familiar adult faces from old photo albums and a few birthday parties I couldn't fully recall. I went up to my room, pulled the door nearly shut behind me, and lay on my bed fully clothed, just listening. The walls in our house were thin. Voices carried easily. I could hear the low hum of the adults talking, the occasional burst of laughter, the scrape of a chair against the floor, and spoons clinking against ceramic mugs. Nothing unusual. But then I heard something that made me freeze a little. The woman, I later remembered her name was Sheila, said something that stood out sharply against the rest of the normal chit-chat. She said something like, "Hey Digsy's mom, do you remember when Digsy used to say there was someone in his room? Well, there's a new family upstairs from us now, just moved in. They've got a little boy, about 3 years old, and he's saying the same things. The exact same things Digsy used to." At first, I thought I misheard. The name Digsy was their nickname for me when I was little. I don't remember how it started, probably some toddler thing I did that stuck. But no one had called me that in years. Hearing it again made my ears tune in harder, and I waited, expecting someone to say more. I heard Mum give this kind of half-laugh, and then her tone dropped lower. I couldn't hear every word, but she sounded surprised, like genuinely taken off guard. I picked up some murmurs, footsteps, gone missing, and something about a record player, but that was all. Dad said something that made everyone laugh again, and the moment passed. But I couldn't let it go. I just lay there, staring up at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. The next morning, it stuck with me. It's weird how sometimes things that seem confusing or creepy late at night feel totally different in the daylight. But this didn't fade. If anything, I felt more pulled to it. I didn't remember ever being scared in that old flat. I didn't remember saying someone was in my room. I didn't remember anything weird. But the way they talked about it, it sounded real. Not a joke, not some ghost story for fun. Real. I asked Mom about it later that day. She was folding laundry in her room when I brought it up. I tried to be casual, just saying I'd overheard something last night. When I told her what I heard, she stopped folding, looked at me, and said something that still sticks in my head. She said, "You don't remember?" That hit me harder than I expected, because that reaction told me right away that this wasn't something small. This was something she'd expected I'd never forget. She sat down on the bed and told me everything. She said it started gradually when we lived in the flat. I would have been around 3 or 4. I started saying things about someone being in my room. She didn't think much of it at first. Kids have vivid imaginations. I was at that age where imaginary friends, fears of the dark, and monsters in the closet weren't unusual. But it kept happening. She said I didn't act scared, just kind of bothered. Like I was annoyed. I'd complain that someone walked into my room during the night, stood near the bed, then walked out. Sometimes I said they sat on the floor or stood in the hallway. Then she said things started going missing. Small things. A spoon, a roll of tape, my socks, keys. Always little things that could be easily misplaced, but they kept turning up in strange spots, like inside the laundry basket, behind the toilet, once even in the microwave. That last one made her feel off. She said she started checking doors and windows more carefully after that. The weirdest thing, though, was the footsteps. She said that was the moment she realized it wasn't just a kid's imagination. She and Dad would both hear them. Light steps, slow ones, pacing the hallway outside the bedrooms. But every time they got up to check, nothing. No one. Once or twice they thought maybe it was the neighbor's kid upstairs, but the layout of the building meant there wasn't an apartment directly over our hallway. The building was oddly shaped, an old design where flats stacked like offset bricks. Our hallway ceiling backed onto another wall, not a floor. She said the final straw happened during the day, when she was home alone with me. I was playing with blocks in the living room, and she was listening to music on the record player. Something old and slow, one of her favorites. She was folding laundry, always folding laundry, it seems, and the record started to drag. Not scratchy or skipping, just slowing down. Like someone was holding the edge of the vinyl lightly, pressing down to stop it. She thought the player was breaking, but when she looked at it, nothing seemed off. And then it stopped. Not the song. The whole record stopped turning. Just like that. The power was fine. Nothing else shut off. And then, she told me, something came over her. Not fear, anger. She said she'd had enough. Whatever it was, whatever it wasn't, she just shouted, "Leave us the fuck alone." Loud and clear. She said the second those words left her mouth, the record spun back to life like nothing had happened. No slowing, no warping, just music playing like before. And that was it. After that day, nothing else happened. No footsteps, no missing items, nothing. And a few months later, we moved. The thing that unsettled me most wasn't the story itself. It was that I had no memory of any of it. You'd think if I had been so bothered by someone being in my room, it would have stuck. But nothing. It was like it had all been wiped clean. I remembered the building, the general feel of it, even the playground outside. But nothing from inside that flat. Not my room. Not any fear. Not even the weird stuff Mom described. It felt like a part of my early life had been cut out. As I got older, I started to think about it more. Sometimes late at night when I couldn't sleep, I'd go back over everything Mom told me. I'd picture that flat. I could barely remember the layout. I tried once to draw it from memory, and the more I tried to pin it down, the more I felt like I was just making it up. That only made it worse. There's a certain kind of unease that comes not from being scared, but from not knowing whether you should be scared. By the time I was in my 20s, I became more skeptical of stories like that. I started chalking things up to misremembered childhoods, stress, sleep deprivation, faulty wiring, and the usual explanations. But the thing I could never shake was how I found out. I didn't hear it from my parents. I didn't remember it myself. I only learned about it years later, by accident, from someone else describing something happening again. Almost the exact same thing, to a different kid, in the same building, above the same flat. I never went back to that building. Mom said it was a rough area now, not worth seeing again. But a few years back, I tried to look it up online, just out of curiosity. I wanted to see the layout, maybe find a floor plan. I couldn't find anything detailed. Just a photo of the outside, gray concrete walls, rows of small windows, metal doors. It looked almost abandoned, and I wondered for a while what I'd do if I went back and stood outside. Would something come back to me? Would I remember that hallway, that bedroom? Would it feel like anything? Or would it be as empty as the memories I didn't have? To this day, I've never had another experience like it. Nothing has ever felt off in that way again. I've had strange dreams, sure. Once I had sleep paralysis during university, and I saw a shadow in the corner that disappeared when I finally moved. But that's different. That has a name, an explanation. What happened in that flat doesn't. I've come to a kind of peace with it. I don't need to know exactly what happened. I believe my mom. She's not the kind of person to exaggerate. And even if there was a logical explanation, it doesn't change the fact that something happened that stayed with her for years. Something strange enough that even talking about it, a decade later, brought back that sharp look in her eyes. Like she'd gone straight back to that moment in the room, with the record player slowing to a stop. Whatever it was, it ended. Whatever she did, shouting, getting angry, setting a boundary, it worked. I never had a single weird experience after that. And that kid, the one living above us years later, I never heard what happened to him. I don't know if it stopped for him too. Maybe his parents did something. Maybe he just grew out of it. Or maybe it kept going. That's the part that bothers me sometimes. Not knowing if it ended. Not knowing if that same pattern is happening again to some other family, in that same flat. A new kid, waking up in the night, complaining about someone standing in the corner. Missing objects. Footsteps in the hall. A record slowing to a stop. And someone else, years later, remembering nothing at all. When I was about 10 years old, there was this one night that stayed with me all my life, like a splinter under the skin that never works its way out. Not because anything violent or terrible happened in the obvious sense, but because something did happen that I've never been able to explain. And that quiet, creeping confusion, combined with the feeling that something about the world doesn't quite add up, has stuck with me longer than most of the loud, chaotic memories ever could. My dad had gone duck hunting that day with 3 of his buddies. Men I knew just enough to recognize by voice or silhouette, but didn't really talk too much. They were a rough bunch, country men like my dad, the kind who wore the same old flannels year-round, smelled like tobacco and gunpowder, and told loud stories that were half-lies even before the beer started. I remember watching them load up in the truck that morning, the sun not even up yet, steam from their breaths rising in the cold air, the dull clatter of guns and gear in the back, dogs barking from the crates in the bed. It was the kind of day where everything seemed ordinary. My mom made pancakes. I played with some plastic army men on the living room rug. The house was quiet in that special way it only was when Dad was gone. Like it had more room to breathe, less tension stuffed in the corners. My mom seemed more relaxed too. She was still herself, but lighter somehow. Less bracing for something. She let me stay up late. Not too late, but later than normal. We watched a movie together, something on VHS, and I remember her nodding off halfway through, her legs tucked under a blanket on the couch. Around 10, she blinked herself awake and told me it was time for bed. I didn't argue. I never really did. I was a quiet kid, observant, and mostly stayed in my own head. I think a part of me liked my room anyway. It was mine, it was predictable, and it had a little reading light clipped to the bedpost, which gave just enough glow to read comics without Mom noticing. I got into bed, pulled the blankets over my head like always, listened for the old furnace clicking on and off downstairs, and waited for sleep to come. I drifted off at some point, I'm not sure when, but it wasn't that deep kind of sleep where you dream and forget you're dreaming. It was light, scattered. The kind where every creak of the floorboards or pop from the walls makes you shift and half wake up. Somewhere around midnight, I heard the truck come back. The familiar crunch of tires on gravel, the slam of doors, the bark of one of the dogs, muffled by the distance. Then the voices started, faint through the walls at first, but getting louder as they all came into the house. I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake off that heavy, slow feeling that comes from waking in the middle of the night. I wasn't scared or anything, just curious. It was rare for me to be awake when the grown-ups were talking, and I had always liked the low hum of their voices from the kitchen, like some distant radio station that played stories instead of music. I crept out of bed, careful to avoid the one floorboard that creaked outside my door, and sat down with my back to the wall, ear turned toward the kitchen down the hall. The door was cracked open just a bit, and I could see a slice of yellow light spilling onto the floor. Their voices were clearer now. My dad was laughing about something, and then one of his friends, a guy named Earl, I think, started into a story about the boat nearly capsizing that morning. I could picture the scene even though I hadn't been there. 4 men in camo, scrambling around in a little aluminum boat, gear sliding across the floor, one of them yelling while the dog panicked. But it was as the story went on that something strange started happening. I knew what Earl was going to say before he said it. At first, I thought it was just one of those weird déjà vu feelings. Like you get this flash that you've lived a moment before, even though it's impossible. But then it happened again, and again. I heard the words in my head. 2, maybe 3 seconds before they came out of Earl's mouth. My first thought was that maybe I had overheard this story before. Maybe Earl had told it years ago, and I just didn't remember consciously. Maybe it was a story my dad had repeated, and the details were buried in the back of my mind. But then my dad started telling a different story, one I had definitely never heard before, about how he and Greg, another one of the guys, had gotten separated in the marsh and started calling out like idiots, thinking one of them had fallen in. I hadn't heard that one. I was sure. But as he was talking, the words were already forming in my mouth before he said them. I found myself mouthing the phrases, almost like I was reading from a script, and then hearing him say them exactly, word for word. At some point, I started whispering them aloud, soft, just enough for me to hear, mouthing the next part of the story before my dad got there. It wasn't like guessing. I wasn't predicting. I knew what came next. It was like remembering a dream, just as it starts to happen again. I remember my whole body feeling cold. Not the kind of cold from the air, but the kind that spreads out from your chest and stomach when you realize something is very wrong, but can't name it yet. My fingers were shaking. I had to put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from whispering out loud. I suddenly felt like I wasn't supposed to be doing that. Like if anyone heard me, something worse than getting in trouble would happen. I pulled my knees up to my chest and just sat there, staring at the crack of light from the kitchen. The voices kept coming, stories and laughter, little side comments, beer bottles clinking on the table. And every single line I already knew. It was like I had already lived that conversation, like I had dreamed the whole thing. Every word, every pause, every tone, sometime before I woke up. But I couldn't remember doing that. There was no memory of a dream. Just this overwhelming familiarity as it unfolded. I stayed there a long time, maybe an hour or more. After a while, I stopped listening to the words. I stopped mouthing along. I just sat still, staring down the hallway, feeling like the whole house had tilted a few degrees off its foundation and nobody had noticed but me. The laughter from the kitchen didn't sound comforting anymore. It sounded hollow, like something trying too hard to seem normal. Eventually, the voices started fading. I think they all decided to go out to the shed or the back porch to smoke or clean gear or something. I took the chance to get up, legs numb from sitting, and crept back into bed. I lay there stiff as a board, eyes on the ceiling, too afraid to even blink hard. Sleep didn't come easy. I kept thinking about what had just happened, trying to explain it to myself. Maybe I really had dreamed the whole thing. Maybe my brain had pulled fragments of stories I'd overheard before and stitched them together in my sleep. But that didn't explain how I had known exact phrases, whole sentences, that I'd never heard before. It didn't explain the timing, how I always whispered the line a few seconds before the person said it, like I was reading subtitles ahead of a dubbed movie. Even in my 10-year-old mind, I knew this wasn't normal. When I finally fell asleep, it was out of exhaustion, not comfort. The next morning, I didn't say anything. I never told my mom, never mentioned it to my dad. I went downstairs, poured cereal, and acted like nothing was wrong. But something had changed. Not just in me, but in how I saw everything. From that night on, I've never fully trusted the world around me. It's like a thin layer of something fake got peeled away, and underneath was something off. Like we're all walking through a movie set built over something older and stranger that we can't quite see. I started noticing other small things over the years. Nothing dramatic. Just moments where time felt too smooth, too rehearsed. Where people said things I was sure they'd said before even when they hadn't. Where I walked into a place I'd never been, but felt like I knew every corner. I never had an experience quite like that night again. Not with the word-for-word prediction, but that sense of pre-existence, that the moment I'm living has already been lived by some earlier version of me. It's never left. I don't know what caused it. I don't believe in psychic stuff or ghosts or any of that. I don't think it was a vision or divine message. If anything, I think it was just a crack in the machine. A moment where whatever keeps time and reality glued together slipped, and I got a peek behind the curtain. Maybe it was a glitch in my brain. Maybe I dreamed it all in some deep, hidden part of sleep that only surfaced when the real moment caught up. But I know what I experienced. I know the feeling of whispering someone's words just before they speak them. I know the cold panic of realizing you're not supposed to know what comes next, and knowing it anyway. And ever since then, I've carried the quiet fear that none of this is as real as we think. That maybe we're just following tracks already laid down. That maybe we're not making choices so much as reenacting them, over and over, in loops we'll never quite recognize until it's too late. And I'll tell you this, if it happens again, if I ever find myself predicting reality word for word, I don't know if I'll be able to just sit and listen next time. I think I'll need to find out who or what is really writing the script. For as long as I can remember, sleep has never just been sleep for me. It's never been a simple matter of laying my head down and drifting off. Since I was a teenager, maybe younger, there was always this strange lead-up whenever I'd enter certain kinds of dreams. It wasn't every night. It didn't happen often. But when it did, it followed a very specific pattern. It would start the moment I'd close my eyes. I wouldn't even be asleep yet. Just in that drifting space, the floaty half place between being awake and fully under. That's when the faces would come. It's hard to describe them the right way. People always think you mean hallucinations or sleep paralysis or just regular dreams. But this was different. I wasn't paralyzed. I could open my eyes, move, get up, turn on the light, snap myself out of it. But if I let myself sink in, if I kept my eyes shut and just let the process unfold, that's when I'd see them. The faces weren't just in my mind. They were visual, like watching a movie, but not on a screen. They were angry, not yelling or contorted or exaggerated, just deeply, silently furious. They came toward me, not in a jump scare kind of way, just slowly, one after another, then faded off to the sides as if they were passing me in a hallway or some kind of tunnel. Then another one would appear, closer, angrier, and drift away. Human faces, animal faces, sometimes even cartoon-like ones. But they were always angry, always watching me. The first few times it happened, I'd panic and snap myself out of it. It was too weird, too intense. But after a while, I noticed something strange. When I let the faces come, when I accepted them and allowed myself to drift deeper, that's when I'd start dreaming about this place. The place didn't have a name. Not to me, anyway. But I knew it like I knew my hometown, maybe even better. It was like a small city tucked away in another layer of reality. The people there weren't figments or dream logic filler. They felt like real people. People I remembered, like friends I'd grown up with. They had homes, jobs, routines. I had memories of places there, alleys, parks, shops, a train station. It felt lived in, familiar. Like it existed somewhere else entirely, and I was just visiting. Every time I returned, I felt like I had never left. Like time had passed there even when I wasn't around. I didn't tell people about it at first. Partly because I didn't want to sound insane, but mostly because I didn't want to ruin it. It felt private, sacred even. Like the more I talked about it, the more I might tear a hole in it and lose access. But curiosity got the better of me once. I told a few close friends, just a little. Described a street corner I liked, an old bookstore I used to dream walk through, a friend who always wore a blue scarf. They thought it was interesting. I regretted telling them immediately. The next time I saw the angry faces before falling asleep, I felt excited. I thought I was going back. But when I got there, something was off. The light was dimmer. The colors felt dull. The people I knew were there, but they weren't smiling. They stared at me, not with familiarity, but with suspicion, anger. And then they shot me. It wasn't a metaphor. It wasn't symbolic. It was violent, detailed, visceral. One man I knew, someone who used to work in a cafe I always visited in my dreams, walked into a room I was standing in, raised a gun, and shot me in the chest. I fell, gasping. The pain was real, but even more real was the confusion. Why? Why would they do this? I woke up, or at least I thought I did. I was back in another part of the dream place, still alive, still moving. I thought maybe it was a fluke, some dream misfire. Then it happened again. Another person I used to know, someone who taught me how to fish in a dream lake I'd visited dozens of times, cornered me in a hallway and shot me in the back. I collapsed. I could feel blood pooling under me. I tried to crawl, but everything faded to black. Then I woke up again. This time, I was sitting on a bench in a market square I loved. There was a tree I always sat under. I looked around, expecting it to be safe, maybe reset. Then someone sat next to me, an old woman who ran a food stall I used to visit every time I came. She had the same angry face. No warmth, no recognition. Just cold, silent hatred. She pulled a revolver from her coat and shot me point blank in the face. I didn't wake up again after that. When I finally returned to regular sleep, I didn't see the angry faces anymore. I didn't go back to the place. The dreams were just dreams. Weird, normal, chaotic. I missed that other world. I missed it like you miss a childhood home after it's been demolished. For years, I tried to get back. I'd lie in bed and try to recall those angry faces. I'd keep my eyes closed and try to force them to appear. But they never came. 2 years ago, I had a dream that was different. I was walking through a dusty street market. It wasn't the place, but it felt adjacent, like it was near it or connected. People were moving through the streets with baskets and animals and carts. It had that timeless feel, like it could be any century. In the middle of the square was a well, and leaning over it was a woman in a wide purple hat. I stopped when I saw her. My stomach flipped. She turned and looked right at me. It was that look, the angry face. I stood frozen. It was like seeing a ghost from a past life. Part of me was terrified, but another part of me felt something like relief. Like maybe the place hadn't forgotten me. Maybe it still existed somewhere. Maybe I could find a way back. But she didn't approach. She didn't speak. She just stared, the hatred plain in her eyes. And then I woke up. That was the last dream I had that felt connected to the place. Now I live and work in Chicago. It's a busy city. My job at the hotel downtown puts me right in the thick of things. I see people constantly, travelers, business people, wanderers, drifters. I used to drive, but I sold my car last winter and started taking the bus and train. It's cheaper and easier, but it also puts me in contact with more people than I ever used to be around. 6 months ago, something happened that changed everything. I was walking to the train after work, cutting through a busy stretch near the theater district. The crowd was thick, everyone rushing in every direction. I was scanning ahead, trying to find a gap to move through, when I saw her. The woman from the dream. The one with the purple hat. She wasn't dressed the same, no wide-brimmed hat this time, but I knew it was her. Same eyes, same face, same expression. That same simmering fury, like I'd betrayed her personally. She was standing across the street, staring straight at me. Not moving, not blinking. I froze. My legs went cold. It was broad daylight. I was awake. I checked. I looked at signs, watched people walk past, felt the city noise in my ears. I wasn't dreaming. Then she turned and walked into the crowd. I pushed through traffic and ran across the street to follow her. But by the time I got there, she was gone, like she had dissolved into the crowd. Since then, it's happened again. First once a month, then more often. I've seen others. Faces I recognize from that place. People I used to sit with, talk to, walk past. People who lived in that dream world. They're here now. In Chicago. On the subway. In the hotel lobby. Walking through the park. Not every day, not predictable. But they appear. Just long enough for me to lock eyes with them. Just long enough for them to let me know they see me. And they're always angry. Every time I try to follow them, they disappear. They slip behind a pillar, turn a corner, vanish into a crowd. I've tried to take pictures. Nothing ever comes out clearly. Blurred, distant, or just empty frames. I started keeping track. Names, descriptions, locations, times. I have a notebook full of sightings now. A dozen, maybe more. No patterns, just appearances. Like they're checking on me, watching, reminding me. At first I was terrified. I thought maybe I was going insane. Maybe all those years of lucid dreaming had finally snapped something in my brain. But the fear started to shift. Now it's something else. Now it's a kind of longing. I miss that place. I miss the feeling of being part of something separate, secret. I miss the streets, the light, the smells, the rhythm of that other life. Even if they're angry, even if they shot me, even if I'm not welcome there anymore, I still want to go back. Some part of me wonders if that's what they're waiting for. If they're appearing to see if I'm ready to return. Or maybe to warn me not to try. Maybe that's the punishment, being shut out forever. Maybe dreaming about a place too much corrupts it. Maybe I push too far. Sometimes I wonder if I'm not dreaming because I already made it back. Maybe that last time, when I didn't wake up after the third shooting, maybe something happened. Maybe I crossed some kind of line, and now that world is bleeding into this one. I don't know what it means, but I know what I've seen. I know those faces. I know them better than I know most people I've met in real life. They're here, and they remember me. When my mom was about 3 years old, my grandparents moved into an apartment on the 9th floor of a high-rise building in downtown Columbus. It was the early 1970s. The building was an older one with long, echoing hallways, thick brown carpet, and the kind of radiators that clicked and hissed all night long. My grandpa had taken a job in the city, and the apartment was affordable, close to work, and offered a decent view of the skyline. To them, it was just a temporary stop until they found a house. They figured it would be a year, maybe less. The apartment itself was small, just 2 bedrooms and a tight kitchen that barely had room for a table. The walls were thin, and my grandma often complained that she could hear the neighbors walking around upstairs, though the floor above them was supposedly unoccupied. Still, they tried to settle in. My mom was their only child at the time, quiet and well-behaved, with a habit of getting lost in her own imagination. Without siblings or neighborhood kids nearby, she started spending more and more time playing alone in the corner of the living room near the window. That corner became her little world, and it wasn't long before she started talking to someone named Kathy. At first, my grandparents thought it was cute. Lots of little kids had imaginary friends, and it didn't seem like a big deal. My mom would spend hours mumbling softly in that corner, building little structures out of blocks, having tea parties with empty cups, sometimes even making room on the floor for Kathy to sit. She'd talk to her in whispers, and when my grandma would ask who she was talking to, she'd just say, Kathy. But as the weeks passed, Kathy became more than just an imaginary friend. My mom started refusing to leave the apartment because Kathy didn't want her to. She wouldn't eat dinner unless a plate was made for Kathy too. If something spilled or broke, it was Kathy's fault. If she got in trouble, she'd say Kathy told her to do it. Eventually, she stopped playing with toys altogether unless Kathy was involved. She wouldn't touch her dolls anymore, said Kathy didn't like them. She even started refusing to go to bed unless the bedroom door was cracked open so Kathy could get in too. My grandparents were concerned, but they kept getting told the same thing. It was just a phase. They took her to a pediatrician, who shrugged it off. Then they saw a child psychologist who told them it was a normal developmental behavior, something many only children experienced. My grandma, who was deeply religious, began to worry there was something darker going on, but my grandpa dismissed it all. He didn't believe in that kind of thing. To him, it was just a sign that she needed more interaction. So after a particularly bad week, a week where my mom wouldn't stop crying unless she was sitting in her corner, whispering to Kathy, my grandpa decided to do something about it. He figured maybe a pet would give her something real to focus on, something living, breathing, something that would respond to her. So he went out one morning to the local pound and picked out a small German Shepherd puppy. He thought the dog would cheer her up, get her outside, break her out of whatever spell she was under. By the time he got back, the apartment was quiet. My grandma was folding laundry in the bedroom. My mom, as usual, was in her spot in the corner of the living room near the window. The puppy squirmed in his arms, excited and yipping. As soon as they stepped through the door, everything changed. The dog froze. Not like it was curious or confused, but like something flipped inside it. Its body went rigid. It let out a low growl, then started barking, sharp, frantic, angry barks. It first stood up straight along its back, its teeth bared. It locked eyes with my mom sitting in the corner and started lunging toward her, barking and snarling, totally out of control. My mom started screaming. She wasn't crying or startled, she was screaming. Real, terrified screaming. The kind of sound that sticks with you. My grandpa dropped the leash and grabbed her off the floor just as the dog lunged again, barking madly. My grandma came running in, confused and panicked, and together they tried to calm the dog, tried to calm my mom. The puppy, just seconds earlier sweet and curious, now looked like it was in a full-blown rage. Then just like that, it stopped. The barking cut off. The growling ended. The dog backed up and sat down, panting hard like it had just run a marathon. Its eyes still looked alert, but it was no longer trying to attack. My mom, on the other hand, was a mess. She was crying hard, pointing toward the window, her words jumbled and breathless. My grandparents didn't know what to make of it. They kept asking what happened, what was wrong, and all she would say, over and over again, was that Kathy had fallen out of the window. She wouldn't say anything else. After that, she never played in the corner again. She didn't mention Kathy again. Not once. It was like a switch flipped. No more whispers. No more tea parties. No more crying to leave the door open. My mom started playing with toys again, started acting more like a regular little kid. She didn't seem scared, just tired. Like something heavy had been lifted off her. The dog settled in well after that. My mom bonded with it almost immediately. She named him Max. Max became her shadow, always close by. She took him for walks, fed him, even tried to teach him tricks. And for a while, things felt normal again. But my grandma never shook the feeling that something was wrong with that apartment. The long hallways, the way the air felt heavy at night, the clicking radiators, the sounds from the empty apartment upstairs. She started pushing my grandpa to move. He resisted at first, saying it was just nerves, just imagination. But my grandma didn't let up. She started reading the Bible out loud at night, leaving a crucifix over my mom's bed, keeping the lights on longer than necessary. She wasn't taking chances. And after a few more months, my grandpa finally gave in. The day they moved out, my grandpa ran into the landlord in the hallway. He was handing over the keys and signing some paperwork, just chatting about the neighborhood, the building, that kind of thing. For some reason, the story of Kathy came up. My grandpa said something offhand about imaginary friends and how their daughter had one named Kathy who fell out the window and never came back. The landlord froze. He looked like he didn't know what to say at first. Then, after a moment, he told my grandpa that a few years before they moved in, there had been a family living in that same unit. A young couple with a little girl named Kathy. She was 5. One day, she fell out of the 9th-story window, died on impact. The family moved out not long after. My grandpa didn't know what to say. He just stood there, holding the leash while Max sniffed around at his feet. The landlord kept talking, saying how it had been a freak accident. Something about the screen being loose. Nobody was sure if she fell or if she leaned too far. It was a tragedy, he said. One of those things you never forget. But the apartment had been empty for a while afterward, until my grandparents moved in. My grandpa went back down to the car, got in, and told my grandma what the landlord said. She didn't speak for the rest of the ride. When they got to the new place, she took out her Bible again and placed it on the nightstand. Even years later, she swore that something wasn't right about that apartment, that it had a weight to it, that my mom had been different when they lived there, not like herself. She blamed herself for not seeing it sooner, for trusting the doctors, for not praying more. My mom barely remembers any of it. She says she has a vague memory of a girl in a blue dress, sitting cross-legged near the window. But that's it. She doesn't even remember the incident with the dog. Just flashes, sounds, feelings, and that one moment, a girl with long brown hair, staring at her with wide eyes. As for Max, he lived a good life. Grew up alongside my mom, protected her like a big brother. He never acted out again, never barked at shadows, never growled at nothing. But for the rest of his life, he never went near that corner by the window. Not once. It's hard to explain what really happened. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe my mom made the whole thing up. Maybe the trauma of the accident from before lingered in the air, heavy and unspoken. People who don't believe in that kind of thing say it was all just a child's mind at work. But when you hear my grandma tell the story, when you see the way her hands shake as she talks about it, when you hear the silence that falls afterward, it makes you wonder. Even now, all these years later, she refuses to go near that building. It's still standing, still tall and gray with its rows of windows like blank eyes watching the street. But my grandma won't drive past it, won't speak its name. She says some things are better left alone. My mom never had another imaginary friend after that. When I was a kid, maybe around 9 or 10, we used to go visit my uncle's lodge during the school holidays. It was one of those old timber places way out on a huge chunk of land, probably hundreds of acres that backed right onto thick bushland. The kind where the trees felt like they went on forever. No fences, no trails, just miles of scrub and dirt and silence. The kind of silence that makes you feel like you're standing in someone else's house, uninvited. The lodge itself was nothing special to me back then. Just a big wooden place with a wide veranda and a couple of sheds scattered around. But as a kid, it felt like a castle. My brother and I would run around all day, building stuff out of scrap timber, digging holes we'd forget about and fall into later, chasing lizards, pretending to hunt for treasure. That kind of thing. We had our bikes too, and we'd race them down the steep gravel driveway until someone stacked it and scraped half their skin off. It was the kind of place where the grown-ups let you roam. The rule was simple: back before dark and don't go too deep into the bush. That was pretty much it. My dog Rusty, a scruffy old blue heeler, followed me everywhere. He was older than me, in dog years anyway, and never really went too far off on his own. He was just always there, like my shadow, panting beside me no matter what I was doing. I remember this one day during one of the holidays. It must have been summer because everything was hot and dry and smelled like dust. Everyone had gone into town for supplies or something. I stayed behind because I didn't feel like sitting in the back of a hot car for half the day. Dad was still there, but he was lying on the couch taking a nap. Said something about waking him if anyone came back early. So it was just me and Rusty that afternoon. I remember walking down to the dry creek bed. It hadn't seen water in months. Just cracked mud and rocks and dead branches. I liked it there because there were these smooth stones you could stack or draw on with other rocks. I was down there with Rusty, just messing around when he suddenly perked up. His ears went stiff and he stood real still. Then he bolted, took off straight into the trees like he'd seen something I couldn't. It was so sudden I didn't even have time to call his name. At first, I stood there confused, kind of half laughing, thinking he'd chase a kangaroo or a rabbit and come back. But he didn't. I called him a few times. Nothing. I even whistled. Still nothing. That's when I started getting a bit uneasy. It wasn't like him to take off like that, especially without waiting for me. After a minute or two, I decided to go after him. I told myself I wouldn't go too far. Just follow his tracks a bit, maybe call out and see if I could hear him rustling around. The thing is, the deeper you go into that bush, the faster everything starts to look the same. The light changes too. Even though it was still the middle of the afternoon, the canopy above made everything feel darker, cooler, quieter. The air felt heavier. It wasn't long before I couldn't even hear the wind anymore. I was moving fast, trying to keep my eyes open for any movement, any sound of him running through the undergrowth, but it was useless. I was calling his name louder and louder, but all I heard back was my own voice bouncing between the trees. My legs started to sting from brushing against dry shrubs, and I could feel little burrs sticking to my socks. Eventually, I stopped. I looked around and realized I had no idea where I was. The trees were thicker, and I couldn't even tell what direction I'd come from anymore. That panicky feeling started to creep in. Not full-blown fear yet, just that sense that you'd done something dumb, and now you had to fix it before anyone noticed. I turned around and tried retracing my steps, guessing where I'd come from, but everything looked the same. I picked a direction and started jogging, thinking I could find the creek again and follow it back. I didn't make it far. There must have been a root or a rock or something sticking out, but my foot caught it, and I went flying forward. I remember the rush of air, the sudden drop, and then just black. I don't know how long I was out. Could have been minutes, maybe an hour. When I came to, everything was blurry. I had this dull throbbing in my head, like when you stand up too fast, but it doesn't go away. I was lying at the bottom of a small gully, bare dirt, dry leaves, some fallen branches. The embankment above me was steep. Steep enough that I knew I couldn't climb it easily. My leg hurt too. Not broken, but definitely twisted or bruised. I moved slowly, trying to remember what happened, where I was, how I'd fallen. What actually woke me up properly was the feeling of a wet tongue on my face. It was Rusty. Somehow he'd found me. He was lying next to me, his head resting on his paws, licking my cheek. I remember smiling, just relieved to see him. I hugged him around his neck and told him, "Good boy." But then he did something strange. He stayed flat on the ground, like he was trying to disappear into the dirt, and let out this low, growling bark. Not loud, not aggressive, more like a warning. It was a sound I hadn't really heard him make before. Not even when he saw other dogs or animals. It was low and shaky, and his whole body was tense. His ears were back, and he kept his eyes fixed on something behind me. I turned my head slowly. Standing maybe 20 feet away, at the edge of the gully, was a man. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, looking down at me. He had this old, dirty cowboy hat on. One side of the brim was missing like it had been torn off or bitten. His shirt was brown and dusty, and he wore jeans that looked stiff from dried mud. Gloves too. Thick work gloves, even though it was boiling hot. He didn't seem surprised or worried or angry, just calm. He started walking down toward me, and I froze. My body tensed up like Rusty's. But he didn't make any sudden moves. He just walked slowly, then stopped a few feet away. He looked at me, then held out his hand. I stood up carefully and took it. His glove felt rough and too big for his hand. He didn't say anything, not a word, just turned and started walking up the side of the gully, tugging me gently along with him. Rusty followed close, still pressed against my side the whole time. Every couple of steps, he'd bump into me and throw off my balance, like he wanted to be between me and the man. I tried to look at the guy as we walked, but something about him made it hard. He wasn't scary exactly, but he made me feel cautious. It was hot, the kind of heat that makes your shirt stick to your back, and yet the man didn't seem to sweat. He just kept walking, boots crunching on the dry leaves, holding my hand the whole way. I watched his gloves again, thick black leather ones, not the kind anyone wears in summer, not out here. He didn't say anything, and I didn't either. We didn't walk long, maybe 10 or 15 minutes at most. I recognized the creek bed when we reached it. I could hear my dad's voice in the distance calling my name. It was that usual tone, half annoyed, half concerned, like he was shouting for dinner and getting no answer. I let go of the man's hand and ran toward the sound, Rusty right beside me. I didn't even look back until I was almost at the house. I turned around, wanted to yell out something like thanks, but the man was already gone. Not walking away, just gone. No sound, no movement in the bush. Nothing. I didn't tell Dad about the man. I don't know why. Maybe I thought I'd get in trouble for going too deep into the bush, or maybe I was just confused by the whole thing. I had a headache, a sore leg, and I was more focused on eating dinner and getting an ice pack. A few days later, we went into town. Just a supply run. I was tagging along with Mom, mostly because I wanted a chocolate bar or something from the small supermarket there. It was one of those little country stores that sell everything: bread, dog food, socks, gardening tools. Everyone knew each other. People talked across aisles, joked with the cashier. I was walking near the back of the store when I saw this photo on the wall. It was black and white, probably old. It showed a man standing next to a produce stall, smiling with his dog. The man was wearing that same hat. That same torn cowboy hat with the chunk missing on the side. I froze. I just stared at it for a while, trying to process it. Same build, same kind of shirt, even the gloves. I got Mom and pointed at it, told her that was the man who helped me in the woods. She looked at the photo, then looked at me strange. One of the workers nearby overheard. She came over and smiled and said something like, "Ah yeah, that's old Mr. Rogerson. He used to own this place a long time ago. Grew his own veggies out in the bushland. Bit of a local legend." I asked what happened to him. The woman's face shifted a bit, like she wasn't sure how much to say. Then she told me. Apparently, he died about 30 years ago. Went missing during a storm while checking on one of his bush gardens. His dog had slipped down a steep embankment, and he'd gone after it. A branch came down in the wind and crushed his back. They didn't find him for weeks. He died down in a small gully. His dog was lying next to him the whole time. It died there too. Starved. They were found together. I didn't say anything. Just nodded. I never brought it up again. Not to Mom, not to Dad, not to anyone. But I went home and hugged Rusty tighter than I ever had before. And I never, ever followed him into the bush again. I've always been a night owl. Sleep has never come easy to me. My body just doesn't seem wired like most people's. I get tired in the middle of the day, but once night rolls in, I start feeling more awake. Maybe it's from growing up the way I did, in a house full of early risers, farmers, and morning people who were all up at the crack of dawn. I think part of me just resisted it. Whatever the reason, I've never been good at falling asleep, especially not early. So over the years, I got used to being alone at night, doing little things to pass the time, reading whatever book I had nearby, wandering aimlessly on the internet, sometimes even just walking laps around the living room to wear myself out. And when the moon was bright enough, I'd go for a walk outside. Growing up on a farm in rural East Texas meant space wasn't an issue. Our place had wide pastures, an old barn, and a few sheds scattered about. It wasn't some massive cattle operation, just a small farm with some livestock, chickens, and enough land around to feel like the world dropped away when the sun set. On clear nights, it could be peaceful in a way that was hard to explain. Crickets chirping in the grass, the sound of cattle shifting in the distance, maybe a coyote calling from somewhere across the hills. That night started like most of my others. It was a little after midnight. I'd been lying in bed for nearly an hour, staring at the ceiling, shifting my legs, flipping the pillow. Sleep just wouldn't come. I got up, pulled on a pair of jeans, threw on a hoodie, and slid on my old worn-out sneakers. I figured a walk out by the pasture might help me calm down. Maybe the cool air would do the trick. Maybe I'd walk long enough to get tired enough to sleep. I didn't bother with a flashlight. The moon was almost full, and everything was lit up just enough to make my way around. As I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, I felt that usual stillness. You can always tell when something's off out here because the natural noise of the land disappears. But that night, everything seemed normal, until I noticed a shape near the barn. It wasn't moving fast, just slowly walking from one side to the other. At first I thought it might have been my dad checking something out, but that didn't make much sense. He was a light sleeper, sure, but he wouldn't be out wandering the barn without saying something. I squinted into the dim light, letting my eyes adjust. That's when I noticed the man was carrying something. I couldn't make it out at first. Looked like maybe a toolbox or a small case, but something about the way he moved didn't sit right. He didn't walk like someone who belonged here. The creak of the porch door must have alerted him, because he stopped. I froze. The man turned toward me. The distance from the porch to the barn was only about 25 yards, but in that moment it felt like nothing. Close enough that I could just barely make out what he was holding. Not a toolbox. A gun. A long one, maybe a rifle or a shotgun. My chest clenched so tight it felt like my ribs were trying to hold back my heartbeat. I stepped back inside, shut the door softly, then threw the deadbolt in place. It had been unlocked. Out here, that wasn't unusual. But suddenly, it felt like a massive mistake. I backed away from the door, trying to breathe, trying to think. My legs carried me down the hallway before I even fully processed what I was doing. I pushed into my parents' room and woke my dad. My voice was shaking as I told him what I saw. He sat up fast, reached into his closet, and pulled out his old pump-action shotgun. My mom grabbed the phone and started dialing the sheriff. The nearest town was 15, maybe 20 minutes away, so we knew it'd be a while before anyone got out to us. My dad looked at me, gave a small nod, and we stepped outside. The air felt different now, colder, stiller, heavier. The kind of quiet that made your ears ring because nothing natural was moving. Not a cow, not a goat, not even Velcro, our old barn cat. We walked slowly at first, but then picked up the pace, crossing the yard toward the barn where I'd seen the man. We had a few cattle, a handful of goats, a cranky donkey that didn't like anyone, 6 or 7 chickens, and that raggedy old cat who seemed immortal. But none of them were there. The barn was empty. Normally, even if they were spooked, you'd expect to hear them breathing, shifting, moving in the darkness, but it was like they had vanished. That was almost more unsettling than the man himself. We moved carefully through the barn, checking the stalls, the feed room, the little side shed we used for tools. Someone had definitely tried to force that shed door open. The wood around the handle was splintered, like someone had shoved a crowbar into it and leaned their full weight. But they hadn't gotten in. That was the only obvious sign anything had happened. We did a wider sweep of the area, checking the perimeter of the barn, looking into the shadows and listening hard. But there was nothing, not a single sound. Eventually we stopped. There wasn't much we could do until the cops showed up, so we ended up waiting in the barn. Dad kept an old fridge in there, locked up with a padlock because it held beers, sodas, and the kind of snacks he didn't want the rest of us raiding. He cracked it open and handed me a beer. I took it even though I didn't feel much like drinking. We leaned against the chicken coop and sat there, saying nothing, just watching the yard. When the cops arrived, we told them everything. They searched the area again, found some footprints leading in from the back fence, probably where the guy had come in, and the cracked wood on the shed. But nothing else. No sign of the man. No real damage. No reason to stay around. They said he must have taken off when we spooked him. That was it. They left. We sat there a little longer, leaning on the chicken coop again, finishing our beers. Then we went back inside and tried to sleep. It was late. The adrenaline had burned off, and I was exhausted. And by then, it felt like whatever danger had been there was gone. We were wrong. When the sun came up and the day started properly, I got up and wandered out back. I was tired but wired, and I just wanted to do something normal. I figured I'd check the coop and collect eggs like I usually did. But when I reached for the latch and opened the door, I froze. Inside the coop, every single chicken was dead. All of them. Neck twisted, feathers everywhere, blood smeared across the floor in dark brown clumps. It was quiet. Too quiet. Not even the flies had found them yet. My stomach dropped. It didn't take much to piece together what had happened. While Dad and I had been standing outside the coop, leaning against it, drinking our beers and thinking the worst was over, that man had been inside the entire time. Just a few inches of plywood and mesh separating us. Inside, killing our chickens one by one, probably listening to us, maybe watching through the slats. We'd been so close. We thought we were safe. We thought he was gone. And it wasn't just the fact that he was in there that bothered me. It was what it meant. He hadn't just panicked and run off. He'd hidden, waited, and the only reason he'd killed the chickens was probably to keep them quiet. If even one had made noise, we might have checked inside. The coop was big enough to hide in, old wood, hay stacked in the corner, feeders and water trays creating shadows. Easy enough for a man to crouch and go unnoticed, especially in the dark. We called the sheriff again. They came back out, took photos, asked more questions, looked angrier this time. They walked the property again, looking for more footprints, more evidence. They found some disturbed ground along the back fence, like maybe he'd climbed over it and landed hard. But nothing else. No prints past that point, like he'd disappeared into the woods. That day was a long one. Mom was shaken. Dad barely spoke. I couldn't stop thinking about how close he'd been. Every time I looked at the coop, I remembered standing against it, sipping beer, thinking we were in control. The image of those chickens, their bodies stacked and limp, stuck with me. We replaced the lock on the coop, added motion lights around the barn, and started keeping the doors locked at night. It took weeks for things to feel normal again. The animals slowly calmed down. We got new chickens, but I never walked the pasture at night again, even when the moon was bright. I still can't sleep easily. I still stay up late. But now, when I walk around the house at night, I check the locks. I check the windows. I look out toward the barn and make sure nothing's moving, because I know what quiet can hide, and I know how close danger can come without making a sound. I was 12 years old the night it happened, but I can still feel the air from that night in my lungs like it was yesterday. We were out in the woods of southern Ohio, thick with trees that looked like dark walls when the sun dropped below the ridge. I remember the way the light faded quicker out there than it did at home, how the colors bled from the sky and everything just turned into shadows. My uncle was a quiet man. He didn't like wasting time, and he didn't like bringing people along who couldn't hold their own. But he took me hunting because I didn't mess around. I didn't complain or get scared easy. At least, I hadn't before that night. It was coon hunting season, and we had 2 redbone hounds with us. Big dogs. Strong. Their names were Ruger and Bell, both trained as good as you can train a hound. I'd seen them chase raccoons across thick woods, across streams, even go nose to nose with a bear once. They didn't back down, not even a step. That was just how they were. The woods we were in weren't unfamiliar. We'd hunted that stretch of forest a few times before. It wasn't far from the old strip mine roads, a few miles deep off a logging path, full of hollow hills and thick tree lines. There were stories, of course. People always talk when you're in a place that still feels untouched. Stories about old miners who never came back out, and weird lights, and noises people chalk up to moonshine or coyotes. But no one ever told those stories like they really believed them. They were just things folks said when the fire got low and the beer was running out. We got to the drop-off point around 8 p.m., just as the last light was slipping away behind the hills. My uncle parked the truck on a flat bit of clearing next to a stand of pine. The dogs knew the drill. We let them out and they started pacing, noses low, tails stiff. The woods were quiet, save for a few crickets and the low creak of trees shifting with the breeze. The air was cool, that kind of late fall chill that settles in your bones. We set out with the dogs leading, both of us carrying our lights and gear. My uncle always walked steady, slow but never hesitating. He didn't say much, he never did. But that night he was even quieter than usual. I thought maybe he was just focused. I was mostly watching the dogs, the way they moved through the brush like they were chasing something already, even though we hadn't heard a single bark yet. About 30 minutes in, the dogs struck scent. They both let out short, sharp barks and took off through a stand of trees. We followed fast. You learn to move quickly, but carefully when you're coon hunting. You can't just barrel through the woods. You have to listen, feel the ground, know where your feet are landing. The terrain out there is full of hidden dips, loose rocks, old brush piles. My uncle kept a good pace, but I was younger and kept up just fine. They treed about 10 minutes later. Both dogs were barking hard, up against an old oak that leaned just slightly to one side. The coon was there, up in the fork. My uncle pointed his light and nodded. I remember thinking how still everything was besides the dogs. No wind, no night noises. Just the hounds barking and our boots crunching dry leaves. We didn't shoot. My uncle had this thing about giving younger raccoons a pass if they weren't worth skinning. Said there was no point in wasting a life if it wasn't going to be used. So we called the dogs back, which took some time, and started heading in a different direction. That's when things started to feel off. It wasn't sudden at first. It was just this weird quiet. The kind that doesn't feel like nature, but like something holding nature back. No crickets. No wind. Not even the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. I noticed the dogs slowed down on their own. Their tails lowered, and they stayed closer to us. That was strange. Usually they stayed ahead, always pushing, always sniffing. But now they walked like they weren't sure which way they wanted to go. We moved into a shallow valley, where the trees thickened and the air felt heavier. I remember smelling damp earth, and something like metal, faint but sharp. It wasn't blood. I know that smell. This was more like iron, but stale. Old. It didn't make sense. I didn't say anything. I kept walking. That's when the light hit us. It wasn't like a flashlight. It wasn't like a car's headlights either. It didn't beam through the trees. It just appeared. All around us. A glow. White-blue. No source. No direction. It was just there, hanging in the air like fog, but brighter and more solid. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes, but it didn't change. It wasn't coming from above or the sides. It was like the air itself was lit up. And then the noise came. It didn't start soft. It hit all at once. A deep, low rumble, not quite like thunder, but it felt like it came from inside the ground and inside my chest at the same time. It vibrated through my boots, made my jaw ache, made my stomach turn. And over that deep rumble was a high-pitched sound that wasn't quite a whistle and wasn't quite a scream. It shifted, like it was moving through different frequencies. My ears hurt instantly. I turned to look at the dogs. Both of them were on the ground. Not crouched, not watching, flat on their bellies, heads down, ears back, whimpering. I'd never seen Ruger like that. That dog once got into it with a full-grown boar and didn't make a sound. But here he was, whining like a pup, eyes wide and legs shaking. My uncle was behind me, but I didn't look at him. I couldn't take my eyes off the fog. It rolled in so fast it didn't even seem possible. 1 second, we were standing in clean, cold air, and the next, we were in a thick white soup. I could barely see the trees 5 feet in front of me. I could barely see my hands. My breath mixed with it like it was smoke. And then everything stopped. The light blinked out like someone hit a switch. The sound died so fast it made my ears ring. The fog didn't drift away. It just vanished. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. Just gone. We stood in pitch black, the real night around us again. My chest was tight. I couldn't feel my hands for a second. The dogs were still on the ground, shaking. I turned on my flashlight and looked at them. Their eyes didn't look right, wide, panicked, not like they usually were. It wasn't something they saw. It was something they felt. And that made it worse somehow. I finally looked at my uncle. He had his flashlight on too. His face was pale, even in the yellow beam of his light. He looked like he'd been holding his breath. I realized I had been too. We just stood there. Neither of us moved for what felt like minutes. I was frozen. Not from fear, exactly, but from not understanding. Nothing made sense. No light source. No fog source. No explanation. Eventually, we got the dogs up. They didn't want to move at first. Belle kept whining and trying to press into my legs. Ruger stayed low, tail between his legs. We decided to head back to the truck. There wasn't any discussion. It was just a silent understanding. This hunt was over. The walk back felt like it took hours. Every branch cracking under our boots made my stomach jump. Every shadow looked darker than it should. The woods felt different, like something had passed through them and changed them. It wasn't colder, but I shivered the whole way. When we got back to the truck, the dogs jumped in without being told. Normally, we had to lift Belle in. She was picky about the tailgate. Not that night. She scrambled in so fast she knocked over a box of gear. My uncle didn't say a word. We just got in and drove. He didn't turn on the radio. Just the low hum of the tires on gravel and the occasional thump of a pothole. I looked out the window the whole way back. I didn't want to look at him. I didn't want to see if he looked scared too. Back at the house, he walked inside and poured himself a cup of black coffee. I sat at the table. The dogs stayed close, right under our legs. My aunt came in and asked how the hunt went. He just said, "Nothing treed." That was it. Then he went outside to smoke. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about the light, the noise, the way the fog just took over and disappeared. I knew what I saw. I knew what I felt. And I knew it wasn't something normal. But it also wasn't something I could name. It wasn't a ghost or anything from a storybook. It was something real, physical, but completely unfamiliar. I told a friend about it years later. He said it might have been infrasound, low-frequency sound that messes with your body, makes you scared, disoriented. He said the fog could have been natural, maybe a sudden shift in temperature. But I've seen fog roll in. It doesn't just appear and vanish. And the light. I still can't explain that. Not the way it was everywhere, like the trees themselves were glowing. The dogs were never the same after that. Ruger started staying closer to the porch. Belle wouldn't go into the woods alone anymore. My uncle kept hunting, but he never went back to that part of the forest. Not once. He didn't say why. He didn't need to. I never went coon hunting again after that. Not because I was afraid, exactly, but because I didn't want to feel that again. That helplessness. That sense that something bigger than us had brushed past and decided to leave us alive. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know the dogs felt it too. That's what stays with me the most. Those Redbones weren't scared of anything I'd ever seen. But that night, they were broken down, crying on the ground. That wasn't in my head. That wasn't imagination. That was real. I still think about it sometimes. Especially when the night's quiet, and the wind dies, and everything just goes still. That memory creeps back in. Not with fear anymore, but with a question I'll never get answered. What the hell did we walk into out there? Whatever it was, it didn't want to be seen. Or maybe it did, just for a moment. Maybe it wanted us to know that we weren't the only ones in those woods. And maybe, just maybe, it let us go. It started out like any other rainy day. The kind where the sky already looks bruised even before the first drop falls. The clouds hung low, heavy and swollen, with the kind of weight that makes the whole day feel like it's dragging. My brother and I were in the truck with my dad, heading down the narrow back road that wound through the trees behind our house. It was a road we'd driven 1,000 times before. It was cracked in places, had deep ruts along the sides where runoff carved lines into the dirt, and it always smelled like damp pine and wet leaves. It wasn't even really a road, more like a long driveway that cut across a few acres of wooded land before finally linking up with the main road a couple miles away. I can't even remember why we were going out. It might have been to check the mail at the end of the road, or maybe to head into town for something. Milk, maybe, or gas. What I do remember, though, as clear as the sky was dark, was how bad the storm was. It started out rough and only got worse. At first it was just fat raindrops pounding on the windshield like thrown pebbles, but then the sky opened up and let it all go at once. The wipers were already on full speed, but they barely kept up. The rain hit so hard and fast that it was like driving through a gray curtain, and then the hail joined in. tiny white chunks bouncing off the hood and roof and smacking the side windows. It was loud. You had to squint just to make out the lines in the road. The tires made that wet hissing sound on the pavement, and every now and then the whole truck would shudder when a big gust of wind pushed against us. I remember looking out the passenger window, just watching how fast the trees blurred past in the sheets of rain, how the branches swayed like they were being yanked around by something. My brother was quiet in the back seat, probably watching the same thing. I think we were all kind of quiet. The storm had that effect. It was so bad that it made even my dad grip the wheel with both hands and lean in a little more than usual. His eyes narrowed. We were about halfway down the road, maybe a mile from the house, when I saw him. At first it didn't even register as a person. It was just a bright spot in the rain, something yellow that didn't belong there. It stood out sharp against the dull gray of everything else. A yellow rain slicker. The kind that looks shiny and stiff, like something you'd see in old fisherman pictures. It was walking, slow and steady, right along the edge of the road on our side, coming toward us in the opposite direction. I leaned forward without even thinking, trying to get a better look through the blur of the windshield. The hood was up, covering the head completely, but it was tipped down just enough that you couldn't see the face at all. No features, no eyes, no mouth, just the dark space under that hood. The rain bounced off the fabric in thick drops, sliding down the arms and back, the way water runs off a tarp. His hands were tucked into the sleeves, and he wasn't carrying anything, just walking, not even hurrying, despite the downpour. Something about the way he moved made my stomach clench. He didn't look right. He was moving too slow, like he wasn't affected by the storm at all, like he wasn't even wet. The water just seemed to roll off him, like he wasn't real. But he was real. I kept telling myself that. He had weight, footsteps. He was walking like any other person, putting one foot in front of the other. But he didn't look up. Not once. Just kept his head down and walked. We were going about 30, maybe a little slower because of the conditions. The road wasn't wide. On a normal day, we would have waved to someone walking by, or maybe my dad would have rolled down the window to ask if they needed a ride. But not this time. This time no one said anything. We all saw him. None of us spoke. It was like we all felt it at once, that this wasn't normal. As we got closer, maybe 30 yards out, the man in the yellow slicker suddenly stopped. Just stopped dead, like a statue. Still didn't look up. Just froze there. My eyes flicked to my dad, but he didn't change speed. He just kept driving, hands tight on the wheel, staring forward like he was trying to will the guy to move. But he didn't. Then, just as we were about to pass him, maybe 10 feet out, if that, the man sidestepped. He didn't stumble. He didn't flinch. He stepped. One big, deliberate step right into the road, right into our path. It happened so fast, but it felt like time stretched out. I saw the side of the yellow slicker, the way the hood bobbed slightly with the movement. His foot planted hard on the wet asphalt. For 1 second, I thought he was going to throw himself in front of the truck. My dad swerved hard to the left, just a small jerk of the wheel, but it was enough. The tires caught the edge of the road, one of them kicking up a spray of gravel and water. The truck slid a little, but my dad caught it, straightened it out. We didn't spin or fishtail. It was controlled, but close. Real close. I felt the side mirror was past something, maybe a foot, maybe a coat. I don't know how we didn't hit him. And then he was behind us. Just like that, we were past him. My heart was slamming in my chest, and I turned in my seat, looking back through the rain-smeared rear window. He was still walking, just walking, like nothing happened. Same slow pace, same bowed head. The rain still pounding down, still soaking everything around him. He didn't look after us. He didn't run. He didn't even stop. Just picked up where he left off, like it was all normal. Like stepping into a moving truck was just part of his day. We kept driving. None of us said a word. My dad stared straight ahead. My brother leaned forward between the seats, staring back over my shoulder. No one moved. It wasn't until we were halfway to the end of the road that I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. There was something surreal about the whole thing. The kind of moment that doesn't quite settle right in your head. Like your brain doesn't know where to file it. The storm didn't stop. The hail kept coming, but I wasn't paying attention anymore. I just kept thinking about that yellow raincoat and how the guy moved. The way he just stepped into our path like he knew exactly what he was doing. Like he wanted to be hit, or maybe just wanted to scare the hell out of someone. But it didn't feel like a prank. It didn't feel like a drunk guy or a dare. It felt like something else, something wrong. We didn't talk about it when we got back. Not really. My dad said something about idiots walking in the storm, then went quiet again. My brother shook his head and went to his room. I sat in the kitchen for a while, just watching the rain roll down the window. But I kept thinking about it. A couple days later, I went back down the road on my bike just to see. The sky was clear by then, everything bright and dry. The storm had blown through, and it looked like any other summer day. I rode slow, watching the trees, scanning the edges of the road for anything, footprints, trash, anything yellow. There was nothing. No sign that anyone had ever been there. No one else in town mentioned seeing a man in a raincoat, and I didn't see anyone walking out there again. It just ended. I've thought about that day a lot since then. I think about how close we were to hitting him. I think about what would have happened if we had. I think about how calm he looked, how purposeful. He didn't try to stop us or wave us down. He just waited and stepped. That image stays with me, more than anything. The bright yellow slicker, soaked and heavy, and that head tilted just enough so you couldn't see a face. No expression, no recognition. Just a person-shaped question mark in the middle of a storm. I don't know who he was. I don't know why he did it. Maybe it was a mental breakdown. Maybe it was a dare gone too far. Or maybe he just wanted to feel something, even if it was the rush of almost dying. Whatever it was, it worked. Because I still see him sometimes, not in real life, but in my mind. When it rains like that again, when the wind picks up and the sky goes black, I can't help but look up the road, half expecting to see him again. Just walking. And if I ever do, I don't think I'll stop the car. I hadn't seen my cousin Evan in years. Not since we were kids running around barefoot in our grandparents' yard, chasing chickens and getting yelled at for climbing the old pecan tree near the barn. Life happened, as it always does, and we drifted apart, different cities, different lives. But when he called me out of the blue that summer, asking if I wanted to join him on a weekend trip to the mountains, I said yes without thinking too hard about it. We planned a short hiking and camping trip in a less traveled area of the Appalachians, about a 4-hour drive from where I lived. Evan had done a lot of hiking over the years, more than me honestly, and promised that it wouldn't be anything too intense. Just a couple of days out in the woods, fresh air, no phones, maybe some fishing if we could find a stream. I packed light, mostly secondhand gear I borrowed from a buddy who used to do trail work, tossed it all in the back of my car, and met Evan at a gas station off the highway on a Friday morning. He had a big beard now, almost unrecognizable except for that familiar smirk he always had when we were kids. We talked for a while at the pumps, loading his pack into my trunk, swapping old memories, laughing like no time had passed. Then we drove. The route to the trailhead took us down a two-lane road that twisted through hills and dense forest. As we got further from town, the signs of civilization dropped off quickly. No more gas stations, no houses, just trees pressing in on both sides of the road. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful quiet, but that heavy, almost unnatural silence you feel when there's nothing around but land and air. I didn't mention it to Evan. He seemed relaxed, staring out the window like he was already deep in the trip. We reached the trailhead just after noon. It was nothing more than a wide dirt patch off the road, no signs, no cars. I checked my phone one last time, no signal. Evan said that was normal out here. We pulled on our packs, locked the car, and stepped onto the narrow trail that disappeared into the trees. The first few hours were good. The trail was steep in places but manageable. Ferns covered the forest floor, and everything smelled like wet moss and pine. We passed a couple of streams, climbed over some fallen logs, and even saw a deer bounding off into the distance at one point. The sun filtered through the leaves above us, painting patches of light that moved as the wind blew through the branches. I remember thinking it was exactly what I needed. No noise, no emails, no stress, just the woods and the sound of boots on dirt. We hiked for about 5 miles before Evan suggested we stop for the night. There was a small clearing just off the trail, barely visible unless you knew where to look. It was flat, dry, and surrounded by thick trees. We set up camp there, pitched our small tents facing each other, and built a fire with wood Evan gathered nearby. As the sun dipped behind the ridgeline, the temperature dropped fast, and I was glad I'd brought my thermal layer. We ate a simple dinner, beans, jerky, and trail mix, and sat by the fire until the stars came out. It got real dark real quick. Out there, miles from the nearest town, the sky looked different. Bigger, I guess. Like you were sitting at the bottom of a well looking up. The fire cracked and popped, and the forest creaked and rustled. And for a long time we just sat in silence, soaking it all in. I went to bed before Evan did. He said he wanted to stare at the stars a little longer. I crawled into my tent, zipped up the flap, and curled into my sleeping bag. I fell asleep to the sound of leaves rustling in the wind and the occasional snap of a branch out in the dark. I woke up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, eyes wide open. I didn't know why at first. No dreams, no sounds. I just suddenly snapped awake, like my body had felt something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I lay there listening. Nothing. Then I heard it. A soft, steady crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. Not fast, not panicked. Slow, deliberate, moving through the woods just outside the clearing. I didn't move. I held my breath. Crunch, crunch, pause. Crunch, crunch. It wasn't an animal. I've heard deer move through the woods before. They walked differently, lighter, more erratic. This was different. This was careful. I slowly unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to give away that I was awake. The steps circled the clearing once, then stopped for a long time. I didn't hear them again after that. I waited at least an hour, maybe more, before I fell asleep again. In the morning, Evan asked if I'd heard the raccoon. I said no. He said he thought something was moving around camp, but figured it was nothing. I didn't say anything. We packed up and kept hiking. The trail climbed higher after that. We passed through dense thickets where the light barely touched the ground, then up onto a narrow ridge with a view of the valley below. There were no signs, no markers, just Evan's memory guiding us. He said he'd been here once before, years ago, and that there was a good spot to camp near a small creek just a few miles further. We reached it by late afternoon. It was even more remote than the first site. No clearing this time, just a flat spot near the creek where the trees opened up enough to pitch our tents. The air smelled clean, cold. The only sound was the water rushing over smooth rocks. We set up camp again, made another small fire, and sat quietly as the sun went down. I kept glancing into the trees, feeling uneasy. Not scared, exactly. Just off. Like the air was too still, or the woods too quiet. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay there listening, waiting, heart pounding every time I heard a twig snap or leaves crunch. Around midnight, I heard it again, the same slow, steady footsteps. This time closer. They moved through the trees behind Evan's tent. I could hear them crunching through the underbrush, then stopping. Then a soft thump, like someone shifting their weight. Then nothing. I gripped my flashlight, but didn't turn it on. I waited, barely breathing. Eventually, the steps faded. I lay there, stiff as stone, until the sky turned gray with morning light. When we got up, Evan looked tired too. I could tell he hadn't slept well, but he didn't say anything about it. I asked if he heard anything, and he just shrugged, said maybe it was a fox. I knew it wasn't a fox. We decided to keep moving that day, get to a higher point on the ridge, and start circling back toward the trailhead. The hike was harder than the day before, steeper, rougher, less clear where the trail was. At times, it felt like we weren't even on a trail anymore, just weaving through the woods by instinct. Around midday, Evan stopped and looked down at something in the dirt. A boot print. Not his. Not mine. Too large. Deeper than ours. Fresh. He looked at me, then back at the print. Neither of us said anything. We kept moving. From that point on, I felt like we were being watched. It sounds cliché, but it's true. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you, even if you can't see them? That crawling tension at the back of your neck? That's what I felt. Every step. Every minute. The woods got denser, the trail even harder to follow. We kept climbing, hoping to find a good overlook where we could stop and get our bearings. But we never found one. Just more trees, more moss-covered rocks, more silence. By late afternoon, we decided to stop and set up camp early. We found a narrow gully between two slopes, sheltered by thick pines. Not ideal, but it would do. As we set up camp, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. A tree nearby had bark stripped off in long, vertical claw marks. They were old, but deep. Too deep for a black bear. I didn't say anything. That night, we didn't make a fire. We ate cold food, stayed in our tents. Neither of us talked much. I lay in my tent, eyes open, flashlight in hand. Then I heard it. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Not close. Not far. Just steady, rhythmic breathing. like someone standing still, somewhere out in the trees. I couldn't tell the direction. It echoed weirdly in the gully. I stayed like that all night. I didn't sleep at all. When the sun finally came up, I unzipped my tent and looked around. Nothing. No footprints. No sign of anything. But Evan was already packed. He looked at me and nodded. I nodded back. We didn't speak. We just started hiking. That last day was a blur, constant movement, no breaks, barely drinking water. Just pushing forward, fast as we could, trying to get back to the car. The woods seemed thicker, darker, more twisted. Every branch looked like a hand reaching out. Every rustle made my heart jump. Late in the afternoon, we finally reached the trailhead. The car was still there. Everything looked normal, but something was different. A fresh scrape ran down the driver's side door, deep, jagged, like someone had dragged a sharp object along it. We loaded our gear in silence, climbed in, and drove. Evan didn't say a word the whole ride back. I didn't either. When we got to the gas station where we'd met, he got out without saying goodbye. Just grabbed his pack and walked off. I never saw him again. I tried calling later. No answer. I texted. Nothing. I don't know what was out there. Person, animal, whatever. But it followed us. Watched us. Moved around our camp every night, just out of sight. And it knew exactly what it was doing. It didn't want to scare us away. It wanted us to know it was there. To remember. I took a week off work in late October. I needed to get away from everything. People, noise, the screens, the non-stop emails. I didn't tell anyone much about my plans, except that I'd be hiking for a few days. I picked a trail system in the northern part of the state, one I'd heard about from a ranger the year before, but never had the time to check out. It wasn't a national park, so it didn't attract too many tourists. That's what I wanted. Quiet. Time. Nature. I packed my gear carefully. 2.5 days worth of food, a water filtration kit, GPS, paper maps, compass, survival kit, emergency whistle, flare, and a small 2-person tent just in case I didn't make it to a shelter. I kept my phone with me too, though I knew there wouldn't be service for most of it. That was part of the appeal. The drive up took 5 hours. By the time I parked at the dirt pull-off by the trailhead, it was late afternoon, gray and cool. I remember stepping out of the car and taking a long breath. Pine. Damp leaves. The quiet kind of cold that tells you winter's not far off. I strapped my pack on and headed into the woods. The trail started easy. Just soft dirt, scattered rocks, and a slow incline. Trees on both sides, spaced wide enough to see between them, but close enough that it felt like a tunnel. I hiked for maybe 2 hours before I set up camp at a clearing just off the path. There was an old fire ring there, blackened stones with ash in the middle, probably from summer hikers. That first night was calm. I cooked rice and beans over my little stove and sat on a log with my headlamp off, watching the last light bleed from the sky. I slept well. The air was cold, but the sleeping bag kept me warm. In the middle of the night, I heard something walking near the tent, just soft footsteps through leaves, probably a raccoon or deer. I didn't move. I listened until it passed, and then fell back asleep. The next day, I hiked further. According to my map, there was a loop that would take me around a large ridge and past an old fire tower. The trail wasn't very well marked. Sometimes the path was barely visible under fallen leaves. I had to keep checking the GPS to make sure I hadn't wandered off. Around mid-afternoon, clouds rolled in. I could feel a storm coming. I sped up, trying to reach the tower before rain hit. The path got steeper and rockier. By the time I made it to the top, I was drenched in sweat, even though the temperature had dropped. The fire tower was still standing, though old and rusted. The bottom steps were broken, so I didn't bother climbing it. I took shelter under the base and pulled out a protein bar. I remember the quiet again. Just wind through the trees, the distant rumble of thunder. No birds, no insects. That kind of quiet is different. It feels like the forest is holding its breath. I checked my GPS again and noticed the signal was flickering. The weather, maybe. I marked my position anyway and decided to start the descent. I figured I'd make camp at a creek I'd seen on the map, about 2 miles down. As I headed down, the trail grew rougher. Sections were washed out from old storms. Some parts were nothing but loose stones and slick mud. I lost my footing once and slid a few feet before catching myself on a root. I kept going, slower now, more careful. It started to rain just before I reached the creek. Not heavy at first, just a cold drizzle that seeped into everything. I found a flat spot near the water, set up my tent, and got a fire going with dry twigs I kept wrapped in a plastic bag. I boiled water, made tea, and sat under my poncho, watching the rain fall into the creek. That night was different. I didn't sleep well. The wind picked up, rattling the tent. The rain got heavier. Branches snapped in the woods. At some point, I thought I heard something moving near the tent again. Slow, crunching steps. I held my breath. It didn't sound like a deer. Too heavy. It passed eventually, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me. The next morning, I found tracks in the mud a few yards from the tent. Not boot prints. Not paws either. Hooves. Big ones. Could have been a moose, but the prints were too round, too wide. I didn't think too hard about it. Just packed up and moved on. I decided to finish the loop early and head back to the car. The sky was still gray, and I didn't trust the weather. I checked the map, took a bearing with the compass, and started walking. The trail was supposed to fork after about a mile and reconnect near a logging road. I never found the fork. I walked for hours. The GPS wouldn't load, just a frozen screen. I kept going in the direction I thought was right, using the compass and the sun when I could see it. But the forest didn't look familiar anymore. The trees were thicker. The underbrush was tangled and wild. I hadn't seen a trail marker in a long time. I told myself I wasn't lost, just temporarily off course. I'd find the road or the trail eventually. I rationed water, skipped lunch to conserve food, and kept moving. The light started fading around 5 p.m. I decided to make camp again, figuring I'd find the road in the morning. That night was bad. No rain, but the wind was stronger. It howled through the trees like distant voices. The tent shook. I kept hearing things, snapping twigs, rustling leaves, heavy steps that stopped and started again. I didn't sleep. I just laid there, staring at the ceiling of the tent, gripping the emergency whistle in one hand and my knife in the other. I thought about using the flare, but I didn't want to waste it unless I was in real trouble. By morning, I knew I was lost. The GPS was dead now. Wouldn't even turn on. My phone was too, battery drained even though I'd barely used it. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest all looked the same. Brown trunks, wet leaves, mist hanging low. Every direction felt like the wrong one. I walked all day without finding a trail or road. Just endless trees. I called out once or twice, just to break the silence. My voice sounded small and stupid out there. Nothing answered. I set up camp again that night, this time near a fallen log that gave some shelter from the wind. I built a small fire, more for comfort than warmth. I ate the last of my food, a handful of nuts and a granola bar. I sat with my back to the log and watched the fire burn down. Just before dark, I heard something again. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. It was faint at first, then closer. Deep, steady breaths, like something standing just behind the trees, just outside the reach of the firelight. I didn't move. I didn't even turn around. I sat frozen, listening. The breathing went on for maybe a minute. Then it stopped. Nothing. Just the crackle of dying embers and the wind. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard it again. That slow, heavy breathing. I kept the knife in my hand and the flare ready. But nothing came into the camp. Morning came, gray and cold, and I packed up and walked again. I don't know how many days I was lost. I stopped counting. I ran out of food. My legs were weak. My lips were cracked. I started hallucinating sometimes, thinking I saw people between the trees, flashes of color, scraps of old tents. Once I thought I saw a ranger station, walked straight toward it, only to find a pile of rocks shaped like a hut. I knew I'd die out there if I didn't do something. So I climbed. I found the highest ridge I could and scrambled up it, hoping I'd see something. A road, a house, anything. It took all day. I tore my hands on rocks and slipped in mud, but I reached the top before sunset, and I saw smoke. Faint, thin, but definitely there. A straight column rising above the trees, maybe a few miles north. I scrambled down, half running, falling through brush. I didn't care anymore. I just ran toward that smoke. It took me all night. I fell into a creek, lost my footing, cut my leg open on a sharp rock. I kept going, limping now, dragging my pack. I tore it off and left it behind. Just after dawn, I found a logging road, a dirt track with deep tire ruts and old footprints. I followed it, limping, bleeding, hungry. After a mile, I found a small cabin, just a shack really, with smoke curling from a stovepipe. I banged on the door until a man opened it, wide-eyed and confused. I couldn't even talk. I just collapsed. They took me to a hospital in the nearest town. I was dehydrated, malnourished, and had an infected cut on my leg. I stayed there for 4 days. They asked how I got so lost. I couldn't explain it. I had a map, a compass, a GPS. I'd done dozens of hikes before. I knew how to stay oriented. But somehow, I'd gotten completely turned around. Something had pulled me off the trail. Or maybe I'd just gotten careless. I don't know. They found my gear weeks later. My tent shredded by wind. My pack soaked and half buried in mud. But what I remember most was the tracks around the camp. Not boot prints. Not paws. Hoofs. Big, round, wide ones. The ranger said there were no cattle up there, no horses, no moose that far south. He didn't know what made them. I didn't argue. I don't hike alone anymore. I never thought a simple detour on the drive back home would lead to one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I had just spent a weekend visiting an old college buddy in upstate Pennsylvania, and instead of taking the main interstate back like I always did, I decided to take the scenic route through the Allegheny backroads. I wasn't in a rush. I liked long drives and I liked quiet, especially after 2 days of loud friends and late-night beers. It was early evening when I turned off the highway and started cutting through the wooded countryside. The sky was still light, but starting to fade into that pale blue that comes before dusk. My GPS had me on a narrow, two-lane road with no dividing lines, cracked edges, and barely enough shoulder to pull over if I needed to. It twisted through thick forests and small hills, and I passed a few farms spaced out by miles. Cell signal was spotty, but I didn't think much of it. I had offline maps downloaded and a full tank of gas. Somewhere along that road, the GPS glitched. It froze and then rerouted me. I didn't notice right away, but after about 15 minutes, I realized I was no longer on the planned route. It had sent me onto a smaller side road called Copper Hollow Road. The name didn't ring any bells, but I figured it was just a shortcut. Sometimes Google Maps did that when it thought it found a faster route. The road got narrower. The pavement turned to gravel. Then the gravel gave way to dirt and rocks, the kind of road you usually need a truck or SUV for. I was in my old but reliable Camry, which had never had trouble before, so I kept going. I told myself I could always turn around if things got worse, but I kept putting off the decision, thinking the road would open back up soon. It never did. The trees got thicker. The light dimmed quickly. It was midsummer, but in that part of the woods, it looked like evening had arrived early. There were no power lines, no mailboxes, no signs of houses or life. Just trees and dirt and shadows. Eventually, I reached a point where the road dipped down into a small valley. The path there was covered in mud and had clearly been washed out by recent rain. I stopped the car and looked ahead. The wheels were already slipping a bit. I knew if I went further and got stuck, there'd be no one to help. There was no cell service. No one would hear me call. I decided to back up. When I shifted into reverse and looked behind me, I realized I couldn't easily turn around. The road was too narrow and lined with thick trees on either side. I'd have to reverse all the way back up the hill, which curved sharply to the left. I sighed and started inching back slowly, carefully trying not to veer off into the woods. That's when my rear wheel hit something and spun out. I cursed under my breath and got out. My right rear tire had sunk into a soft patch of ground where water had pooled. It wasn't a deep hole, but it was enough to trap the wheel. I tried putting branches and rocks under it to get traction. It didn't help. Every time I tried to reverse, the tire spun and kicked up more mud. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the road. I tried walking up the hill a bit to see if I could get a better view, or maybe some signal. Nothing. The trees were too thick. The canopy blocked any light from the fading sky. I walked back to the car and sat for a minute thinking. I didn't want to leave the vehicle, but I also couldn't stay put all night in the middle of nowhere. I remembered passing a small dirt driveway about a mile back. I wasn't sure if it led to a house or was just a logging path, but I figured it was better than nothing. I locked the car and started walking. The woods were completely silent except for the crunch of my shoes on gravel. No birds, no insects. That kind of silence that isn't peaceful, it's heavy. I kept glancing into the trees, half expecting to see something move. I didn't, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching. I told myself it was just nerves, just the isolation playing tricks on me. After about 20 minutes of walking, I saw the entrance to that dirt path. I took it. It curved through more trees and disappeared into the forest. I followed it, hoping it would lead to a house or cabin. The deeper I went, the more overgrown the path became. It didn't look like it had been used in months. Weeds grew tall in the middle, and branches reached low from either side. The sky above was now a dim grayish blue, barely visible through the trees. Then I saw a structure up ahead. It was an old house. Not completely abandoned, but not well kept either. The porch sagged in the middle, and the paint was peeling. A rusted pickup truck sat off to the side, half covered in a blue tarp. There were no lights on, no movement, but smoke trickled faintly from a metal chimney pipe sticking out of the roof. That meant someone might be home. I walked slowly up the path toward the house. I hesitated at the bottom of the porch steps. Something about the place felt off. It wasn't just the condition. It was the stillness. The kind of stillness that felt forced, like it was holding its breath. But I needed help. I stepped up onto the porch, and it creaked loudly under my weight. I froze, half expecting someone to yell from inside. Nothing. I knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. I waited another minute, then walked around the side of the house. There was a small shed in the back, door slightly ajar. I peeked inside. Empty. Just old tools, rusted cans, and a couple of stacked buckets. I walked back toward the front. Then I saw the footprints. They were in the dirt by the porch. Fresh. Still defined. They weren't boot prints or sneakers. Bare feet. Adult-sized. Several of them. Some pointing toward the woods, others back toward the house. They weren't evenly spaced either. Some were staggered or overlapping, like someone had been pacing or stumbling. I looked around again, more alert now. Still no sound. No birds. No wind. I decided not to wait around. I turned and started walking back toward the road. I figured if I could get far enough away from this place, I might find another road, or maybe catch a bar of signal. That's when I heard the sound behind me. A soft thud, then another, like someone stepping on dry ground barefoot. I froze. I didn't turn around right away. I just listened. Thud, thud. It was coming closer. I started walking faster. My heart thudded louder than the footsteps behind me. I didn't want to run, not yet, but I picked up the pace. The sound behind me grew quicker, matching my steps. I finally turned. Nothing. The path was empty behind me. No movement. No one. I stared for a long second, breathing hard, eyes scanning the trees. I started walking again, this time faster. Every few seconds I glanced back. Still nothing. But the feeling that something was near never left. I broke into a light jog, not caring how loud I was. I needed to get out of those woods. When I reached the main dirt road again, I felt a wave of relief. My car was still about a mile down the hill, but at least I was away from that house. I took a deep breath, wiped sweat from my forehead, and kept walking. That's when I noticed something strange about the road. There were new footprints. Barefoot. Same as before. Only now they were behind me, spaced perfectly in the middle of the road, leading back the way I had come. Like someone had been following at a distance the whole time. I didn't stop to think. I ran. Full sprint. I didn't look back again. I just ran until I saw the faint silver glint of my car through the trees. When I reached it, I fumbled with the keys, yanked the door open, and slammed it shut behind me. I locked the doors, sat there panting, staring out the windshield into the trees. The forest was dark now, almost black. I didn't see anyone, but I felt something, a presence, just out of view. I sat in the car for a long time, gripping the steering wheel. I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't drive forward. The road was impassable. I couldn't reverse. The tire was stuck. I considered sleeping there until morning, but I didn't feel safe staying still. Eventually, I got out again and circled to the back. I took more branches, more rocks, tried again to get the tire free. On the fourth try, the car lurched back an inch. Then another. I floored it in reverse and felt the back end rise out of the hole. The car spun sideways a bit, but I got it straight and kept going, reversing up the hill as fast as I could without skidding off the edge. I didn't stop until I was back on gravel. From there, I kept driving until I saw the glow of headlights, an old pickup coming toward me on the main road. I waved it down. It was a local man who lived a few miles away. He helped me get turned around and told me that Copper Hollow wasn't on any current map. The house at the end of the path had been abandoned for years. No one lived there. Not anymore. I didn't say anything. I didn't mention the footprints, or the sound of footsteps, or the feeling that something had followed me. I thanked him, turned back toward the highway, and didn't stop again until I was home. I never found out who or what had been in those woods with me. Maybe it was some old hermit, someone squatting in that house, or maybe something worse. I don't need to know. I've never taken a detour since. And every time I see a dirt road winding into the forest, I keep driving. I've always been an early riser, and I usually spent my weekends going out for long solo hikes. I never really liked gyms or crowded trails. I preferred the silence and the slow rhythm of my own steps crunching dirt and leaves underfoot. I wasn't an adrenaline junkie, and I never did anything risky. I just liked being away from people for a bit, walking through the woods with a small backpack, a thermos of coffee, and my thoughts. One Saturday morning in late October, I decided to explore a trail I'd heard about from a coworker. It wasn't official, not on any map, but he said he used to hike it years ago. Said it cut through a patch of thick woods near an old logging site that had been abandoned for decades. It wasn't too far, just a few miles out of town, and from the way he described it, it sounded quiet, barely touched, the kind of place that hadn't seen human footsteps in years. That was exactly what I was looking for. I woke up around 5 a.m., threw on my usual hiking clothes, base layer, light jacket, jeans, and boots. The air was cold enough to fog my breath when I stepped out to load my bag in the car. I had packed light: water, a sandwich, flashlight, small first aid kit, knife, thermos of coffee, and a printed satellite map with some scribbled notes on the area my coworker had mentioned. I also had my phone fully charged, but I already knew reception would be useless out there. The trailhead wasn't really a trailhead. I parked on the shoulder of a narrow two-lane road, next to a rusted metal gate that led into what used to be a dirt road. The gate was locked and half covered in vines, so I hopped it and started walking, following the old roadbed as it curved through dry grass and sparse trees. It was quiet, still, just birdsong and the occasional creaking branch. As I got deeper, the trees got denser. The path narrowed and eventually faded into scattered leaves and moss, but I kept moving in the direction I had marked on the map. The forest here had a strange feel to it, not exactly ominous, but forgotten. Everything was overgrown, tangled. Broken fence posts and rotting boards poked out from the underbrush in places, probably leftovers from the old logging camp. About an hour in, I found what looked like a clearing. It was small and uneven, with some sun filtering through the branches overhead. There were a few stumps, a rusted wheelbarrow half buried in dirt, and a stack of logs long turned to spongy mulch. I took a short break there, sat on a stump, and sipped some coffee. I hadn't seen or heard anything unusual so far. If anything, the silence was what stood out. No planes overhead, no distant traffic. Even the birds had gone quiet. I kept going past the clearing, now relying more on the general direction than any real path. That's when the terrain started getting tricky. The land sloped downward, more steeply than I expected, and the soil was loose with leaves and slick patches of moss. I took my time, stepping carefully, grabbing onto branches and tree trunks to steady myself. At the bottom of the slope, the forest floor flattened out into a low basin, like a shallow bowl. That's where I noticed the smell. It wasn't strong at first, just a faint sourness in the air. I figured maybe a dead animal was nearby. It's not uncommon in the woods. I moved slower, keeping my eyes open for any carcass, both out of curiosity and caution. I didn't want to stumble onto a bear's kill or something. But there were no signs of struggle, no drag marks or prints in the mud. Just the smell, getting slightly stronger the further I walked. Then I saw the structure. It was maybe 60 or 70 feet ahead, partially hidden behind a thicket of saplings and hanging vines. It looked like a shack. Old. Very old. The roof was caved in on one side, and the wooden planks were gray and warped with age. I hadn't expected anything like this, but given the history of the area, maybe it was part of the old logging camp. Still, something about it put me on edge. I paused for a while, just standing there, half crouched behind a tree, watching the shack like it might move. It didn't. Nothing did. I didn't even hear wind. Eventually, I stepped closer. My boots made almost no sound on the damp ground. I wasn't trying to sneak, but I also wasn't walking boldly. Just slow, careful steps. The smell was worse now, thick and cloying, like rot mixed with mildew. I reached the shack and peered through a crack in the wall. It was dark inside, barely lit by the gray daylight leaking through the collapsed roof. I couldn't see much, just some broken beams, piles of debris, and something else. At first, I thought it was a bundle of old tarps or blankets. Then I realized it had a shape to it. Rounded, lumpy, too large to be a deer. My breath caught in my throat, and for the first time all morning, I felt real fear. I didn't want to look closer. I didn't want to open that door or find a better angle. But I also didn't want to walk away without knowing what the hell I'd just seen. I circled to the front of the shack, where the door hung open, twisted off one hinge. I took one step inside. The boards creaked beneath me but held. I could see better now, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The bundle was a body. It was human. Male, maybe in his 40s or 50s. He was on his side, curled up slightly, knees bent toward his chest. His skin was grayish, mottled. Clothes shredded and dirt-caked. No visible blood, no obvious wounds. But his eyes were open, wide open, and his mouth too, like he'd frozen mid-scream. I stumbled back, out of the shack, almost tripping over the threshold. My heart was pounding now, my breath coming fast. I tried to make sense of what I'd seen. Was he a hiker? Someone who got lost. But his clothes didn't look new. They were old, like from another decade. Layers of wool and denim, not the kind of modern outdoor gear people wore now. I turned to leave. I didn't want to be there anymore. I didn't care if I missed part of the trail, or if I had to bushwhack back to the car. I just wanted out. That's when I heard it. A snap, like a footstep on a dry branch. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. I didn't turn around. I didn't breathe. I listened. Another sound, a low rustling, maybe 30 feet behind me, somewhere in the trees. I slowly reached into my bag, pulling out my knife. It was small, just a folding blade, but it was better than nothing. I didn't want to panic. Animals live out here. Maybe it was a deer, or even a bear. I just had to stay calm. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Heavy, steady. From behind a cluster of trees. It wasn't panting. It was slow, deliberate, like someone trying to stay quiet, but unable to hide completely. I turned and backed away slowly, eyes scanning the woods. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something was there. Watching me. Following me. I didn't run. Not yet. I walked as fast as I could without making too much noise, back toward the slope I'd come down earlier. Every few seconds, I looked back. Nothing. No movement. But the feeling didn't go away. I reached the slope and started climbing. It was harder going up, my boots slipping on the loose dirt and wet leaves. My legs burned. My lungs ached. I gripped tree roots and low branches, pulling myself higher. Then I slipped. One boot lost traction, and I fell hard on my side, sliding a few feet before stopping against a log. Pain shot through my hip, but I pushed up fast, breathing hard, knife still clenched in my fist. When I looked back down the slope, I saw something move. A figure, standing still at the bottom, near the base of the trees. It wasn't clear, just a dark shape. No details, no face, but it was upright, human-shaped, and it was staring up at me. I didn't wait. I scrambled the rest of the way up, half running, half climbing, branches slapping my face. When I reached the top, I didn't stop. I just kept going, pushing through the brush, trying to retrace my steps toward the clearing. I moved fast, not caring how much noise I made now. Every few steps I looked back. Nothing. No one. But I didn't believe it was gone. I couldn't. That feeling of being hunted never left. Eventually I reached the clearing again. The sun had shifted, more shadows now. I was breathing hard, soaked in sweat despite the cold. I took a quick drink of water, then kept moving. The old road was ahead. If I could just reach it, I'd be close to the gate. As I got closer, I noticed something strange. The ground was marked. Tracks. Not boot prints. Drag marks. Like something heavy had been pulled through the leaves. Fresh. They led off the road and into the trees. I didn't follow them. I kept walking, faster now, legs stiff and sore lungs burning. When I reached the gate, I climbed it without stopping and practically ran to my car. Threw open the door, tossed my bag inside, and slammed it shut. I locked the doors. Then I sat there for a long time, hands gripping the wheel, staring at the woods. I didn't see anything follow me. I didn't hear anything more. But I knew someone was out there. Later, I tried to report what I'd found. I called the local sheriff's department and told them I found a body in an old shack. I didn't mention the figure. I didn't mention the tracks. They sent someone to check it out, but a few days later I got a call saying they couldn't locate any structure fitting my description. No shack, no body, just dense woods. They said maybe I got turned around. Maybe I'd wandered onto private land. Maybe it was an old animal carcass I mistook for something else. I didn't argue. I thanked them and hung up. But I know what I saw, and I haven't gone hiking alone since. It started with a stupid idea. I was restless, tired of my routine, tired of the noise of the city, tired of people, and their constant need to talk and make everything louder than it needs to be. I had been thinking about getting away, alone, just to clear my head. Not for long, just a few days. I looked at some spots within a few hours' drive from home and finally landed on an area I had read about once. Old mining land in northern Pennsylvania that had been long abandoned. The state had bought it up and declared it public game land. There were no trails, no campgrounds, nothing. Just deep woods, old hills, and silence. No one went there, and that was exactly why I chose it. I packed light. Just a tent, sleeping bag, a portable stove, a good knife, some dried food, a water filter, my compass, and a printed map. No GPS, no cell service in that region anyway. I told one person where I was going, my older brother. I said I'd be gone 4 days max. He didn't ask questions, just said to check in when I got back. The drive took me 6 hours. The last 30 miles were slow, winding roads, most of them poorly maintained. When I finally reached the spot where the dirt road ended, I parked my truck under the shadow of tall pine trees, locked it, slung my pack over my shoulder, and started walking. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. I didn't see another person, not a single soul. There weren't even any tire tracks where I parked, no litter, no signs of recent human activity. It was what I wanted. I walked in for nearly an hour before I found a decent spot to set up camp. A flat area near a narrow stream, surrounded by hardwood trees and ferns. I could hear birds and the occasional snap of a branch in the underbrush. Nothing felt threatening, just nature doing its thing. I set up the tent, got my sleeping bag arranged, and then sat on a nearby rock to eat a quick dinner. It was quiet, that kind of deep silence where you can hear your own breathing clearly. That first night was uneventful. The temperature dropped fast after sunset, but I was ready for that. I fell asleep with no problem, lulled by the sound of wind brushing through the leaves. The next day, I decided to explore. I didn't bring everything with me, just my knife, compass, water filter, and a day's worth of snacks. I followed the stream for a while, then veered off into denser forest. The terrain got rougher, with big rocks and thick underbrush. Occasionally, I'd find rusted metal pieces, old barrels, parts of mining carts, things like that, half buried in moss and soil. It felt like I was walking through a place that hadn't been touched in decades, maybe longer. By mid-afternoon, I reached a spot where the trees thinned out, and I saw the mouth of an old mine. It was just a low, black opening in the hillside, partially caved in, with rotting wood beams leaning against the sides. I didn't go inside. Even though I was curious, I wasn't stupid. Those places collapse without warning. I stood there for a few minutes, just listening to the breeze and the creaking of trees. Then I turned around and started heading back. That's when I noticed it. A second set of footprints near mine. At first, I thought maybe I had just circled around and stepped on my own trail, but when I looked closer, I realized they were a different shape. Lighter boot prints and fresher. Mine were deep and wider from the pack weight. These looked like someone else had been walking, following the same direction I came from. And they were close, like within the last hour close. I stopped moving and scanned the woods. Nothing. No sound but leaves. I stood there for at least 5 minutes, just waiting, listening, watching for movement. Nothing. I tried to shake the nerves off, but something felt wrong. Not dangerous exactly, just off. I started back toward camp, this time more alert. I checked over my shoulder constantly, watching the trees for any movement. The woods were quiet, too quiet for how deep in I was. Usually you hear birds, insects, branches creaking, but it was dead silent. When I reached my tent, everything looked untouched. My food was still hanging where I left it, no signs of animals or people. I told myself maybe I imagined the prints. Maybe they were mine after all. The light was fading, and my eyes could have been playing tricks. I didn't believe that, but it helped me sleep. The next day, I stayed near camp. I didn't want to go wandering too far again. I spent time collecting more firewood, filtering water, writing notes in a small journal I'd brought. Around noon, I heard something in the woods, a rhythmic tapping sound, like someone knocking on a tree with a stick. 3 knocks, then silence, then another 3 farther off. It didn't sound like woodpeckers. It was too slow, too deliberate. I waited, heart thumping. The sound came again. A different pattern this time. 2 knocks, a pause, then 4 more. I didn't like it. I stood up, knife in hand, and turned slowly, scanning every inch of the tree line. Still nothing. After maybe half an hour, it stopped. The forest felt normal again, birds chirping, squirrels rustling. I tried to convince myself that maybe it was just branches knocking in the wind or some animal behavior I didn't understand. But that didn't sit right with me. It felt like a pattern, like something intentional. That night, I kept the fire going longer. I didn't sleep right away. I sat near the fire, listening, waiting for anything unusual. I kept the knife nearby, even though I knew it wouldn't do much if something really went bad. Hours passed. Nothing happened. Eventually, I went to bed. I woke up around 3 in the morning, covered in sweat. Something had startled me awake, but I didn't know what. I sat up and listened. There was no wind, no night sounds, just stillness. Then I smelled it, a faint, sour odor, like sweat and metal. It was coming from outside the tent. I held my breath, every muscle tensed. I didn't hear anything, no footsteps, no breathing, but I knew something was out there. I stayed like that for what felt like an hour, frozen in place, barely blinking. Eventually, the smell faded. I unzipped the tent as slowly and quietly as I could and peeked out. The fire had gone out, and the woods were pitch black. I saw nothing, no shapes, no movement, but I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I checked around the tent. No footprints, no disturbed dirt, but the hanging food bag was gone. The rope had been cut clean through, not chewed cut. I found the bag about 30 yards away, ripped open and empty. Food wrappers scattered. Something or someone had taken it. That was enough. I decided to pack up and leave. I didn't know if it was a person, or maybe even a very clever animal, but something was messing with me out there, and I didn't want to find out what it was. I took down the tent, stuffed everything into my pack, and started back toward the truck. About halfway through the hike, I heard footsteps behind me. Not animals. These were steady, 2-legged steps. I stopped. The steps stopped. I waited. Nothing. I started walking again, faster this time. I kept my head down, watching the trail, but I kept checking over my shoulder. Every time I stopped, the sound stopped. At one point, I stepped off the trail and hid behind a thick tree. I waited. For almost 10 minutes I stood there, not moving. Then I saw movement, just a shape far back, crossing between 2 trees. A person, I think. Tall, lean, wearing dark clothes. They didn't look in my direction, just kept moving along the trail I had just left. I stayed hidden until they were gone, then took a wide loop around and bushwhacked my way through the forest, avoiding the path entirely. It took me an extra 2 hours, but I finally reached the truck. I got in, locked the doors, and sat there for a moment, catching my breath. Then I started it and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the nearest gas station 2 towns over. I never saw that person again. I don't know if they were following me on purpose, or just some backwoods loner who didn't want me there. Maybe it was a hunter, a squatter, or someone living off-grid. I'll never know. But the way they moved, the way they stayed just out of sight, how they cut the rope instead of just taking the bag down like a bear would, it all told me one thing. They were watching me the whole time. When I got home, I dumped all my gear in the garage and sat on the floor for almost an hour. I kept thinking how easily that could have ended worse. One wrong turn, one moment of letting my guard down. No one would have found me out there. I still go hiking, still spend time in the woods, but never alone, and never without telling more people where I'm going. That place, those woods, felt like they were hiding something, or someone, and whoever it was, they didn't want me there. I listened, and I never went back. I remember the whole thing clearer than I wish I did. It was around early September last year, when when I agreed to help a friend's cousin move some of his stuff out of an old shed on his family's property. It was a big piece of land out in the middle of nowhere, somewhere in central Missouri. Not farmland exactly, but lots of overgrown fields, a few tree lines, and patches of thick woods where the land hadn't been cleared in decades. His uncle had owned the land, but had passed away the year before, and no one had really touched the place since. They were getting ready to sell it, and the family wanted everything of value cleared out before listing it. I didn't really know the guy I was helping. His name was Corey, but I needed some extra cash, and my friend said he'd pay me $100 to go out there for the day and help clear and load up whatever junk he wanted to keep. It sounded easy enough. Just a day out in the country, lifting old tools and boxes, maybe an ATV if we were lucky. That's what I thought it would be, but it turned into something else entirely. We drove out in Corey's truck early in the morning. The sun was barely up, and there was still fog sitting low over the grass and in the dips between hills. The road to the place was just gravel, and after about a half hour off the highway, we reached a rusted old gate with a padlock. Corey got out, unlocked it with a key he'd been given, and we drove in slowly down a rutted dirt path that looked like it hadn't been used since the 90s. We had to stop twice to move fallen branches, and one part was completely swallowed by vines. The house itself was just a single-story structure, weather-beaten and sagging on one side. The paint had peeled off in huge chunks, and the roof was patched with what looked like sheets of metal and old tarps. But we weren't going into the house. Corey said we'd stick to the shed and the garage for now because the house had water damage and was probably full of mold. Behind the house, about 100 feet away, was a large wooden shed, almost like a barn, but not quite that big. It was painted dark red once, but now it was mostly gray with age. The doors were wide open, and inside was a mess. Rusted tools, empty shelves, busted furniture, piles of rotten cardboard, and buckets of God knows what. The air inside was thick, dusty, and smelled like old dirt and motor oil. You could hear insects buzzing from the corners and see spiderwebs clinging to everything. We got to work right away. I started sorting things into piles, metal that might be worth something, wood or garbage to burn or throw out, and anything that looked like it might have sentimental value. Corey seemed kind of on edge the whole time. Not jumpy exactly, just quiet. He didn't talk much, didn't look around a lot, just kept lifting things and muttering to himself. Around noon, we stopped for lunch. I sat on an old lawn chair just outside the shed while Corey ate a sandwich and stared out toward the tree line. It was quiet, dead quiet. No cars, no birds, no wind. I remember noticing how weird that was at the time. Even in the middle of nowhere, you usually hear something, crickets, maybe a hawk in the distance, or the wind through the trees. But it was like someone hit mute on the whole world. After lunch, I went around to the far side of the shed where there was a small door, half covered by vines. I hadn't noticed it before. It looked like it hadn't been opened in years. The handle was rusted, and the hinges were stiff, but I managed to get it open with a loud screech. Inside was a narrow set of wooden stairs going down, maybe 4 or 5 steps. I called for Corey, but he didn't hear me, so I just decided to poke around a bit. The air coming out of that space was colder than it should have been. It was damp, smelled like wet concrete and mildew. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The stairs led down to a little cellar, maybe 10 feet by 15. The walls were stone, and the floor was dirt, with some old boards laid across it in a kind of makeshift platform. There were shelves down there, full of old glass jars, some filled with what looked like dried herbs or something worse. There were also tools, big rusty saws, hand drills, clamps. One wall had chains hanging from nails. Not hardware store chains either, heavy ones, like you'd use to lock up machinery or animals. I didn't stay down there long. Something about that space didn't feel right. It was too cold, too still. The kind of stillness that makes your skin crawl. I backed out slowly, shut the door, and moved a few boards and an old cabinet in front of it. I didn't say anything to Corey. I figured it was probably nothing, just an old root cellar, but still, I didn't like it. We kept working through the afternoon. At one point, Corey found an old safe buried under a tarp in the corner of the shed. It wasn't big, maybe the size of a microwave, but it was heavy. We tried to get it open, but it was locked tight. He decided he'd take it home and try to crack it later. Said maybe it was full of old coins or silver or something. We moved it to the truck bed, strapped it down, and went back for one last sweep. That's when the air changed. I can't explain it well. 1 minute, everything was still, just like it had been all day. And the next, it felt like the air got thicker, like walking into a steam room, but without the heat. My skin felt damp. My ears started ringing, not loud, but enough that I noticed. And the light shifted. It was still sunny outside, but everything seemed dimmer, like the sun had gone behind a cloud that didn't exist. I looked at Corey. He had stopped moving and was staring at the tree line again. I followed his gaze. Something was moving in the trees. At first, I thought it was just a deer or maybe a person walking, maybe a neighbor or a hunter. But then I realized it wasn't walking. It was standing still, just barely visible between the trunks. The kind of thing you see only when you're not looking right at it. You know something's there, but as soon as you focus on it, it blends into the shadows. We stood there for a long time, not talking, just watching. The longer we stood, the more I felt like I couldn't move. Like if I did, it would notice. I wasn't scared, exactly, not like horror movie scared, but I felt something I hadn't felt since I was a kid. That primal, animal feeling that something was watching me and I didn't want to be seen. Then, just like that, it was gone. The ringing stopped. The air cleared. And the light went back to normal. Corey looked at me and nodded, like he understood I had felt it too, even though we hadn't said a word. We didn't waste any more time. We locked up the shed, loaded the last few things into the truck, and drove out fast, barely stopping to shut the gate behind us. On the drive back, I noticed something. The safe in the truck bed. One of the straps had come loose. But instead of sliding or shifting during the drive, it hadn't moved at all. It just sat there, perfectly still, like it was rooted to the bed of the truck. When we got back to town, I helped Corey unload, and then went home. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept dreaming about those chains in the cellar, swinging slowly, even though there was no wind. The next day, I texted Corey to ask if he had opened the safe. No reply. I waited a few hours and called. Straight to voicemail. Over the next couple days, I tried again. Nothing. My friend who introduced us said he hadn't heard from Corey either. A week later, I saw something on the local news. A truck had been found parked on the side of a rural road just outside town. Engine off, keys in the ignition, door wide open. No sign of the driver. But in the bed of the truck was a small, old safe, busted open, empty. They never found Corey. Not a trace. No signs of struggle, no footprints, nothing. I never went back to that property. I never told the police what we saw or what we felt. They wouldn't believe it anyway. Hell, I'm not even sure I believe it. But I know what I felt. I know that something was in those woods. Watching. Waiting. And I know that whatever was inside that safe should have stayed locked. I moved cities not long after that. Got a new job. Tried to start fresh. But sometimes late at night, when everything's quiet and still, I get that same feeling. That thick air, that ringing in my ears. I'll look out my window, and I'll see the edge of the woods at the end of my street, just barely visible in the moonlight. And I wonder if it followed me, or if it's still waiting out there, in some other forgotten patch of woods, for the next fool to open a door that should have stayed shut. I don't scare easy, but I'll never go back into the woods alone. Not again. I still don't know what it was. I've thought about it 1,000 times. Every time I lay in bed and try to fall asleep, I think about it. I never told anyone the full thing, not like this. People wouldn't get it. They'd say I imagined it, or try to give it a name, something that fits in a neat little box so it doesn't bother them. But what happened to me didn't have a name. It didn't make sense. It was just something that happened, and I lived through it. I don't care if it sounds weird, or if it doesn't fit anyone's ideas of what can or can't happen. It happened. It was early November, cold but not freezing, and the woods near my cousin's place were empty that time of year. He lived out in the middle of nowhere. One of those places with no streetlights, barely any cell signal, and miles of trees in every direction. I had gone to stay with him for a few days after quitting my job. I was burned out, angry, and needed time away from everything. He said I could use the cabin, even if he wasn't home much, since he was always on the road for work. I liked the silence at first. I liked the kind of quiet where you could hear your own breath and nothing else. No car horns, no people yelling, no footsteps above your ceiling like in an apartment building. Just the wind, maybe a bird here and there. It felt clean. I thought I'd spend a few days reading, walking in the woods, getting some perspective. I brought a journal, too, even though I hadn't written anything in years. The cabin was small but sturdy. One room with a wood stove, a tiny kitchen area, a bed in the corner, and a dusty old couch near the window. There was no running water, just a hand pump outside. No TV, no Wi-Fi, just the little bit of cell signal I could get if I stood out near the back step and held my phone up. I didn't care. I wanted to unplug anyway. For the first 2 days, I did exactly what I planned. I walked trails during the day, came back and lit the stove in the evening, ate simple meals, mostly soup or whatever I could heat on a camp stove. At night, I listened to the fire crackle and stared at the ceiling until I fell asleep. I didn't feel scared or uneasy. I didn't even feel lonely. It just felt quiet, which was what I needed. The third night was when things started to feel off. It wasn't anything big, just a sound. I was lying in bed, still half awake, when I heard something moving outside. Not close, not scratching at the door or anything, just movement. Leaves crunching, something shifting through the undergrowth. At first I thought it was a deer, maybe a raccoon or something. I figured animals wandered around all the time out there, especially with no people around. But it didn't move like a deer. I know how deer sound. They move fast. You hear the hooves, the sudden burst of motion, the clear snap of a twig when they bolt. This was different. It was slower, but still heavy. Something with weight to it, but not in a hurry. Just passing through, I told myself. Just the woods doing what they always do. Still, I got up and looked out the window. I didn't see anything. Just trees, and the moonlight reflecting faintly on the leaves. The fire was low, and the glass was a bit foggy, so I didn't stare too long. I told myself to go back to sleep. I did, eventually. The next day, I took a different trail. I had a map, a real printed one, since I couldn't rely on my phone out there. I picked a trail that looped deeper into the forest, something longer that would take most of the day. I packed a small bag with snacks, water, a flashlight just in case, and my pocket knife. I wasn't planning on needing it, but I always carried it anyway. It was a long walk. Peaceful, mostly. I didn't see another person the entire time. The trail was clear but narrow in places, with lots of switchbacks and uneven footing. Around midday, I sat on a rock and ate a protein bar. The sun came through the trees in thin shafts, and I remember thinking how clean the air smelled, how quiet everything was. Then I heard the same sound again. Not far off. Same slow movement. Crunch, crunch, stop. Crunch again. I stayed still, listening hard. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Could be another hiker, even though I hadn't seen one all day. Could be an animal again. Could be my imagination. I stayed quiet for a long time, just listening. It moved away after a while. I heard the sound get softer, fainter, until it was gone. I stood up and finished the loop, checking my watch more often than usual. I didn't want to be out there after dark. That night, I had trouble sleeping. It wasn't just the sound anymore. It was the feeling, like something was near. Not right outside, but not far. Like the way you can feel someone standing behind you, even when they don't make a sound. Like pressure. The wind picked up during the night, and I heard the trees groaning, branches tapping the roof. I told myself it was just the wind, nothing more. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, filled some water jugs from the pump, cleaned up a bit. Around noon, I sat on the porch and wrote a little in my journal. Just notes about the weather, what I'd seen, nothing deep. I started to relax again. But around 3 p.m., I saw something. I was out near the edge of the clearing, about 50 yards from the cabin, gathering kindling. That part of the woods was denser, with thick brush and lots of tall trees. I bent down to grab a bundle of sticks and looked up, and I saw movement. Not a shape, not clearly. Just something shifting behind the trees, fast. It didn't move like a person. There was no sound, which was the weirdest part. No crunching, no snapping twigs, nothing. It just moved. Then it was gone. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, staring into the trees. I scanned every shadow, every branch, waiting to see if it would move again. It didn't. I walked back slowly, eyes on the woods the whole time. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat up with the fire burning bright, my knife on the table beside me. Every little sound outside made me jump. I kept getting up and checking the windows, trying to see if anything was out there. I didn't see anything. Just before dawn, I finally dozed off. When I woke up, it was still cold, still gray outside. I made some instant coffee and tried to calm myself. I thought maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was letting my imagination get the best of me. I'd been alone for days in the woods, no real human contact. That messes with your head, doesn't it? I planned to leave the next morning. I figured I'd pack up, thank my cousin, and head home. I didn't need to stay another night. But I did, because when I went out to pump water that afternoon, I found tracks. Not animal tracks. Not deer or raccoon or even bear. These were footprints. Bare human footprints. They were just outside the clearing, near the tree line. Big ones. No shoes, no tread. Just Saul's toes, heels. Clear as day, pressed into the soft ground. Fresh. There were 5 of them in a row, like someone had walked along the edge of the woods and then turned back. I followed them for a few feet, heart hammering. Then they just stopped. Not like they turned. Not like the person walked away in another direction. They just ended. The ground around them wasn't disturbed. No other tracks. No drag marks. Nothing. Like the person had been there and then vanished. I went back inside, locked the door, and didn't come out again. I didn't light a fire that night. I didn't want the light to give me away. I sat in the dark, listening, and I heard it again. Only this time, it wasn't moving away. It circled the cabin. I could hear the leaves and twigs underfoot, crunching slowly. A pause, then more crunching. It went all the way around. Once, then again. Then it stopped behind the cabin, where I couldn't see. I didn't move for hours. Just sat there in the dark, holding my knife, staring at the door. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. When I woke up, it was morning, bright and cold and silent. I didn't waste time. I packed everything. I tossed my gear into the back of my car, didn't even stop to eat. I didn't check the woods, didn't go near the spot with the footprints. I just left. I didn't tell my cousin what I saw. I didn't think he'd believe me. Maybe he would have, maybe not. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Not the sounds. Not the shape I thought I saw. Not even the footprints. What kept me up at night was one thought. Who walks barefoot, deep in the woods, in November? And why did they stop at the edge of the clearing, like they were watching? It started with a favor I didn't really want to do. My cousin had bought this old property upstate, a couple hours from where I live. It was cheap land, way out in the hills, and he wanted to turn it into a cabin retreat. I hadn't seen him in a while, and out of the blue, he called and asked if I could help him move some things into a storage shed on the property. He had a bad back and didn't want to hire strangers. I figured it would be a quick drive, maybe a night or two helping him move stuff, and I'd head back home. I packed light, just a duffel bag, some snacks, my boots, and a few tools in case he needed them. I left early in the morning, filled up the tank, and hit the road. The drive started normal, but once I got into the rural areas, things thinned out fast. Fewer signs, fewer cars, fewer houses. The last hour was all dirt roads and forest-lined gravel paths. By the time I pulled up to the property, the sky was clouding over. The land was nothing but a clearing cut into thick woods, with a lopsided barn, a half-collapsed house, and a new metal storage shed that looked completely out of place. It stood there like it was dropped from a helicopter, shiny, new, and wrong in that setting. My cousin wasn't there. I waited for about 20 minutes, walked around the place, and called him a couple times. No signal. Typical. I figured maybe he went into town for something, and would be back soon. There was no gate, no fences, nothing but thick brush and trees in all directions. I sat on the hood of my truck and ate some chips, staring at the shed. After another 30 minutes or so, I got tired of waiting and decided I'd look around a bit, just to kill time. The barn was leaning to one side, with holes in the roof and a floor full of old junk, rusted tools, broken ladders, a few animal bones, and spiderwebs thick enough to catch a bird. I didn't stay in there long. The house was worse. Half the roof was gone, and the floorboards were rotted and sagging. There were old chairs, broken glass, and the smell of mildew soaked into everything. One of the rooms had a huge hole in the floor that went all the way down into a dark crawl space. I didn't even get near that. It felt wrong. I couldn't say why, it just did. Eventually, I walked back to the shed. The door was unlocked. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The lights weren't wired up, but sunlight came in through 2 small windows. Inside were a few plastic bins, a rolled-up tarp, some bottled water, and a folded-up cot. It looked like someone had been using it as a place to sleep. There were wrappers, an old coffee mug, and even a portable gas stove in the corner. It felt strange that he hadn't mentioned that. I sat down on the cot and thought about heading back to town. But the weather had turned worse. Thick gray clouds now covered the sky, and a cold wind was picking up. I didn't want to drive those roads at night in the rain. I figured I'd stay the night in the shed. I had a flashlight, and there was enough bottled water and snacks to make it through one night. By the time night came, it was pouring rain. The wind howled through the trees, and I could hear branches cracking somewhere in the woods. I shut the shed door and locked it from the inside with a metal latch. I rolled out the sleeping bag I'd brought and lay down on the cot. It took a while, but I eventually fell asleep. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was still pitch black. The rain was still coming down hard, and the wind made everything creak and groan. What woke me up wasn't the storm, though. It was something else. I felt it before I heard it. A pressure. Like when someone walks into a room and you don't hear them, but you know they're there. I lay still for a minute, not even moving my head, just listening. Then I heard it. Something outside. Very faint. A crunching sound. Like footsteps in wet grass. Slow. Deliberate. I held my breath. There was nothing for a moment. Then I heard it again. Closer this time. Still slow. Still heavy. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Pause. I sat up, grabbed my flashlight, and pointed it at the door. I didn't turn it on yet. I just waited. The metal walls of the shed made it hard to tell where the sound was coming from. It could have been to the side, or behind, or right in front. I couldn't tell. I stayed like that for maybe 10 minutes, breathing slow, flashlight ready in my hand, heart pounding. Then, something tapped the shed wall. Not loud, not fast, just one soft tap, like someone gently knocking with one finger. I froze. A second later, another tap. Then silence again. I finally turned on the flashlight, its beam cutting through the dark like a blade. I didn't want to open the door. Every instinct in me screamed to stay inside, but I had to see. I stood up, unlocked the latch as quietly as I could, and opened the door just an inch. Rain sprayed in sideways, and cold wind hit my face. I shined the light out. There was nothing there. I opened the door a bit more, stepped out barefoot into the mud, and swept the beam across the clearing. Still nothing. I walked slowly around the shed, listening. The storm covered most small sounds, but I didn't hear anything else. No more footsteps. No more tapping. Eventually, I went back inside, locked the door again, and sat on the cot until morning. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, the rain had stopped. Everything was soaked and fog clung to the tree line. I opened the shed door and stepped out into the wet grass. I walked around the shed, checking the mud for any sign of what I might have heard. At the back of the shed, I found footprints. Clear ones. Not mine. They came out of the woods, circled the shed, and went back the way they came. Barefoot prints. Deep, heavy wide. Too wide for a normal person. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I packed up my things, locked the shed, and left. No sign of my cousin. No messages. I never heard from him again. I called the sheriff in the county and told them I hadn't heard from my cousin and that his property was sitting empty. They said they'd check it out, but I never got a follow-up. I stopped asking after the third call. I tried not to think about it, but I couldn't let it go either. About a month later, I drove back out to the property. Everything was the same. The shed was still there locked. The barn and the house untouched. But the strange thing was, all the stuff inside the shed was gone. The plastic bins, the tarp, the water, the cot, even the gas stove. Everything had been cleared out. The shed was empty except for a single thing in the center. A pair of boots. Not mine. Not my cousin's size either. They were huge. Too big for any normal man. They were caked in mud, with the laces torn off, and one of them had what looked like a crack running down the side, as if something had stepped on it too hard. I left them there and drove back home. I haven't been back since. I don't talk to anyone about it, not even my family. Sometimes I wonder if I should have gone looking for my cousin, checked hospitals or reports something. But I didn't. And sometimes at night, especially when it rains, I think about that slow crunching sound. And I wonder what would have happened if I had opened that door a second earlier, or if I hadn't woken up at all. I don't usually take time off work. I keep my head down, stay busy, and try to avoid the kind of situations that make life complicated. But about a year ago, after months of non-stop pressure at my job, my supervisor basically forced me to take a week off. I didn't have a plan. I didn't want to sit at home with nothing to do. so I borrowed my cousin's old cabin. It was deep in the woods, about a 5-hour drive from the city. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, just trees and silence. He told me it was a good place to reset. I left on a Sunday morning and drove until the roads went from pavement to gravel to dirt. The last hour of the drive, I didn't see another car. No people, just endless pine trees. I stopped once to let a deer cross, and then I didn't see another living thing for miles. When I pulled up to the cabin, it was exactly how he described it. Old but sturdy single floor, with a small porch and a locked shed out back. There was a wood-burning stove inside, a couch, a bed with a thin mattress, and a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been used in years. But it was clean. The air smelled sharp and fresh, and I thought it might actually be good for me. The first 2 days were quiet. I read books I hadn't touched in years. I took short walks down the trails behind the cabin. I listened to the wind in the trees and tried to forget about deadlines and meetings. I cooked over the stove, went to sleep early, and tried not to think too much. It was boring in a good way. I didn't see or hear a single person or car the entire time. On the third night, something felt off. I went to bed around 9:30. It was dead silent outside. I lay on the thin mattress, half asleep, when I heard a noise that didn't fit the usual sounds. It wasn't an animal or wind. It was a dull, scraping sound, like something dragging over wood. It came from behind the cabin. I sat up and listened, heart already beating faster. The noise lasted maybe 10 seconds. Then it stopped. I stayed frozen in bed for a few minutes, listening hard, but it didn't come back. I told myself it was probably a branch falling or a raccoon messing with the shed. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I started to drift off, I thought I heard it again. Just barely. Something brushing against the wall. Scraping. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check. The shed behind the cabin was locked, just like before. I couldn't see anything out of place. No marks on the walls. No animal tracks. I shook it off and told myself it was nothing. Maybe I'd been dreaming. Maybe the wind made it sound like something it wasn't. That night, it came again. I was sitting on the porch after dinner. The sun had just dropped below the trees, and the woods were starting to dim. The scraping sound came from the side of the cabin this time. Not loud, but steady. A dragging noise, like someone pulling a rake across the wall. I stood up fast, heart pounding. I looked, but saw nothing. The woods were still. No animals, no people. I grabbed the flashlight and walked slowly around the cabin. I expected to see claw marks or scratches on the wood, but again, there was nothing. I checked the shed again. Locked. The key my cousin gave me didn't open it, and he'd told me not to mess with it. Just old tools and junk, he'd said. I was starting to wonder if someone was messing with me. Maybe some local kids knew the cabin was empty and decided to screw with the city guy. But it didn't feel like a prank. It felt focused. That night I barely slept. Every little sound put me on edge. At one point, I got up and stood at the window for almost an hour, flashlight in hand, staring into the trees. I didn't see anything move, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. On the 5th day, I decided to leave early. I didn't tell my cousin. I didn't want to sound paranoid. I packed everything and started loading up the car. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. In the dirt behind the cabin, there were tracks. Not boot prints, not paws. It looked like something had been dragged. A long, shallow groove, about as wide as my arm, ran from the woods to the back of the cabin and disappeared under the porch. I crouched down and looked underneath. It was dark, full of leaves and old wood. I couldn't see much, but the groove clearly ended right under the center of the porch. I didn't know what to make of it. I backed away and went around to the front. The air felt wrong. Heavy, like the trees were holding their breath. I loaded the last of my stuff into the car and started it up. That's when I saw something in the mirror. Just for a second, barely more than a flash, I saw a shape move at the edge of the trees behind the cabin. It wasn't a person. Too low, too fast. But it wasn't an animal either. Not the way it moved. It was like it slid across the ground, almost flat, and then was gone. I put the car in gear and didn't stop driving for 3 hours. I didn't even slow down until I saw pavement again. I didn't stop to eat, didn't stop for gas until the tank was almost empty. When I finally got home, I didn't unpack. I just sat on the couch in the dark and stared at the wall for a long time. I didn't talk about it for weeks. Then one day I asked my cousin about the cabin. I didn't tell him what happened. I just asked if anything weird had ever happened there. He paused for a long time. Then he said, "It's quiet, but sometimes you hear things." That's all he said. I didn't push. Months went by. I got back to work. Things went back to normal. But I never forgot the sound of that dragging. I never forgot the tracks in the dirt. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I still think I can hear it, the soft, steady scrape of something moving slowly across wood. A few weeks ago, I found the key he gave me for the shed. I'd thrown it in a drawer and forgotten about it. I picked it up and turned it over in my hand. Something had scratched the surface. 3 long marks across the back of the key, as if it had been dragged against something rough. I didn't do that. I didn't drop it. I never even used it. I threw it away. I don't go into the woods anymore. Not even local trails. I don't camp. I don't hike. I stay in places with walls and locks and people nearby. I keep the lights on when I sleep. And when I hear a sound in the night, something small, something outside, I don't check. I just lie still and wait for silence. Because some things don't want to be seen. And if they come once, they can come again. I've worked as a security guard in downtown Vancouver for years now, and by this point, not much surprises me anymore. I've dealt with all kinds of calls: floods, alarms, fights, power outages, medical emergencies, people locked out of their units, elevator entrapments, you name it. But there are some shifts that stick with you long after they're over. Some moments that keep replaying in your head, especially when it's quiet at night and you have nothing but time and silence around you. This happened during an afternoon shift at the HSBC building downtown, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. It was one of those typical weekday afternoons. The lobby was quiet, the foot traffic slowing down now that lunch hour had passed. I had just finished a routine patrol and was back at the desk checking reports when the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was coming from one of the floors high up in the building. I answered it out of habit, expecting something minor, maybe a locked office or someone needing help with the door. But the voice on the other end was panicked and tense. A woman said one of their lawyers had collapsed in their office. She thought he was having a heart attack. Her voice was shaking, and she kept saying his name, Tom. I grabbed the AED kit from the wall behind the desk, keyed into the radio to notify dispatch, and called for paramedics. Then I headed to the elevators. The ride up felt slower than usual. I remember holding the AED tight against my chest, listening to the hum of the elevator motor, watching the floor numbers light up one after the other. I kept checking the battery status on the AED. It was good. Everything was ready. When the doors opened, I moved fast. The office was maybe 10 doors down the hall. The receptionist was standing by the door, waving frantically. As soon as I got inside, I saw Tom on the floor of his office, lying on his back, shirt loosened, his chest rising and falling in short, uneven gasps. His tie had already been taken off. Someone had undone the top buttons on his shirt. He looked terrible, ashen, sweaty, pale in a way that didn't seem normal. He kept one hand clutching his chest and the other grabbing weakly at the floor. I told his coworkers to give him space and stay back. I knelt beside him and checked his vitals as best I could. His skin was cool and clammy. He was conscious, but only just. His eyes kept blinking slowly, like he was struggling to stay awake. I kept talking to him, not to comfort him, just so he stayed alert and responsive. You're trained to do that in situations like this. Keep the person conscious and aware if you can. He looked like he wanted to speak, but couldn't get the words out. I opened the AED, peeled the pads from the packaging, and stuck them to his chest just in case. The device didn't advise a shock, so I left it on monitoring mode. I remember thinking that the paramedics needed to get there now. Any second longer, and we'd be looking at a very different situation. Finally, I heard the elevator chime again, and a couple of paramedics came rushing down the hall with their equipment. They had the full kit, better gear, a professional defibrillator, oxygen masks, the works. I backed off and let them take over while I pulled out my notebook and started recording details. Time of arrival, who was present, what actions I'd taken. I kept glancing at Tom as they worked on him. He was more alert now, talking to the paramedics, although he sounded desperate. He was saying he didn't want to die, that he hadn't written a will, that he needed to call his ex-wife. It was heartbreaking in a way, watching someone realize how quickly things can fall apart. He was pleading with them, grasping at their arms as they tried to work around him. They kept trying to reassure him, telling him he was going to be okay, that help was here. But then something happened that I'll never forget. Tom suddenly stopped talking and looked past them. Not at them, but above them, towards the ceiling, or maybe something beyond it. His face changed. He was already pale, but whatever color was left drained completely. His eyes widened, mouth opened slightly. He looked absolutely terrified. His body recoiled like he was trying to get away, sliding back across the floor weakly, still sitting upright. He didn't say anything for a second, just that wide-eyed, empty stare. Then he started shaking his head slowly. And then he screamed. I don't fucking believe it. No. His voice was hoarse, but it echoed. Everyone in the room stopped for half a second. The two paramedics tried to calm him down, but it was like he couldn't even hear them. Then he made this guttural, drawn-out exhale, a sort of sigh, but it was heavier, almost like his whole body gave out with it. The monitor beeped, then flatlined. They jumped into action, doing everything they could. CPR, defibrillation, drugs. Nothing worked. Tom was gone. The coroner confirmed it later that night. Cause of death was cardiac arrest. Sudden and severe. The thing that stayed with me, though, what was he looking at? He wasn't looking at the medics, or the equipment, or any of us. He was looking through us. His reaction wasn't confusion or panic. It was recognition. He saw something, or someone, and the look on his face said he knew exactly what it was. And he was terrified of it. No one else saw anything. Nothing out of place. No flickering lights, no sounds, no shadows. Just a man dying while looking at something only he could see. We all tried to explain it away. Hallucinations are common in people going through cardiac arrest. Lack of oxygen to the brain, the body's systems shutting down. But this didn't feel like a random firing of neurons. This felt intentional, directed, focused. And even after he died, the feeling in that office hung around like fog. I stayed there until the medics cleared out, waiting for the cleanup crew, and I swear I kept feeling like someone was watching me from the hallway behind me. But every time I turned around, it was empty. You try to move on from things like that. You don't want to dwell, but it creeps up on you in quiet moments. And just when you think you've let it go, something else happens. It was maybe a week later when I had another incident. This one wasn't dramatic in the same way. No one died, but in some ways it disturbed me more. I had just switched over to a residential building a few blocks away, newly opened, high-end units, mostly professionals living alone or as couples. Everything was clean, modern, automated. Not a bad post to work. It was late in the evening, maybe 9:30 or so, when a woman came down to the front desk. She looked frazzled, a bit embarrassed even, but determined to talk to someone. I could tell something had really shaken her. She had moved into her new place the previous Friday, and said since the first night, she kept hearing someone at her door. The first time, the banging had been soft but persistent, as if someone was testing the strength of the doorframe. She called out, and it stopped. But then the doorknob started rattling. She assumed maybe a neighbor was confused or drunk, or maybe a mistake in unit numbers. But when she called the night guard, no one was found. It happened again the next night. Same kind of pattern. A gentle knock or bang, then the doorknob twisting, sometimes for almost a full minute. Again, security responded, but no one was in the hallway. That evening, I offered to walk up with her to her floor, check out the area, and do a sweep. She looked relieved. We took the elevator up and stepped into the hallway. It was quiet, sterile almost, like every other high-rise hallway in the city. We walked to her door. Everything looked normal. No signs of tampering, no marks on the frame, no damage to the lock. She let me into the suite, and we walked around together. Nothing seemed out of place. The place still smelled like cardboard and fresh paint. I offered to hang around a few minutes just in case, and she seemed thankful. I eventually said I'd head back to the lobby and monitor the CCTV footage for a while just in case. As I stepped out of her suite, the door still open behind me, I nearly collided with someone in the hallway. An old woman. Gray hair pulled back tight, pale skin thin. She was standing maybe 6 inches from the door, looking right at me. I was so startled I actually jumped back. She didn't flinch, just stared between me and the new tenant behind me. I tried to gather myself. She didn't say anything at first. I asked if I could help her. No, she said flatly. Just waiting for the elevator. And just like that, the elevator dinged. She turned and stepped inside. I moved to follow her, instinct telling me something was off. But the doors closed right before I got there. I turned back to the new resident, who was now standing just behind me, looking shaken. I told her to come down to the desk with me. I wanted to check the security footage. My working theory was that the old woman was a relative of the previous tenant, someone who still had access and maybe didn't realize the unit was no longer hers. We got to the desk, pulled up the feed for that floor, and rewound to about 2 minutes before I opened the door. We watched it together. There I was opening the door, stepping out into the hallway, and jumping back, just like I remembered. But there was nothing there. No one. The hallway was completely empty. I jumped back at air. We kept watching. Nothing came out of any other suite. No elevator arrivals. No one entering or leaving. That hallway stayed empty for the next 5 minutes. I reviewed it over and over, trying different angles. Same thing. No sign of the woman. No sign of anyone. I didn't know what to tell the resident. I think I muttered something about checking access logs, and she just nodded. She didn't say much after that. I think she wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. So did I. But I kept thinking about the old woman, about her face, her clothes, how close she had been to the door, how calmly she had stared at me. She wasn't disoriented or lost. She wasn't even curious. It was like she had been waiting there for us, and the second she was done, I was 16 when this happened. I was in high school, part of the drama department, not really one of the standout actors or anything, but I helped out on stage crew and sometimes filled smaller roles when they needed someone. That year, our fall play had just wrapped up. I can't even remember the name of it now. Some period piece with old-timey costumes and a grim scene where a character was hanged. To pull it off, the tech crew had rigged this whole system involving a harness under the actor's costume and a thick black cable strung through the rafters of the stage. It was designed to look like the actor was hanging by their neck, but really, they were supported by the harness. The noose itself wasn't a real noose. It was a loop that just draped around the neck and didn't tighten if you dropped weight into it. Well, not supposed to tighten. After the play closed, Halloween was just around the corner, and the department always did a haunted house in the auditorium as a little fundraiser. We'd throw together spooky props, cobwebs, fake blood. Someone would hide behind the curtain and rattle chains or jump out in costume. It was cheesy, honestly, but it brought in a few bucks and gave everyone something to do. That year, someone got the bright idea to incorporate the hanging setup from the play into the haunted house. There was a suggestion to reuse the cable rig and fake noose, but instead of doing a dramatic scene, we'd just have a dead trick-or-treater hanging from the stage ceiling, like they'd been caught sneaking candy or something. That was the gag. Dumb, dark humor. The costume was a full-body dinosaur suit, bright green with an oversized head and floppy arms, and it came with a matching mask. We added a plastic jack-o'-lantern bucket filled with fake candy wrappers, and whoever played the part would just hang there, totally limp, mask on, like a body on display. Kind of shocking, kind of silly. Typical high school edgelord humor. I volunteered to do it. Maybe I was bored. Maybe I just liked the idea of being part of the scare. Plus, it gave me a good excuse to get out of setting up some of the more boring props. I figured I'd get a few laughs, spook a few kids, and have a story to tell afterward. The rig was still in place from the play. It started with this thick harness you had to wear under your clothes, with a strap that came up your back and clipped into a carabiner attached to the cable overhead. The cable ran through a pulley system, bolted into the beams above the stage, and the tension was managed from the catwalk. Once clipped in, you'd just sort of lean forward off a small ladder, and the harness would take your weight. The noose, meanwhile, was just for show. It went around your neck loosely and gave the illusion of hanging, but all the actual weight was held by the harness. That was the idea, anyway. I remember the first time I got into costume. The dinosaur suit was bulky and warm, smelled like old fabric and gym socks, probably hadn't been cleaned in a few years. I slipped on the harness underneath, cinched it tight across my waist and shoulders, and climbed the ladder. The crew helped me clip into the carabiner. Then I put the noose around my neck and slipped on the dinosaur mask. Then I stepped off the ladder. It wasn't exactly comfortable. The harness pulled hard at my legs and shoulders, bunching everything up, and the dinosaur costume didn't help. After a few minutes, I had to come down to adjust things. The straps were riding up bad, nothing dangerous, just uncomfortable. I was shifting around so much to stay comfortable that it probably ruined the illusion a bit. But most people weren't looking too close. They saw a limp figure hanging, candy bucket dangling, mask covering the face, and just assumed it was a stuffed dummy. That's how it went for the first part of the night. I'd hang there for 10 or 15 minutes, then take a break while someone else scared kids in another part of the haunted house. We had flashing lights, jump scares, some stupid recorded screaming sound that looped over the speakers. It wasn't exactly terrifying, but it was dark enough and noisy enough that most people just moved quickly through the exhibit. Eventually, I took a break again because the harness was pinching, and I figured I'd adjust it before doing another round. I left the costume and mask backstage and unhooked myself. There were a few other students goofing off behind the curtain, some tech kids, a couple of freshmen pretending to sword fight with broomsticks. Everyone was bored. What I didn't know at the time was that during my break, a couple of the guys had gotten curious about the noose setup. It had been hanging there the whole time, not doing anything, and they started messing with it, swinging from it, yanking on it, pretending to hang each other like they were in a pirate movie. Nothing malicious, just stupid teenage roughhousing. But they didn't know that the noose, while fake in one sense, could still tighten if enough force was put into it. The loop wasn't sewn fixed. It was tied in a way that could be pulled tighter under strain. It just wasn't meant to be weight-bearing. But when they started swinging from it, spinning each other around, that slack loop around the neck cinched up. Then they left it. I came back maybe 10 minutes later. The noise backstage was constant, shuffling laughter, props being dropped or kicked across the floor. I didn't think anything of it. I grabbed the dinosaur costume, tugged it on again, clipped the harness under it, climbed the ladder, slipped the noose over my head like before, put on the mask, and leaned forward into the rig. The second I dropped my weight, everything went wrong. The noose snapped tight around my neck. Not all at once, but with this sudden constricting tension that clamped down right under my jaw. It didn't break my neck or anything, but it squeezed in just the right place to choke me instantly. The pressure was brutal. My airway closed up, and I felt the blood in my head just stop moving. The harness was still supporting my body, but the rope, now tight and unmoving, was pressing against my throat with its full weight, digging into the soft parts of my neck. At first, I didn't even panic. I just sort of blinked and thought, that feels weird. Then everything started to fade. It's hard to describe. I wasn't flailing or kicking because the harness held me steady, and I hadn't realized what was happening. It felt like I was falling asleep, like nodding off in class after pulling an all-nighter. Warm, distant, like sinking into a thick cushion. My arms hung limp. My legs went numb. The edges of my vision turned black. Then, something in my head just lit up. This brief, electric spike of awareness, like an internal alarm clock going off. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. But I suddenly remembered. I was hanging. I was choking. And nobody knew. There were people just on the other side of the curtain, feet away. Kids walking through the haunted house, parents laughing nervously, classmates running props or scaring kids with rubber axes. But no one was looking at me. No one could see me in the dark. To them, I was just a prop. A motionless dinosaur dummy swinging gently from the ceiling, holding a candy bucket. And I was about to die. Some instinct kicked in. I reached out blindly with one hand, couldn't find anything. I groped at the air, tried to move my legs. Nothing. My body was lead. My vision was almost gone. But I turned my head just a little, felt the noose bite harder into the side of my neck, and managed to get a hand on the ladder. I don't even remember climbing it. I just remember pressure, then relief. My lungs opened up all at once. I sucked in air so fast it hurt. My vision came back in waves. Everything was spinning. I was sweating, legs shaking, whole body trembling like I'd just come out of an ice bath. My hands fumbled at the noose, tugged it off, then unhooked the harness with shaking fingers. I just stood there for a long moment, bent over, holding my knees, gasping for air. No one noticed. I slipped backstage again, peeled off the costume, dropped the mask on a chair, and sat down behind the curtain. My pulse was racing. My neck was sore, red where the rope had pressed in. I rubbed at it gently, still shaking. My head throbbed like a drum. I didn't say anything to anyone. I didn't tell the teacher. I didn't tell the other students. Not that night. Eventually, I stood up, walked to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, then just walked out of the building. I didn't even say goodbye. I just went home. That night, lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, the weight of what almost happened hit me hard. I could have died. Not from some dramatic fall or accident on stage. Not from some twisted plan or stunt gone wrong. I could have just died there, silently, in the dark, dressed in a stupid dinosaur costume with a plastic candy bucket hanging from my wrist. And no one would have noticed. Not for hours. They would have laughed, maybe. Commented on how realistic I looked. Thought I was the best scare of the night. Even applauded the realism. And I would have been dead the whole time. It made me feel cold all over. I imagined it in detail, how they would find me. The slow realization, the horror. The stories that would spread after. The newspaper articles. The hushed conversations in the hallway. The rumors that would twist and grow with every retelling. And I knew exactly how the legend would sound, because I'd heard ones like it before. Every school had them. That drama kid, the one who used to hang from the ceiling in the haunted house, he wasn't acting. He died up there. They say he choked to death during the Halloween event, and nobody noticed until the end of the night. His girlfriend found him, still hanging, when the lights came on. The teachers all say it's not true, but it happened. I could hear it playing out in my head like an urban myth in the making. Except it almost wasn't a myth. It almost happened to me. And the worst part is how easy it would have been. Just a few more seconds. That's all it would have taken. If I'd passed out completely, I would have never grabbed the ladder. The harness would have held my weight long enough for me to quietly stop breathing. By the time someone realized I wasn't faking, it would have been too late. I never wore the harness again after that night. Never touched that stage rig again either. I told a few close friends. For the past few months, I've been trying something most people probably wouldn't even think about, or if they did, they'd laugh it off as some kind of half-baked internet experiment. But I've taken it seriously. I've been training myself to stay aware while falling asleep. I'm not talking about your average lucid dreaming stuff, floating around in imaginary cities or flying over oceans. I'm talking about something a bit stranger. I stay conscious through the part where my body shuts down. I don't fully fall asleep. I just hang there, right in the middle. The idea came from this article I read online, buried in some obscure corner of a forum where people talk about altered states and brain tricks. Some guy mentioned the hypnagogic state, that weird mental place you pass through when you're drifting off. I'd felt it before, like hearing random voices or seeing flashes of light behind closed eyelids. But this guy had made it sound like you could stay there if you trained yourself, and he said something about gaining more control over dreams. It sounded like a challenge. I wasn't looking for anything paranormal. I just thought it'd be cool to understand my mind better, maybe even get some control over my sleep habits. At first, it was nothing. I'd lie in bed, close my eyes, and just focus on not letting my thoughts drift too far. I tried to stay mentally awake, even as my body relaxed. Most nights I just ended up fully awake or fully asleep. Nothing in between. But I kept at it. I developed a system, lying completely still, no lights, phone far away, room just a little cool, fan on low for white noise. I'd breathe slowly, count my breaths, and ignore the urge to move or itch or shift. It took weeks, but eventually I started getting glimpses of what that guy was talking about. I'd be lying there, still as stone, and I'd notice that my arms or legs felt like they weren't there anymore. Just gone. Then I'd get this rushing sound in my ears, like wind or static. And then voices. Not loud, but clear enough to make out words. Sometimes they were talking about things I'd thought about during the day. Other times, totally random, like snippets of someone else's conversation. I couldn't control them, but I could hear them. I knew they weren't real. I was aware I was lying in bed, alone, but it didn't feel like I was alone anymore. The first time I heard them, I jolted myself fully awake. I'd finally hit that weird halfway point, and I ruined it with surprise. But that was the last time I let that happen. After that, I got better at riding the line between waking and sleeping. I could last maybe 2 or 3 minutes at first, then 5, then 10. My body would go numb, and my breathing would slow down on its own, but my mind was sharp. The voices would come, sometimes even a face or two hovering in my peripheral vision. I couldn't really look directly at them, just catch the edges, like when you think someone's standing behind you. And here's where it started getting weird. Not in a supernatural way, just uncomfortable. The voices started acting more in sync. Like before they were random, but now they almost seemed like they were aware of me. Not talking to me, but around me. Sometimes I'd hear them mention my name. Not loudly, just buried in the noise. And sometimes they'd be quiet for a second, and I'd feel this overwhelming sense that something was looking at me. It wasn't terrifying, but it wasn't normal either. There's a thing that happens called sleep paralysis. I'd heard of it before. Most people talk about shadow people or demons sitting on their chest. I never had any of that, but I definitely got the paralysis. Once my body shut down, I couldn't move a muscle. I'd try to lift a finger or twitch my leg, and nothing would happen. Breathing was still fine, but everything else was locked. It should have scared me, but I was ready for it. I knew it was part of the process. The hardest part was balance. If I focused too hard, I'd wake myself up. If I let go too much, I'd fall into unconscious sleep and forget everything. But when I hit the sweet spot, I had this window, maybe 5 to 15 minutes, where I was in full awareness. Not awake, not dreaming, just suspended. On a few lucky nights, I'd transition into lucid dreams from there. Those were amazing. I could walk around, talk, fly, control the world. But I wasn't chasing dreams. I was more interested in that in-between place. That's where it felt like something real was happening. Over time, I noticed I was getting better at guessing how long I'd been out. I'd wake up, check the clock, and be within 5 minutes of the exact time. It became a habit. Go under, stay aware, come out, guess the time. Almost like diving. I even kept a little notebook next to my bed and wrote down what I heard or saw. Sometimes it was gibberish. Other times it was eerily clear. Once, I heard what sounded like my mom calling me from the hallway, even though she lives 2 cities away. Another time, I saw a man sitting in the chair across from my bed. Just sitting, not moving. I knew he wasn't real. I could barely make out his face, but I remembered the shape of his shoulders. One night stands out more than the rest. It was a Thursday, I think. I'd had a long day but wasn't too tired. That's the best condition, tired enough to drift, but not so exhausted that I crash. I got into bed, did my routine, and started the descent. Numbness came fast, then the rushing sound, then the tingling, then silence. Not the usual kind. This silence was deep, pressurized. It felt like being underwater. Then the voices came, slow and distant. I heard a man and a woman talking. I couldn't make out their words at first, just tones, like someone arguing quietly in another room. Then, after a while, it shifted. The man was saying my name. Not shouting it, just saying it over and over again, like he was testing how it sounded. It wasn't my full name, just the first name, repeating every few seconds. I tried to stay calm. It wasn't real. I reminded myself of that. Just noise in my brain. But then I felt something shift in the air, like the room was tightening. The air got heavy. Not hot or cold, just dense. And I could sense something at the foot of my bed. Not see it, just feel it. I didn't panic, though. I was used to that feeling by now. But this time, the sensation stayed longer than usual. I blinked, or at least tried to. In that state, it's hard to know what you're physically doing. But in my perception, my eyes moved, and I could see the room in a dim, grayish hue, like I was looking through smoked glass. The figure was there. Not clear. More like a person-shaped shadow standing near the edge of the bed. Not moving, just watching. I waited, trying to see if it would do anything. Sometimes these figures just vanish. This one didn't. It stepped forward once. Just one step. I told myself it was a projection. A hallucination caused by the brain in a semi-dream state. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't coming from me. Like I wasn't imagining it, like it was just there. Not something I made, but something I noticed. That was the part that made my skin crawl. Even without moving, I could feel the hairs on my arms raise. Then came the pressure, like a weight on my chest. Not pain, just heaviness. I knew this one. Classic sleep paralysis symptom. But this time it was centered, like someone had placed a hand right in the middle of my chest and was pressing down, not to crush me, just to keep me still. I focused on my breathing, counting seconds. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Slow, controlled. The figure didn't move again, but the room felt like it was tilting slightly, like gravity was shifting. I held on as long as I could, probably 10 minutes. The voices faded out, the pressure lifted, and the numbness started to release. My toes tingled, then my legs, then my arms. I blinked again, this time for real, and the room was back to normal. Quiet. Still. I sat up slowly, checked the clock. 3:48 a.m. I'd gone under at exactly 3:30. I guessed 18 minutes. When I checked later, it was 19. Close enough. I should have felt proud. That was one of my longest sessions. But instead, I felt off. Not scared, not sick. Just a little uneasy. Like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. The way you feel after walking in on something private, even if it's not dangerous. I wrote everything down, closed the notebook, and tried to go back to sleep. I didn't get back into that state again that night. The next day was normal. I went to work, went through the motions, but kept thinking about the figure. Not the voice, just the figure. Something about the way it stood. It didn't feel like a hallucination. It felt placed, like it had its own purpose. But again, I told myself it was just a trick of the mind. A side effect. Nothing more. But here's the thing. That night wasn't the last time I saw it. Over the next few weeks, that figure returned. Not every night, just randomly, and never moving much. Always standing. Sometimes near the bed, sometimes by the door, sometimes in the corner. I never saw it fully. Always peripheral. Always in that weird glassy vision that comes during the halfway state. I couldn't talk to it. I couldn't move. I could only observe. I stopped trying to push deeper. I stopped chasing lucid dreams. I didn't give up the practice completely, but I started keeping it shorter. Less frequent. Just enough to stay in tune, but not enough to fall too far. I realized something. Maybe we're not supposed to hang out in that space too long. Maybe the brain designed it as a hallway, not a room. You're supposed to walk through, not stay. I've told a few people about what I've been doing. Some call it creepy. Some think I'm making it up. Others just nod politely and change the subject. I don't blame them. It's not normal. But I know what I've seen, and I know how it felt. I still do it sometimes. Once a week maybe, just to keep the skill alive. I hadn't planned to go hiking that weekend. Honestly, I had planned to just stay home, order takeout, and catch up on some sleep. But then I got a text from Rob, saying he and his cousin were going to check out this trail up north near the border of the national forest. And did I want to come? It wasn't anything official. Just a long, narrow trail through thick woods that someone had found on a forum. A couple of backpackers said it was quiet, barely touched, and good for a full-day loop if you started early. I didn't know Rob's cousin, Mason, but I figured why not. I had the gear, and I hadn't been out in the woods in a while. A break from the city felt right. We met at Rob's place early that Saturday morning. I drove, since I had a 4-door with enough trunk space. Rob sat up front, and Mason took the back seat. He was quiet, tall, built like a guy who lifted regularly but didn't talk about it. He didn't say much the entire drive except to comment on the fog settling low over the hills as we climbed into the countryside. It was a 2-hour drive before we got near the start of the trail. There wasn't even a parking lot, just a small patch of gravel off the side of a narrow road, barely wide enough for 2 cars. I pulled in and killed the engine. We stepped out, stretched, and shouldered our packs. The trail was unmarked, but Rob had the GPS coordinates saved from the forum. It started through some tall grass, behind a line of poplar trees. The moment we stepped under their shade, the air changed. It got quiet. The kind of quiet where you suddenly realize how loud the city really is. No engines, no sirens, just wind, leaves, and birds. We kept walking. The trail dipped into a steep ravine, then leveled out into dense woods. It was narrow, overgrown in places, barely wide enough for one person. I let Mason take the lead, then Rob, then I followed in the back. The trees got thicker the deeper we went. Sunlight barely came through the canopy. Around noon we stopped for a snack. I took off my pack and leaned against a big rock while chewing a granola bar. We talked a little then, mostly about how peaceful it was, how different it felt from the crowded hiking trails we were used to. No dogs barking, no joggers or families, just us in the woods. That was when I first noticed the smell. It was faint but strange, like something had died not far away. That heavy, rotten smell that turns your stomach even when you don't know where it's coming from. I mentioned it, and Rob sniffed and nodded. Mason just said it was probably a dead animal. We didn't think much of it. Kept walking. About an hour later, the trail split. Rob checked his phone, but the GPS showed only the main trail, nothing about a fork. One path kept climbing uphill to the left. The other dropped slightly and curved into a thicker patch of forest. Mason said we should go right, down into the thick part. He said it looked more like the main trail. I wasn't sure, but I didn't say anything. We followed him. The trail got worse, rocky, uneven, and sometimes it just vanished beneath dead leaves. The trees pressed in closer. I started to notice that even the birds were quieter now. Less chirping, just the occasional rustle, like something moving through brush a few yards away. Then silence again. I told myself it was probably squirrels or deer, but it still made me uneasy. We kept going. Then we reached a clearing. It wasn't big, maybe 20 feet across, but it felt like a sudden break in the forest. The ground was packed dirt, no grass, and in the center was what looked like the remains of a campfire. Old, maybe weeks or months ago. Burnt logs, ash, and a rusted tin can nearby. A broken plastic chair leaned against a tree. Rob said someone must have camped here before, but something about the spot made me uncomfortable. I don't know what it was. The silence, maybe, or how the trees around it leaned inward like they were watching, or the fact that the fire hadn't been put out properly, just left, like someone left in a hurry. We didn't stop long, just enough time for a drink of water before we moved on. That's when things started to feel off. The trail beyond the clearing narrowed into what looked like a game trail, not made for hikers. We followed it anyway, brushing branches aside, stepping over roots and rocks. At one point, Mason stopped suddenly. I almost walked into him. He pointed at the ground. There were tracks, bare footprints in the dirt. Human, not boot prints, bare feet. Deep, clear impressions, toes and all. They looked fresh. No one said anything for a long second. Then Mason shrugged and kept walking. Rob looked at me, uneasy but followed. I didn't want to be alone, so I went too. We kept following the trail, though now I was scanning the trees more carefully, listening harder. Every so often I thought I heard something behind us, twigs snapping, brush moving. But every time I looked back, there was nothing. Just thick forest, dark and quiet. At one point, I noticed the trees didn't look the same. The bark was darker, the trunks closer together, almost as if we'd crossed into a different part of the woods entirely. I checked my watch. It was already after 4. We should have turned back, but none of us said anything. I think we were all trying to play it cool, not wanting to be the first one to say we were creeped out. Then we found the tarp. It was blue, torn, half covered in leaves, and nailed between 2 trees like a makeshift shelter. Underneath it were bits of old rope, food wrappers, and a moldy sleeping bag. I looked closer. There were scratch marks on the trees. Not knife carvings, scratches. Like fingernails or something dull and sharp dragged downward again and again. The bark was stripped raw in places. I felt something tighten in my gut. Mason stood there, staring. Then, without saying a word, he stepped forward and pulled the tarp down. The whole thing crumpled into a heap. He tossed it aside like it annoyed him. We kept walking. That was the first time I noticed the smell again. Stronger now. Not just rot, but something else. Like rust. Like blood. I looked down and saw a smear on the trail ahead. Dark red, drying. Another few feet, and another smear. Then a piece of torn cloth snagged on a bush. That's when Rob finally said he thought we should turn around. Mason didn't respond. He just kept walking. I hesitated, then followed Rob as he tried to convince Mason to stop. But Mason wouldn't. His pace got faster. He moved like he was chasing something. That's when we heard the sound. It was faint at first, a kind of metallic clang. Then again, closer, like someone hitting a metal pole with a rock. Not rhythmic, random, angry. We stopped. The sound stopped too. No wind, no birds, just that stillness pressing down on us like a weight. Mason looked around, breathing hard. Then he started walking again, faster now, almost jogging. Rob and I exchanged a look and went after him. It was getting darker under the trees. The sun had started to drop. The trail was barely visible now, just a suggestion of a path between trees. Mason kept moving fast, too fast. Then he disappeared over a ridge. Rob cursed under his breath and followed. I hesitated, then climbed up after them. At the top, the woods opened slightly, and I saw Mason standing there, staring at something ahead. I stepped up next to him and saw it too. It was a shack, old, leaning, barely standing, made of wood and corrugated metal, half covered in moss and vines. The windows were broken. The door hung crooked on one hinge. A rusted oil drum sat outside, and next to it, a pile of bones. Animal bones, maybe. Too many to count. Some still had bits of fur on them. I felt something crawl up my spine. Mason started walking toward it. I didn't want to follow. Everything in my body screamed at me not to. But Rob went too, and again I didn't want to be alone. The air near the shack smelled like rot and iron. I covered my nose with my shirt. Mason stepped inside. Rob paused at the doorway, looked back at me, then followed. I stayed outside. A minute passed. Then two. Then I heard a sound from inside, like something being dropped. A thud, then footsteps. Fast, then silence. I called out quietly, not yelling, just enough for Rob or Mason to hear me if they were nearby. No answer. I took one step forward. Then I heard a crash, and Rob came stumbling out of the shack, wide-eyed, pale, gasping for breath. He looked at me like he didn't even see me, just brushed past and started running. I ran after him. We didn't stop until we were deep in the woods again. I was gasping for air, my legs shaking. I grabbed his arm and spun him around. His face was blank, just pure shock. I asked where Mason was. He shook his head slowly, then finally said he didn't know. That Mason went down into a basement, that there were stairs, that he heard something down there, something moving. He said Mason went down and didn't come back up. He said he heard a voice, not words, just a sound, and then something heavy moved, like furniture being dragged. That was when he ran. We stood there, frozen, trying to figure out what to do. Go back, call for help, but we had no signal. The GPS was glitching. We couldn't even tell which direction we'd come from anymore. I tried to stay calm, said we just needed to backtrack, follow the trail out the way we came. But nothing looked familiar now. The trail was gone. The forest all looked the same. Same trees, same bushes. No markers, no footprints, no broken branches. We walked for what felt like hours, circling, backtracking. Rob started to panic. I tried to keep him moving. I told him we'd find a road eventually. Then we saw the clearing again, the one with the old fire pit. We had walked in a circle. Rob sat down, shaking, hands over his face. I kept It started as just another job. I was a freelance land surveyor, nothing glamorous about it, but it paid well enough if you didn't mind being alone in places that didn't show up right on GPS. Some weeks, it was city zoning checks or construction layout. Other weeks, I was in the middle of nowhere, charting forgotten property lines, abandoned lots, and old backwoods acreage for developers or private landowners who had no idea what they even owned anymore. This one was supposed to be simple. A real estate company in central West Virginia wanted a survey done on a 300-acre stretch of forest land they'd recently acquired. It was mostly wooded hills with no structures or power lines, just rough terrain. The client warned me there was no cell reception in the area, so I'd need to rely on my radio, topographic maps, and the satellite tracker they loaned me to log the property's edges. They were thinking of leasing the land out for hunting or possibly selling it off in parcels. I left before dawn and made the 3-hour drive out to the property. The access road was barely a road, just a narrow, uneven path through the trees, thick with ruts from decades of runoff and disuse. My old Tacoma struggled with the grade, bouncing hard over buried rocks and exposed roots. It took nearly 45 minutes to go the final 2 miles. I parked at the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by thick woods on all sides. I checked the equipment, loaded my backpack with essentials, water, 2 sandwiches, extra batteries, GPS tracker, compass, flagging tape, and locked the truck. I left a note on the dash with my name, the day's date, and the estimated time I planned to be back, just in case something happened. It's a habit I picked up after years in the field. You learn not to rely on luck when you're alone out there. The air was thick and humid, even for early morning. The trees were dense, tall, and tight together in that Appalachian way, close enough to make you feel closed in after just a few steps off any path. But there were no paths here, just underbrush, brambles, and a solid wall of green in every direction. I picked a starting point from the map and headed out. For the first couple of hours, it was pretty uneventful. Just the usual stuff, thick vegetation, uneven slopes, spiderwebs in the face. I moved slowly, marking trees with tape every 100 feet or so, using the GPS unit to log the perimeter. The land sloped steeply in some places, flattening out in others where old logging had left scars decades ago. There were signs of animals, deer, maybe a black bear or 2 judging by the claw marks I spotted on a tree, but nothing recent. No footprints, no signs of people. Just me and the woods. By early afternoon, I'd covered more than a third of the perimeter and stopped to eat one of my sandwiches. I found a fallen log and sat down, listening to the buzzing of insects and the distant knock of a woodpecker echoing through the trees. I checked the GPS tracker, and it showed everything working fine. I figured I'd make it back to the truck by dusk if I didn't waste too much time. But sometime around 2 p.m., things started to shift. It was small at first. I realized I hadn't heard any birds for a while. The buzzing of insects seemed to fade out too. The air got still, too still. Even the breeze that had been brushing the tops of the trees died off like someone had turned off a fan. I tried to shake the feeling off, told myself I was just being paranoid, that this kind of quiet happened sometimes deep in the woods. But it still sat heavy on my chest. Then I heard something. A thud. It came from maybe 40 yards to my left. Not like a branch falling, heavier. Like something solid hitting the ground. I stood up, listening hard. Then I heard it again. Another dull, heavy thump. It didn't sound like footsteps. It was too slow, too uneven. But it was definitely something moving. I froze and looked around, scanning the trees. Everything was still. I could feel my pulse picking up, my skin getting clammy. I didn't want to call out. There was no one out here. There wasn't supposed to be. I waited a full minute. Nothing. I turned and kept walking. But I couldn't shake it. I kept glancing over my shoulder. I thought maybe it was a deer or a bear. But it didn't sound like that. And I didn't see any movement. Whatever it wasn't following me, not at first. I tried to move faster, though that made it harder to log the property lines properly. By 3:30, I'd reached a section of forest where the trees grew even closer together. It was darker here, the canopy blocking out most of the sun. The undergrowth was thick and hard to move through. I started feeling disoriented, even though I was tracking everything properly. It was like I was walking in circles. I'd flag a tree, walk a few minutes, check the tracker, and feel like I was still in the same spot. The GPS said otherwise, but the terrain kept repeating. Same moss-covered logs, same U-shaped bend in a tree, same rotten stump with mushrooms growing out the side. That's when I heard the noise again. Closer this time. A low grunt. Deep. Almost like an exhale, but too loud, too rough. Not human, but not quite animal either. I turned around and scanned the trees, heart hammering in my chest. My hands were shaking. Still nothing. I stood still for almost 5 minutes. The forest was dead quiet again. Even the wind hadn't come back. I decided to head toward higher ground, thinking I might get better bearings from the ridge shown on the topo map. It took another half hour of bushwhacking to get up there, and by the time I reached the crest, I was soaked in sweat and covered in scratches from the thorns. The view helped. I could see over the tree line, across the distant hills. But something else caught my eye, a narrow trail, almost invisible, running parallel to the ridge. It wasn't a game trail. It was too defined, too straight. Maybe an old logging path. I figured it might lead to one of the old boundaries, so I followed it, hoping it would speed things up. I'd gone maybe 5 minutes down the trail when I found something that stopped me cold. It was a tree maybe 40 feet tall, snapped in half like a matchstick. The break wasn't from rot. It looked fresh. The wood inside was pale and wet. No storm had come through here. There were no signs of lightning. Just a clean break, like something huge had cracked it with force. There were prints nearby too. Not boot prints, nothing human. Just large impressions in the moss and soft earth, wider than a man's foot, almost circular, but irregular around the edges like claws or toes. I crouched to study one, trying to tell myself it was just an old bare mark. But the depth of it, the weight it implied, it didn't sit right. I stood up, suddenly aware of how alone I was. The trail stretched on in both directions. Trees loomed over me like watching figures. I felt eyes on my back again. I didn't want to keep going. I turned around to go back the way I came. And then I saw it. Far down the trail, at the edge of where the trees bent in to form a kind of tunnel, something moved. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shape, tall and upright, standing too still. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a man. It was just there. Tall. Motionless. My chest tightened. My throat dried out. I blinked, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it was gone, like it had stepped back into the trees. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. I don't know how far I went. My legs were jelly. My breath came in heaves. Branches clawed at my arms and face. My backpack bounced wildly. I didn't care about the GPS or the flagging tape. I just wanted out. But I was lost. Somewhere between panic and exhaustion, I realized I had no idea where I was. I couldn't even hear the direction I came from. My compass needle kept swinging strangely, like it couldn't settle. I looked up at the sun, but the thick canopy made it impossible to tell the direction. I stopped. I forced myself to breathe. I took a sip of water and looked around. I tried to think clearly. I found a dry creek bed nearby and followed it downhill, hoping it would lead to a road or the boundary of the property. The daylight was starting to fade now. Everything was tinted gold and deep green. The forest felt even more claustrophobic in that light. Then I heard it again, this time closer. That same thump, heavy, deliberate, followed by a dragging sound, like something big moving slowly over the ground. I crouched behind a fallen log and stayed still. It passed by 30 feet from me. I didn't get a good look. Just a shape, tall, wide, black against the trees. It moved slow, too slow. Its back was hunched. Its arms, or whatever they were, hung low. I saw one of them brush against a tree trunk, and the bark split open like it had been scraped by something hard. It didn't stop. It kept going, and then the forest was quiet again. I waited another 10 minutes before I moved. I stayed crouched, took the opposite direction from where it went, and kept going downhill. I didn't run anymore. I just walked quiet as I could, stepping over dry branches, listening hard with every step. Eventually, I saw something ahead. A shape. My truck. I don't remember crossing the final stretch. I just remember fumbling with the keys, starting the engine, slamming the lock button, and not breathing until I was 5 miles down the access road. I didn't tell anyone what happened. When the client asked for the data, I said I'd had equipment issues and only managed to log half the perimeter. I returned the GPS unit and made up an excuse about a corrupted file. I didn't go back. They hired someone else to finish it. A few weeks later, I looked up the area again out of curiosity. That stretch of forest? It used to be owned by a paper company that logged it in the 60s. After they pulled out, the land sat abandoned. No roads, no cabins, no homes within 20 miles. Just trees and